Chapter 21, vs 500. I am really tired right now. I slept whole day and even skipped my college lectures. I usually wake up at 4 in the morning and write a chapter before I leave for my college at 7:30. But today, it's just, my entire body was stiff, and my joints were aching. So, I just chalked it up thinking that, I slept on the wrong side. Oh, how wrong I was. Halfway through writing chapter 23, my hands started to shake, and my migraine hit me like a fucking truck kun. So, out of curiosity, I popped on the thermometer, and lo and behold, I got 103 fever. And what they say, when a man got a fever, it's like the world is ending. So, I immediately took the medication for it, some painkillers, and plopped onto my bed and slept like the sleeping beauty. My parents freaked out when I slept till 6 in the evening. They thought I died or something. God damn it, I got a nice earful when I woke up. Now here I am, giving the final touch to this chapter before uploading it. Sigh. Truly, life is a soup, and I am a fork. If there are still any mistakes in the chapter, then please comment on that paragraph. I'll correct it later. Attendance please. The pirates charged at Luffy and Zoro along the beach. Luffy dropped into a boxing stance, his feet sinking into the damp sand. Beside him, Zoro drew his two unnamed swords. They felt familiar in his hands, like extensions of his body. His bandana still covered his eyes as he tilted his head and listened. Footsteps, dozens of them, running toward him. The wind carried their sweat, their cheap perfume, and the stench of their boots. Interesting, Zoro thought. The blindfold reveals more than my eyes ever did. Then Luffy shouted, Zoro, now! Zoro swung his swords in a wide arc, shing, shing, and two pirates fell before they even realized they had been cut. Then he went wild on the rest. Luffy moved beside him like a rubber wrecking ball. He ducked under a cutlass swing, the blade narrowly missing his straw hat, grabbed the pirate's hand, and squeezed so hard that the man's arm bones creaked. Then, using the screaming pirate as a lever, Luffy flipped over him and kicked with his rubber leg. Thwack 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 thwack. 6 pirates flew away like a row of knocked over pins. A few steps away, Zoro was causing his own damage. One swing to the right, a rib cracked. A stab there, a shoulder pinned. A duck under a wild slash, he felt the air move above his head. Then, a full spin and swing sent 4 pirates flying, deep cuts opening across their stomachs and chests. Blood sprayed in an almost perfect circle around him. Zoro, front roll! Luffy yelled suddenly. Zoro didn't hesitate. He bent forward and rolled. Whoosh! One of Usopp's explosive pellets flew past him, hitting the beach a few yards ahead and detonating boom. Sand and shrapnel shot up like a golden brown fountain. When the dust settled, more than 10 pirates lay motionless. Maybe 15. The heat from the blast brushed against his face. The sharp scent of gunpowder filled his nostrils. Zoro smirked confidently. Then, he went back to work. The strange thing was that the more Zoro fought blindfolded, the clearer everything became. His hearing, his sense of smell, and even the way the air moved against his skin conveyed information to him. Several footsteps rushing toward me. 7. No, 9. He could almost taste the old rum on the pirates. A few feet away, he heard Luffy's fist smash into a face with a sickening crunch. Teeth scattered across the sand like tiny white dice. Then, to his right, a pirate breathed heavily through his mouth. The man raised something heavy above his head. Zoro heard the air shift. A club. Coming down at an angle toward my skull. Zoro raised his right sword and blocked clang, the shock traveling up his arm. Then, without hesitation, he stabbed the club-wielding pirate with his left sword. Ah! The pirate's scream was wet and gurgling. Zoro just kicked him aside. The remaining pirates who had been running toward Zoro stopped. They stood there, their boots frozen in the blood-stained sand, staring at their fallen comrades. How is he even fighting like that? One pirate muttered, his voice shaky. He's completely blindfolded. Demon. The pirate next to him stuttered, his cutlass trembling in his hand. He really is a demon. Wah! The third took a step back, then another. I don't want to fight this hellspawn. Zoro heard them. He smirked more intensely than he had all day. He. The sound escaped his throat like that of an animal. This training method is much more fun than I expected. Then, he charged. They screamed. He didn't stop. Slowly, the numbers began to shrink. With Luffy and Zoro fighting on the ground and Usopp supporting them from the slope, more than half of the 500 pirates were defeated in just 20 minutes. Bodies lay scattered across the beach like driftwood after a storm, and the sand was darkened in places. The courage of the Black Cat pirates was draining away faster than the blood from their wounds. Django watched from the back, his hands beginning to shake. Not from fear of the fight, nor from fear of these kids tearing through his crew like scythes through wheat. No. Django was trembling because he could already see Kuro's face. He could feel those 10 cat claw blades sliding between his ribs. If his former captain discovered what was really happening, if Kuro learned that Django had botched this simple job, he would be skinned alive. Oi, you cats! Django's voice cut through the noise like a whip. The remaining pirates flinched, turning to look at him with wide, frightened eyes. "Sea Captain!" One of them stammered helplessly, pointing toward the beach, at the bodies, and at the two monsters still tearing through their ranks. "We can't take this anymore. They're too strong." "Why yet?" Another added, "and they've got weird tricks. This isn't fair. This isn't what I signed up for." "Yet. Getting beaten by a bunch of kids, this is so embarrassing." Django gritted his teeth so hard he thought they might crack. "So what? Do you wanna run home to your mommy?" He swept his arm across the battlefield. "Do you know what will happen if Captain Kuro finds out about this?" The effect was immediate. Every remaining pirate went pale, some even trembled. One dropped his sword. "And no. He will kill us all. He'll tear us apart. I don't want to die." "Then listen to me," Django said, lowering his voice as something dangerous crept into it. "We don't have time to mess around anymore." He reached down and pulled out the hypnotic ring tied to his belt, a small metal chakram suspended on a string. "If our enemy is strong..." Django raised the ring high above his head. "Then we must be even stronger." The pirates stared at the spinning metal, their eyes beginning to glaze over. "Everybody, look at this. When I say 1, 2, Django, you'll all become superhumanly strong." Fwoob! Something struck his back with a sharp, whistling sound. Then... boom! Ah! Django screamed as the explosion threw him sideways. He tumbled across the sand, slammed into the cliff wall, and went limp. The remaining pirates stood in stunned silence. "Sea Captain," one whispered. "Wow! Captain Django!" He didn't even finish his words. "Who? Who did this? That's cheating," another pirate wailed, shaking his fist at the sky. At least let him finish his words. Up on the slope, Usopp lowered his slingshot and watched Django's crumpled body with a slow, growing grin. "Looks like you were right, Yuji." He turned to look at his friend, his eyes bright with surprise and delight. Yuji nodded calmly, then shifted his gaze to the cliff where Django had been thrown. The smoke was still clearing. How did you know that was going to work?" Nami demanded, her voice high with shock. She stared at Yuji as if he had just pulled a sea monster out of his pocket. Yuji shrugged. "Well," he said, "all villains have this little habit of talking before their big power-up." Nami's mouth dropped open in surprise. Nothing was produced. She just stood there, gaping, as the battle raged on below. Same time, at Kaya's mansion. The clock on the study wall ticked steadily. Tick. Tock. Tick. Kaya sat at her desk with a medical textbook open in front of her. The diagrams of human anatomy blurred in and out as she struggled to focus. She had been staring at the same page for 20 minutes. The humerus connects to the radius at the elbow joint. She closed the book. She rubbed her forehead in frustration. I don't understand. The words came out louder than she intended. Why does this have to happen? Yesterday's events replayed in her mind. She rubbed her eyes and let out a weary sigh that seemed to echo through the overly quiet room. Tick. She looked up at the clock. 12:30 p.m. She pushed herself up from the chair, leaning against the wall for support. Her legs still felt weak, as always. She walked out of the room and into the hallway. The hall stretched out before her, empty and still. The afternoon sun slanted through the windows in long, golden bars, illuminating dust specks that drifted like tiny ghosts. Mary. Kaya's voice echoed off the walls. Nothing. Not the shuffle of shoes. Not the distant clatter of dishes from the kitchen. Not the murmur of servants talking in the pantry. The silence felt wrong. Kaya's heart began to race. She walked slowly toward the end of the hall, her hand trailing along the wall for support. Then, a strong smell hit her. Kaya covered her mouth and gagged. The metallic taste of copper filled the back of her throat. What is that smell? She turned the corner and saw something that froze her to the bone. There on the floor, in a spreading pool of her own blood, lay one of the maids. Her uniform was soaked in red. Her eyes were open, empty. Kaya! Kaya's scream tore from her throat, raw and wild. She stumbled backward, her shoulders striking the wall, her legs threatening to give out. The silence swallowed her scream whole. No one came running to her. There were no footsteps, no voices calling out. Kaya forced herself to move. She stumbled down the hall, turned the corner, and came face to face with another servant, a man this time. He lay crumpled against the wall in a pool of blood, his hand still reaching for something. No. Kaya whispered. No, no, no. She ran, not knowing where, just away. Away from the blood. Away from the bodies. Mary? Mary? Claudor? Anyone? Her voice cracked and broke, her legs burned, her lungs burned. Everything burned. She kept running, turning corners, and discovering more bodies. A young kitchen maid lies face down in a puddle in the pantry. An old groundskeeper sprawled across the garden doorway, as if he had tried to escape. Kaya reached Clahatteri's room and threw open the door. And there, on the floor, unmoving and completely still, lay Mary. Mary. Kaya stumbled forward. Her knees hit the floor hard, she didn't feel it. She pulled herself across the carpet, her hands reaching for the old butler's shoulder. Mary. Mary, wake up. Wake up. His skin was cold. No. Hot tears streamed down her cheeks. She shook him, but there was no response. Please, please don't leave me, please. She lay on the floor, curled up and crying. The silence pressed in around her like a tomb. Back at the Northwest Beach. The remaining Black Cat pirates gulped nervously. They stared at the cliff where Django had been blown away. What are we going to do now? One pirate whispered. We can't beat them, another said, his voice cracking. These kids are a bunch of monsters. Why yet? The third took a step back toward the ship. I think we should just leave. He never finished it. Schlick. A clawed hand suddenly punched through his chest from behind. Pathetic. The voice was smooth and hissing. Siam pulled his clawed glove out of the pirate's back and let the body fall to the sand. To think we almost lost to a bunch of kids. Yet. Buchi cracked his knuckles beside his brother. Captain Kuro is really going to be disappointed in us. The remaining pirates went pale, and some began to shake. Miaobon brothers. The ship's guards. So they finally decided to join the fight. Siam and Buchi ignored them. They clicked their tongues together and looked beyond the terrified crew, beyond the bodies, beyond the smoke. Their eyes met Luffy's. Then, they found Zoro. They grinned, wide, mean, and hungry, and charged forward without a word. Luffy bent down, his fist pulled back, ready to punch. Both Siam and Buchi completely ignored him. They ran past Luffy as if he weren't there. Their target was the blindfolded swordsman a few steps away, still recovering from the previous wave. Zoro, look out! Too late! Schlick! Schlick! Both Miaobon brothers sank their pointed clawed gloves deep into Zoro's shoulders. Arg! Zoro grunted as he was pushed back 3 steps. Blood spilled from his shoulders, hot and fast, soaking his white shirt with spreading red stains. His hands began to shake from the pain, and his grip on his swords weakened. They got him, a pirate muttered, hope creeping back into his voice. We can still win. Yet. Hell yet, Miaobon brothers. Kill him. Woo. Pow. Luffy's fist slammed into the cheering pirate's face with such force that his teeth flew out like scattered beads. The man spun twice in the air before crashing into 3 of his friends. Shut up! Luffy yelled. His shadow stretched long across the sand as he turned toward Zoro. Zoro raised his hand. No, Luffy, don't. His voice was tight and strained but steady. This is my fight. Let me handle them. He turned his head slightly, just enough to direct his voice toward the slope. And you too, Usopp and Yuji, don't interfere. Up on the slope, Yuji sighed deeply. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Motherfucker. Whatever, he shouted down toward the beach. Just don't die, you idiot, or I'll bring you back and then kill you myself. Beside him, Usopp looked uncertain. His fingers twitched nervously on his slingshot. Yuji, maybe we should. Yuji shook his head. Down at the beach, Zoro's mouth curved into a smirk. Blood dripped from his shoulders, and his arms trembled. His bandana remained tightly tied over his eyes. Hat. He rolled his shoulders, hissing in pain, and settled into his usual stance. As if I'm going to die. I still have a dream to reach. He, brother, it looks like we've got a cocky one on our hands. Siam chuckled, licking blood off his clawed glove. Then let's show him what it means to underestimate us. Buchi sneered. They rushed forward again, faster this time and moving more in sync. Their clawed gloves flashed in the sunlight like 10 tiny scythes. Zoro took a deep breath. He felt the air rushing toward his face. He smelled the coppery scent of his own blood. He heard the shush of their feet on the sand, the way their breathing synchronized. There. Zoro sidestepped, twisted, and swung his sword at Siam. And Siam twisted. His body bent like a cat's, his spine curving unnaturally. He moved fluidly over Zoro's swing, landed behind him, and sank his claws deep into Zoro's back. Zoro stumbled forward, his teeth grinding together. The claw gloves were embedded in his back muscles now, and every movement sent fresh waves of pain screaming through his nerves. Oh ho! Siam's breath was hot against Zoro's ear. Looks like someone's trying to act tough. Come in, Buchi. Siam called. Let's finish him together. Aye, Siam. Buchi rushed forward, grinning. He jumped. Cat strike. Cat A pulled his leg, came down in an axe kick aimed at Zoro's head. Catastrophe. At the last moment, Zoro shifted his weight to the right and threw himself into a side roll. Siam's claws tore free from his back, ripping, and Zoro rolled clear just as Buchi's heel slammed into the ground. Crack. The sand exploded as Buchi's foot struck the ground, forming a crater with cracks spider webbing outward. Zoro slid to a stop, breathing hard. Fuck. He could feel warm blood running down his back, pooling along his spine and soaking into his belt. Arg. He got away. Siam hissed, landing next to his brother. You should have dug your claws deeper into his back. Buchi scolded. He, my bad, brother. Zoro's chest heaved, and his arms felt numb. The stabs in his shoulders had caused more damage than he had realized. That was close. The thought came slowly and heavily, like swimming through mud. This is serious. If they get me one more time with those claws, I'm done. He reached down. His fingers found the hilt of his third sword. Wado Ikimonji. He pulled it out slowly and carefully, then placed the blade between his teeth. I need to finish this fast. He bent down, lowering his center of gravity. My body can't keep going like this. I'm already risking too much fighting blindfolded. Across from him, the Miaobon brothers prepared to pounce. Their bodies tensed, and their claws flexed. They all ran toward one another. Siam and Buchi didn't hold back. Their claws swung in wild, overlapping arcs, left, right, overhead, and low, leaving Zoro with no room to dodge. The air itself seemed to scream as their claws sliced through it. Zoro did not dodge. He let the claws slice through his clothes, scratch his skin, and leave long bleeding cuts across his chest and arms. Three-sword style. He was inside their guard. All three swords are ready. Onigiri. He shot past them to the other side. For a moment, everything remained still. Siam blinked. Buchi opened his mouth to say something. Blood burst from their chests, 3 slash marks on each, carved diagonally from shoulder to hip. Gah! Both of them yelled in unison and then collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Their clawed gloves clattered onto the sand like dead bugs. Zoro stood on the other side, his chest heaving. Blood dripped from his shoulders, his back, and the fresh cuts across his body. Slowly and carefully, he sheathed all three swords. Shinkei! 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 It's done, he muttered. Then he fell face first onto the ground. Like the chapter, then please share your power stones with me. See you on Monday. Chapter 22, Wrath of God, 18+. Warning! 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 This chapter contains some dark content. Truth is, this is my first time writing something like this. And I've not gone too much in detail into that, as it was already quite disturbing for me. Other than that, this chapter is the beginning of Usopp's character arc. He needed some character development, so I gave him some usual MC character development package, Griffith Special. Don't worry, I am not going to turn him into an emo. He will still be Usopp, but more serious and sharper. Count how many then or and then are there in the chapter. Attendance please. Zoro fell face first onto the sandy ground and groaned. Arg! Fuck, it hurts like hell, he muttered, tasting salt and iron on his tongue. The remaining Black Cat pirates stepped back, their shadows stretching long in the afternoon light. He beat them, one pirate muttered, his voice cracking like that of a boy half his age. The Miaobon brothers, he beat them too. Monsters. All of them are monsters. I don't want to fight anymore. The whispers spread among the pirates like ripples in a pond. They glanced at Zoro, then at Luffy, who stood grinning with blood on his knuckles. Finally, they looked up at Usopp on the slope, still aiming his explosive pellets with hands that had finally stopped shaking. It was over. They had been 500 strong 500. It was supposed to be an easy job, just routine pillaging and looting. But now, more than half of them had fallen. Only about 100 remained standing. That should still be enough to win, 100 men against 5 children. But their courage was gone. Any fight they had left in them had died on the sand. I am leaving, one pirate whispered. Why yet, me too, said another. They began to step back slowly, carefully, none of them turning around. Turning around meant exposing your back, and exposing your back invited more trouble. From the top of the slope, Nami shouted, "Oh hell no! Where do you think you're going? I still have treasures to loot from you." The pirates flinched as if her voice had struck them. They stumbled backward, their weapons clattering onto the beach. Why you can have it all. Why yes sister, take everything. Please just let us go. I promise I'll quit being a pirate and become a saint. Why yeah, me too. I'll never even think about pirates again. Just like that, the pirates began begging for mercy and promising to change. One of them, a large man with a scar across his nose, was already on his knees, pressing his forehead to the sand. Luffy looked at them, tilting his head. He couldn't understand why anyone would be afraid of a few broken bones and some knocked-out teeth. Up on the slope, Usopp's mouth fell open wide. Nami huffed, "Don't call me sister. I'm not your sister." She then turned to Yuji, who was watching the begging pirates with a mixture of amusement and confusion. They're grown men, and now look at them, begging kids for mercy. Life really does give you surprises, Yuji said, though his eyes were not laughing. Nami tapped his arm. What is it, Nami? She pouted. Did you forget? You said I could take their treasures. So help me. Oh. Yuji nodded. He looked up at Usopp. Usopp. Stay here and watch them. Then, without warning, he hoisted Nami over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Kai-a-a-a-a. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. She kicked at the air. What? You want to slip on the oil and break your back? Nami shut her mouth. Then he leaped down the slope and landed next to Luffy with a soft thud. He gently set Nami down on the beach. There. Nami huffed, her cheeks flushed. Don't you ever do that again. Yuji chuckled softly and ruffled her hair. Did he just jump all the way from the top? A pirate whispered. Another monster. Sir, please, let us go, and we'll do anything you want. Yuji looked at them. On one hand, these pirates had come to loot Usopp's village. They would have burned it, killed its people, and taken everything. For that alone, he should beat them senseless, leave them broken beside their friends. However, on the other hand, they were genuinely frightened now. They wanted nothing to do with Kuro's evil plan and were even willing to hand over their treasures to Nami without further resistance. Well, he thought, I'm not a judge or a saint. And if they're ready to do what we say, then why stop them? Yuji cleared his throat. Fine, just hand over your treasures. The pirates nodded in unison and scrambled toward the ships to gather everything. Well, there goes that, Yuji mumbled. He looked over at Luffy, who had wandered over to Zoro's side and was poking him with a stick. Oi, Zoro! You good? Luffy asked, poking him again. Zoro, still lying face down, swatted the stick away. Stop it, you idiot! Shishi. Luffy chuckled, then leaned back. Well, looks like everything went fine. Don't jinx it, you idiot! Nami shrieked. And then, a footstep was heard. It came from the side cliff where Django had been blown away, slow and deliberate. Kuro finally appeared, looking down at the unconscious hypnotist, whose body was covered in burn marks. The pirates who had been carrying treasure for Nami froze in place. Treasure sacks and boxes slipped from their hands as their legs began to tremble. "CCC Captain. Kuro," one managed to say. We're done for. Hell kill us all." At the top of the slope, Usopp's blood ran cold. "Oh no, he's here. Yuji stood next to Nami and gently moved her behind him. Luffy looked at Kuro and stepped in front of Zoro, shielding him. Kuro stared at Django for a long moment. Then, like a man crushing a bug, he kicked the hypnotist hard in the face. What? Django groaned, waking up. He looked around in confusion and then looked up. Kuro stood over him, his face covered in bandages, with only his eyes visible. CC Captain. I. Django gulped, shaking so hard that his teeth clicked. Kuro twisted his left wrist and glanced at his watch. It's past 12 p.m., Django. It seems you're having trouble following my plan. He looked around, at the fallen pirates, the frightened survivors, and the children who had done this to his crew. His gaze shifted to Luffy, then to the fallen Zoro, followed by Yuji and Nami behind him, and finally to Usopp on the slope. Kuro's jaw tightened. He kicked Django again, harder. What the hell is going on here? The waves roared like thunder in the silence. Django coughed blood onto the sand. CC Captain. It's those kids, they're the ones who ruined everything. Is that so? Kuro replied quietly. He bent down until his face was inches from Django's. Is this what the pirates of the Black Cat have come to? Losing to a bunch of no-name kids. He pointed his bladed gloves at Django's throat. Tell me, Django, where did it go wrong? You had 500 pirates under your command, 500. And now here you are, defeated by 5 kids. He straightened up and turned to the other pirates. And you weaklings, can't even do one job properly. He stepped toward them, and they stepped back. Sea Captain, we can expla. Kuro vanished. He appeared before the speaking pirate like a ghost, and before anyone could blink, his bladed gloves pierced the man's chest. Blood bubbled from the pirate's lips, and his eyes widened in shock. I don't need weaklings like you anymore. Kuro whispered into the dying man's ear. He pulled out his blades and looked at the rest of his crew. Let's clean up the pests. He bent down slightly and began to sway, a strange, leaf-like motion that seemed to blur his form. The pirates saw it. And no, not that. He's really going to kill us. Run! Run! They bolted toward the ships, but it was too late, Kuro had vanished. Claw marks appeared in the air, slicing through flesh and bone. Blood sprayed in vivid red arcs. Kuro moved everywhere and nowhere at once, a black blur of destruction. Yuji grabbed Nami and jumped back to safety, holding her tightly. The pirates were cut to pieces, arms severed from shoulders, legs from torsos, heads from necks. Screams filled the air, then gurgles, and finally silence. Thud. 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 Body parts lay scattered on the beach like scraps from a butcher. Yuji watched with a deep frown. Just as I thought, this is Shave, one of the 6 powers. But Kuro can't control where he's going, he just speeds up and hopes. It's a weak version of the move. Still deadly. Still terrible. But sloppy. He prepared to step in, to stop the killing before more blood soaked into the sand. Then he felt it. Nami's fingers gripped his shirt so tightly that her knuckles turned white. He looked down at her face. Her eyes were wide and unblinking, fixed on the slaughter. Her lips moved silently. Be big bro, please don't leave me, she whispered, burying her face in his chest. Yuji looked at the frightened girl in his arms, then at Kuro, who was still killing his own men, and finally at Luffy, who stood at the edge of the fight with his fists clenched and his eyes hidden beneath his straw hat. Luffy stepped forward. Slowly and deliberately. He walked toward the bloodshed. Claw marks began to appear on his body as well, thin red lines on his arms, chest, and cheeks. His clothes started to tear, but he kept moving forward. He stopped in the center of it all. The blur that was Kuro rushed past him repeatedly, leaving fresh cuts on Luffy's rubber body. But Luffy didn't flinch. He simply stood there, breathing slowly, his eyes half closed. And then, bam! His fist struck something solid. Kuro came flying out of the blur, tumbling across the sand. Jia! Kuro rolled and finally came to a stop on his hands and knees. The few pirates who had climbed the ship's ropes froze, staring in shock. He hit him. How did he do that? Kuro groaned as he pushed himself up. The bandages on his face had come loose, revealing the scarred, pale skin beneath, like a wax mask left too close to a fire. How? Kuro muttered in his raspy voice. How did you see me? How? But Luffy didn't answer. He simply stared at Kuro with bloodshot eyes filled with rage. You're no pirate. Luffy's voice was low and calm, but everyone heard him. You don't deserve to be called a pirate captain. You kill your own crew without a second thought. You're a disgrace. Kuro's entire body went stiff. His jaw clenched so tightly that his teeth squeaked. And what do you know about being a pirate? He screamed. You're just a kid who doesn't know how the world works. Who thinks this is a game? He straightened up, his ruined face twisted with hate. I've been a pirate most of my life. I've seen things you can't imagine. Done things you can't dream of. And now I just want to live in peace, away from piracy. So who are you to mess up my plans? Tell me. Who are you? Luffy lifted his head, his eyes burning with intensity. I am Monkey D. Luffy. The man who's going to find the One Piece and become the king of the pirates. Don't forget my name. You failure of a pirate. The words hung over the beach like a blanket, and even the waves seemed to pause. Kuro began to shake with rage. His body trembled, and his breath came in ragged gasps. His face contorted into something barely human. Why you? He bent into a crouch. You want to be king of the pirates? Then let me show you what real pirates do. He launched himself at Luffy, faster than ever before. The air screamed as he became a black blur, bouncing off the ground, rocks, and even empty space. But Luffy did not panic. He closed his eyes, letting his anger fade into something quieter. His mind became calm, just as Yuji had taught him. He could feel everything, the air moving around Kuro, the groans of wounded pirates, Zoro's faint breathing, the waves, and the crabs scurrying away from the fight. Everything. Then he turned and caught Kuro's bladed gloves with his bare hands. Metal screeched against rubber. Kuro's eyes went wide. Too slow, Luffy said. Yuji is much faster than you. He snapped all 10 blades with a single squeeze. Then he yanked Kuro toward him and head-butted him in the face. Crack! Kuro staggered back, blood pouring from his already crooked nose. But Luffy pulled him forward again and punched him in the chin, an uppercut that lifted the pirate captain into the air. Then Luffy threw his arms back, stretching them farther than they normally could. Gum gum, Gatling. His hands became a blur, a relentless storm of fists hammering into Kuro again and again. Ah! Kuro's scream echoed across the beach as he flew toward the forest, spinning wildly until he crashed through the trees and vanished. Crash! Thud! Crack! Luffy's arms snapped back into place. He dusted off his hands and glanced at the remaining pirates. Anyone else? The pirates didn't respond. They simply turned and fled, boarding the ships with frantic hands, cutting ropes, and raising sails. Within minutes, the ships pulled away, shrinking until they were mere specks on the horizon. Luffy huffed and walked back toward Zoro. Yuji looked around at what remained. Bodies covered the beach, some still groaning, some unconscious, and others killed by Kuro's blades. The sand was stained red in places. Pieces of men lay scattered like broken dolls. He sighed. What a mess. Then he looked down at Nami and gently patted her head. It's okay, Nami. It's over. Nami slowly lifted her face from his chest and looked around. Her eyes fell on a severed hand lying in the sand, its fingers still twitching. She gagged and covered her mouth. Luffy came over, carrying Zoro on his back like a sack of potatoes. "So, what now?" Luffy asked. Yuji hummed as he looked at the mess. "The cleanup is going to be tough, but I hope the Marines can help with it." Then he turned toward the top of the slope and found it empty. "Hey? Where's Usopp?" A few minutes earlier, when Kuro was cutting down his own crew, Usopp's gaze shifted to the spot where Django had been lying. The hypnotist had disappeared. "What?" Usopp muttered, his stomach twisting, as if sensing something was wrong. He cast one final glance at the beach, at Luffy standing amid the carnage, at Yuji shielding Nami, then turned and sprinted back toward the village, his heart pounding in his ears. Kaya was running down the forest path away from the mansion. She didn't know where she was going, she only knew she couldn't stay in that house for another second, not with the images haunting her mind, the bodies of her servants, her maids, Mary. She didn't know who had done it or why, but she couldn't take it anymore, the silence, the stillness, the smell of blood that seemed to follow her no matter how fast she ran. She needed to find someone, Claudor, Usopp, anyone. She needed someone to hold her and reassure her that everything would be okay. She stumbled upon Carrot, Onion, and Pepper, the three boys who always followed Usopp, huddled beneath a large oak tree. "Hey? Miss Kaya? What are you doing here?" asked Onion. "Weren't you supposed to be in your mansion?" Carrot said. "Are you looking for Captain Usopp?" Pepper asked. Kaya looked at their small, confused faces, and something inside her shattered. She fell to her knees and began sobbing, big, heavy sobs that shook her entire body. Tears streamed down her cheeks and dripped onto the forest floor. The three boys froze, then rushed to her side. Small hands patted her back, and small voices tried to comfort her. "Miss, what happened? Why are you crying? Is something wrong? Tell us. Yeah, we'll help you." But Kaya couldn't speak. She sobbed harder, clutching her dress with pale fingers. Just then, "There you are!" The raspy voice came from behind them. Django limped out of the trees, his burned body moving in jerky, uneven steps. The boys looked up, their eyes widening in surprise. Who are you?" Carrot asked, stepping back. "Why yet, stay away, you freak!" Onion said, his voice cracking. Kaya looked up at Django through her tears. His face was covered with burns and bruises, and his eyes held a wild, desperate expression. You're the one the boss wanted," Django said, breathing hard. "If I can still make you sign those papers, he will forgive me." What papers?" Kaya whispered. "No time to waste." Django pulled out a small chakram and held it between his fingers. He rushed toward them. "Kaya!" the boys screamed. They grabbed Kaya's arms and began pulling her back. "Miss Kaya, run!" they shouted, and the four of them ran into the forest. "Where are you going?" Django yelled, chasing after them. He threw one of his chakrams. It spun through the air and cut into Kaya's left leg. "Ah!" she screamed and fell, crashing onto the forest floor. Blood soaked through her dress. The boys tried to pull her up. Carrot grabbed one arm, Onion grabbed the other, and Pepper pushed from behind. "Miss, we need to run. Please get up." Carrot pleaded, tears already streaming down his cheeks. I can't, my leg, it hurts." Kaya gasped between sobs. She looked at the boys, their faces filled with fear. "Why you three, run! Get out of here!" The boys hesitated, their small bodies trembling and their eyes wide with fear. But then something in their faces changed, something grew harder. We can't leave you like that," Onion said. "Why yet, you're the captain's one and only friend. And if something happens to you, Pepper started. Then how can we face him? Carrot finished. A small fire ignited within those 3 little chests, a fire that was not about size or strength but entirely about heart. They stepped forward, their legs shaking and their hands trembling. Yet, they stood before Kaya, their small bodies blocking her path to Django. Django stopped. He stared at the 3 boys with disbelief and then with disgust. So, now some snot-nosed kids are going to stop me. He gripped his chakram so hard that the blades cut his own palm. It doesn't matter. I'm already in a bad mood. He lunged at them like a wild animal. The boys scattered, running in circles around him, shouting and screaming, which confused his injured senses. Pepper threw himself at Django's leg and bit down hard. Ah! Let go, you little brat! But Carrot was already climbing onto Django's back, grabbing his hair and pulling it. Ah! My hair! Then Onion picked up a rock the size of his head and threw it with all his strength. The rock struck Django in the groin with a solid thud. Django's eyes bulged, and his mouth opened in a silent scream. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin as his face turned purple. The boys stepped back, panting heavily. We did it! Pepper whispered. We beat the bad guy. Onion said. And saved Miss Kaya. Carrot added. The bushes rustled as Usopp burst through them, his face flushed and his breath ragged. He had run all the way from the beach, and his legs felt like lead. He took in the scene. Kaya was on the ground, bleeding from her leg, while the 3 boys stood over a writhing Django. Captain, the boys shouted, their faces lighting up. Usopp rushed to Kaya's side and knelt down. Are you okay? He frantically checked her for injuries. Kaya looked at him, at his worried eyes and trembling hands, and threw her arms around him. She buried her face in his chest and sobbed. Why ha! Usopp's arms wrapped around her slowly and gently. He patted her back with trembling hands. Hey, it's okay. I'm here now. Sniff everyone in the mansion is dead. Even Mary, they're all gone. Kaya's words came out in broken fragments between sobs. Usopp and the boys stood still. What? Usopp whispered. Kaya told them how she had found the bodies her maids, her servants, and Mary, lying in a pool of his own blood. She described it all in a hollow, shaking voice that made the boys' faces go pale. Usopp said nothing, he simply held her tighter. Then he took his handkerchief and tied it around her leg to stop the bleeding. He gently lifted her, helping her stand by supporting her with his shoulder. Kaya, we need to get back to the others, he said. Others? She looked up at him, confused. Usopp nodded. Things happened, and you need to know the truth. Captain, look out, the boys screamed. Slick! Something pierced Usopp from behind. He looked down. A long, broken blade protruded from his stomach just below his ribs. He coughed, and blood splattered onto Kaya's shoulder. He turned his head. Kuro stood behind him, his bandages removed, his face drenched in blood. His eyes burned with wild hatred. How? Usopp croaked. I thought Luffy would have beaten you. Kuro twisted the broken blades in Usopp's back. Children, he hissed, should learn not to turn their backs on a dying man. Usopp screamed. You! Kuro's voice dripped with venom. Son of a bitch, you ruined everything. Kaya screamed, no. Usopp. She looked at Kuro with terror and confusion. Kaklahadari, what are you doing? What's happening? Shut up, bitch! Kuro snarled. Then the 3 boys charged at Kuro, screaming battle cries that sounded more like squeaks. No! Leave our captain alone, you monster! Usopp reached for them. See carrot. Onion. Blood bubbled from his lips. No. Kuro sneered. With one swift kick, the boys were sent flying backward, crashing into trees before slumping to the ground, motionless. I'm going to kill you slowly and painfully. Kuro whispered into Usopp's ear. But first he looked at Kaya. I'm going to make you suffer. He pulled out the blades. Usopp collapsed to the ground. Django! Get up, you pathetic weakling! Django pushed himself up on trembling limbs. Be boss! Kuro pointed at Usopp. Pin him down and force his eyes open. I'm going to give him a show he'll never forget. Django dragged himself toward Usopp and drove his knee into the sniper's back, directly on the stab wound. Usopp screamed. Django grabbed Usopp's head and forced his eyes open, his fingers digging into his cheeks. Kuro turned toward Kaya. She stumbled backward, dragging her injured leg. Kkla Hadori. Please, stop. Her foot caught on a rock, and she fell. She tried to crawl away, but there was nowhere to go. Kuro was already on top of her. He removed his bladed gloves, and his bare hands grasped Kaya's face, squeezing her jaw. Argh. Sniff please. Didonti. He dragged her toward Usopp, the pinned, bleeding sniper whose eyes were forced open, able only to watch. Then Kuro grabbed the collar of Kaya's dress. Rib. The fabric tore down the middle. Kaya screamed, a sound that seemed to come from somewhere far away. Kuro kept tearing her dress, her skirt. He stripped her naked in the middle of the forest, under the sunlight, while Usopp watched, screamed, and could do nothing. Kuro! You bastard! Django punched the stab wound on Usopp's back, causing the sniper's screams to turn into choking sounds. Kuro looked down at Kaya's naked body, her tears, her trembling, her terror, and licked his lips. If I can't have what I want, then I'll take something else. He grabbed her breast, squeezed it, and twisted her nipples. Kaya screamed. Please, sniff. Clawador, sniff. I looked up to you as an older brother, why are you doing this? Kuro laughed, a wet and ugly sound. I was never your brother. He leaned close to her face, his breath hot and foul, and licked her tear-stained cheek. Do you know how your parents died? It was me. A little poison in their wine, and bam, heart attack. Simple. Kaya's sobs grew louder and deeper, the kind that come from a place beyond grief and fear, where the soul simply gives up. Kuro slapped her across the face. Shut up. I don't want to hear your pathetic cries. His hand moved down her stomach, reaching her crotch. I want to hear something else. His fingers entered her. Yes. This is it. This is what I wanted to hear. He began unbuckling his belt, then pulled down his pants and his underwear. This is going to be so much fun. Usopp watched helplessly. He could do nothing. His body was broken. His friend was being violated before his eyes. The boys were unconscious. Somewhere, in a distant corner of his mind, he realized he was crying. Tears rolled down his cheeks and dripped onto the forest floor. And then... Remember, Usopp. Life will give you one moment to become what you were always meant to be. It's up to you, will you seize that moment, or let it slip away? He remembered Yuji's words. Usopp's eyes sharpened with focus. Kya. The scream that tore from his throat seemed to shake the trees. Despite the pain, he shifted his left hand back and reached for Django's face. Django tried to pull away, but Usopp's fingers found his nose, slipped into his nostrils, and twisted. Crack! Django's hands flew to his face, and his knee lifted off Usopp's back. Usopp turned and drove his thumbs into Django's eye sockets. Squelch! Wet and warm, the sound of tissue tearing. Django screamed, a high, thin sound that faded into gurgling as blood began to seep from the holes where his eyes had once been. Usopp grabbed the chakram from Django's belt. Without thinking, he threw it immediately. The chakram spun through the air. It struck a tree and rebounded, then hit a branch and rebounded again. It changed direction in ways that shouldn't have been possible. And it buried itself in Kuro's right eye. Ah! Kuro staggered backward, his hands flying to his face as blood poured between his fingers. He released Kaya and stumbled away, screaming. Usopp shoved Django aside and sprang to his feet. He leapt at Kuro, tackling him to the ground, away from Kaya, who lay shaking and naked. He pinned Kuro to his back. Kuro's hands came up, grabbing Usopp's throat and squeezing tightly. Usopp couldn't breathe, but he didn't need to. Not yet. He grabbed the chakram still lodged in Kuro's eye socket and pulled it out. Squelch! And then he started hitting him. Again. And again. And again. The chakram rose and fell, rose and fell. Each strike cut deeper into Kuro's face. Flesh gave way to bone, bone gave way to fragments. Fragments gave way to mush. Usopp didn't stop. Kuro's grip loosened, and his hands fell away. Yet, Usopp continued to strike. Blood sprayed onto Usopp's face. Kuro's right eye socket caved in, his skull cracking as brain matter oozed onto the forest floor. Still, Usopp did not stop. The chakram cut into his palm so deep that he could see white beneath the red. But he didn't care. The only thing that mattered was protecting Kaya. The only thing that mattered was ensuring this monster never touched her again. Kuro's body went limp, and his remaining eye stared blankly into nothingness. Before he took his last breath, his lips moved, forming one word, monster. Usopp kept hitting repeatedly. He didn't realize that Kuro was dead. He didn't hear the word. He just kept hitting, over and over again. 10 minutes or maybe more. He couldn't tell. Finally, the chakram slipped from his bloodied fingers and clattered to the ground. Usopp stood up on trembling legs. He looked up at the sky. The afternoon sun shone brightly, illuminating his blood-soaked face. His hands hung at his sides, dripping with blood. His breath came in ragged, painful gasps. Behind him, someone was sobbing and calling his name. He turned around. Kaya was huddled against a tree, trying to cover herself. She looked up at Usopp's blood-soaked figure in fear. Kia! Usopp muttered in a hoarse voice. She flinched at the sight of his face. Because right now, he didn't look like the Usopp she knew, the one who always lied to make her happy. No, the Usopp standing in front of her looked like a god of war who had just declared his vengeance on the world. And then he fell face first onto the ground, all his energy drained after everything that had happened. Usopp. That was the last thing he heard before losing consciousness. Things had happened too fast for Usopp. But don't worry, I'll explain it in next chapter about how Luffy and other didn't arrived on time. Like the chapter, then please share your power stones with me. See you in next chapter. Chapter 23, Acceptance. Before we start with the chapter, let's talk a bit, shall we? And this is very important, so please do not skip this. I have read all your comments from the previous chapter. And they were really something. It looks like many of you didn't like what I did in the previous chapter. One even commented that they quit this story because I wrote something like that and tried to make it realistic. I completely understand your anger and criticism, as I myself was shaking while writing that part. Now, before I continue this talk, I need to mention something. I made an error in chapter 21. The whole scene of Django being knocked down by Usopp's explosive pellet, yeah, that scene was never supposed to happen. Remember when I told you in chapter 17, that Syrup Village arc is taking too much time? Yeah, because of that, I made one more mistake. I was in a hurry to just finish this arc and made a mistake in time lapse and some of the scenes. In chapter 22, in the middle of the chapter, there's a small part where it is shown that, a few minutes earlier that Usopp noticed Django was missing, so he went back to village, searching for him. That part was rushed and forced, because I was not able to capitalize the time gap correctly. And because of this one mistake of time gap and me trying to rush the arc, the whole dark part of the chapter seems forced. That was that. Now, let's come back to the talk. I don't know what to even say. I understand that many of you doesn't like something like that happen to a major character like Kaya. I also understand your disappointment towards content like these. And I am not some evil or sadist bastard to like things like these. But are you really going to hate the whole story because I showed a little glimpse of reality into it? Are you really going to ignore how cruel and twisted pirates are? That how truly dark and messed up One Piece world is? Just because we follow the adventures of Luffy and the others, it does not mean you completely ignore the cruel side of the story. Have you forgotten Kuma's backstory? Have you forgotten what celestial dragons and world nobles do? How evil and twisted the character like Doflamingo is? The whole Sabaodi's slave trade? And many more messed up things? And let's not talk about the type of stories are on web novel. Contents like NTR, forced sex, rape. The amount of messed up sexual content is on this platform is just frightening. And then are other platforms like fanfiction.in and AO3. Motherfucker, they contain child porn. Do you understand how fucking evil that is? And here I am, wrote just a small part of realism into the story to show how truly evil pirates are. And what you do? You criticize me and say that I am evil. I fucking read a story on web novel about someone turning into Sukuna in One Piece world and fucking violating your favorite female characters. And they had more than 1 million views. I am not personally calling to the author. So, why are having any problems with my story? I had already mentioned that this story is going to be dark. If you want this story to be rainbows and sunshine, then you haven't read Berserk yet. About the dark content itself. There's going to be more in the story. Not like that specifically, but like other dark stuffs. You need to understand that this is my own O. The final antagonist is story not Imu, Blackbeard or Davy Jones. It is something else. Something that made Yuji. Something that is manipulating the whole this One Piece world for its own return. That's the only spoiler I can give you. Because there's going to be some extra stuffs in this story. And finally, I am really sorry if had somehow disappointed you somehow. Then please forgive me. I am still a newbie writer, and I am trying to create something which I really wanted to remember forever, even if it is just a fanfiction. I might make mistakes, as everyone does. I am not some AI who can create a perfect story. I am just a human. One day I will gone too. I just wanted to leave behind something of my own hard work and imagination, that people come back to read even after decades. I really want to complete this story. No leave things on hiatus like many do. Even if take a year or two, I will continue writing it. Thank you for listening to me and all those who are supporting me till now. After all, I am just a writer, and a writer is nothing without its readers. Here's your chapter. Attendance please. Usopp slowly opened his eyes. He saw the world bit by bit. First, the white ceiling, then a fan spinning in slow, lazy circles, chopping up the stale hospital air. Each blink felt like dragging his eyelids through wet sand. W.H. Watt. His voice was hoarse, barely a whisper, as if someone had rubbed his throat with sandpaper. Oh, you're finally awake. The voice was familiar. Usopp turned his head with great effort. The pillow crinkled beneath him like dry leaves. Yuji sat on a wooden stool, elbows resting on his knees, looking as if he hadn't slept in days. Usopp stared at him, searching for answers in Yuji's tired face. Then his eyes drifted past Yuji, past the bedside table holding a single glass of water, past the pale green curtains swaying from an open window. Don't push yourself, Yuji said quietly. We're in the hospital. Usopp blinked and looked at his right hand. A thin plastic tube was taped to his skin, leading up to a bag of liquid hanging from a metal stand. Drib. 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 What happened? The question slipped out before he could stop it, soft and fragile. Yuji sighed. You were stabbed in your lower back. Your stomach was punctured in several places. He paused. You're lucky your kidney is fine. It could have been worse. The word hung in the air like a blade. He was stabbed? How? Usopp didn't understand. Then, like a wave crashing through a paper wall, the memories came flooding back. He remembered now. He was with Luffy, Yuji, Zoro, and Nami, fighting the Black Cat pirates. Then he followed Django back to Kaya. Then Kuro stabbed him in the back. And then... Usopp's eyes flew open wide. He pushed himself up before his body could stop him, and his body screamed in protest. Arg! Fire exploded along his left side. His vision widened. He fell back onto the thin mattress, gasping, one hand clutching his bandaged ribs. He could feel the stitches pulling beneath the gauze. Thump thump thump. His heart pounded like a trapped animal struggling to break free. Yuji jumped up and pressed Usopp's shoulders down with firm hands. Don't move, you idiot. Your wounds haven't healed yet. You'll rip your stitches. Arg. Be but. Kaya. Usopp's voice cracked like broken glass. She. She's okay, Yuji's voice softened. She's with Nami. Now keep quiet. Usopp's chest heaved as he forced himself to breathe slow, shallow, painful breaths that tasted like medicine. Slowly, Yuji released his grip and sat back on the stool, rubbing his forehead. The room fell silent, except for the hum of the fan and the distant squeak of nurses' shoes in the hallway. Usopp stared at the ceiling as the fan blades turned, spinning around and around. Then, without moving his eyes, he spoke. Kuro, he tried to. I know, Usopp. Yuji's voice was quiet and heavy. I know. Warmth slid down Usopp's temples, tears, silent and salty, tracing paths into his hair. He didn't wipe them away, he didn't have the strength. I killed him. The words came out flat at first, then cracked. I killed Kuro with my own hands. Yuji said nothing, he simply listened. Usopp's throat tightened. I never wanted any of this to happen. But Kuro left me no choice. His voice broke. I only did this to protect her, to protect Kaya, but now she'll hate me even more, everyone will see me as a killer, a murderer. He stopped, and the silence stretched on. Then, barely audible, he whispered, I guess they're right. I'm just the son of a pirate. The son of a criminal. Yuji looked at Usopp's tear-streaked face, his vacant eyes staring into nothingness. You're wrong, Usopp. Usopp did not react. No one thinks you're a killer or a murderer, Yuji said steadily. They all see you as a hero, someone who did the right thing in a bad situation. Usopp's vacant gaze slowly shifted toward Yuji. What? You've been out for 2 days, Usopp, Yuji said, holding his gaze. You don't know what really happened. Usopp's eyes widened. 2 days. Yuji nodded, then began to speak. After we thought Luffy had beaten Kuro for good, we were ready to take the treasure. But then I noticed you were missing from the hill. He paused, his jaw tightening at the memory. At first, I thought you had gone back to the village. But Nami pointed out that Django was missing too. He let that sink in. That worried me, so we rushed to the village. Everything was fine there. We asked around, no one had seen you. Then we split up. We left Zoro with Nami in the village. Luffy and I went different ways, I ran toward your house, and Luffy ran toward Kaya's mansion. Usopp listened in silence. His breathing had steadied, but his hands gripped the thin blanket tightly. Your house was empty. The training area was empty. So I ran back to the village. But when I got there, Yuji's voice dropped. There was a big commotion. I was confused. Then Nami ran up to me in a panic. She said Luffy had found you, Kaya, the three kids, a bloodied and knocked out Django, and Kuro's dead body in the back forest of Kaya's mansion. Yuji leaned back and exhaled slowly. Seeing how bad Kaya looked, Luffy had gave her his own shirt. Then he carried you and the kids back to the village, with Kaya at his side. He paused. Everyone was shocked, seeing Kaya like that, and seeing you covered in blood from head to toe. He met Usopp's gaze again. The villagers blamed us immediately. They said we did this to you and Kaya. Things became so tense that we thought we would have to run. But then Yuji almost smiled. An old man named Taro stopped them. Old man Taro. Usopp's voice was barely a whisper. Yuji nodded. Yet. Without him, I wouldn't be sitting here. He crossed his arms. Even though he looked at us with suspicion, he got to work. He told Miss Mia to take care of Kaya. Then he and the others took you and the kids to the hospital. As for us, he let out a dry chuckle. We were told to cooperate quietly, then locked in a local cell. Usopp's eyebrows shot up. You were put in jail. For a few hours, yes. But why? Usopp's voice rose. You helped save the village. Why would they do that? Yuji's expression remained unchanged. None of them know about that, Usopp. To the villagers, we're outsiders who arrived just a day ago. The next day, they find you covered in blood, the three children beaten, and the only daughter of their late mayor. He hesitated. Naked and broken. The only conclusion they could draw was that we did it. So, we didn't argue. He paused for a few seconds. A few hours later, we were released. That old man, Taro, came to us. He said they had conducted an investigation and found bodies on the northwest beach. At first, they were confused. But then the three kids woke up. Yuji's voice hardened slightly. They told the villagers about Django attacking Kaya, everything that happened before Kuro knocked them out. After hearing that, the villagers turned on Django, who was blind by then, and beat the truth out of him. Usopp swallowed, his throat clicking. And Django told them everything, about Kuro pretending to be Clawdor, killing Kaya's parents 3 years ago, slowly drugging Kaya, and planning to take her inheritance. The whole plan, attack the village, make it look like pirates did it, us stopping them, and then... Yuji's voice dropped lower. Kuro trying to rape Kaya as a last desperate move, and you killing Kuro to protect her. Usopp said nothing as the fan turned. Hwr. The old man called the marines from a nearby base to clean up and capture the surviving pirates, Yuji said flatly. Django was hanged in the village square, then burned along with Kuro's body. Usopp felt a cold sensation settle in his stomach. As for the dead servants, the maids, and Mary, Yuji continued, they were all buried at your local graveyard. Kaya attended the funeral. He paused. That girl is quiet now, traumatized. Nami and the other women stay with her, trying to help her get through it. He shifted on the stool. Your followers, Carrot, Onion, and Pepper, were praised for their bravery in protecting Kaya, even though their parents scolded them. A ghost of a smile appeared on Yuji's lips. As for you... He looked directly into Usopp's eyes. They called you the hero of the village. After learning what you did, protecting the village and, ultimately, protecting Kaya, everyone is grateful. They truly see you as a brave warrior of the sea. He smiled softly. You have become what you always wanted to be. But Usopp did not smile. He looked away. His eyes settled on the window, the pale green curtains, a sliver of grey sky, and a solitary bird perched on the ledge. Yuji frowned. What's wrong, Usopp? If something's on your mind, tell me. I'll listen. Don't hold it in. Silence. Usopp continued to stare at the bird, which tilted its head. Then he spoke slowly, each word drawn from somewhere deep within. Before Kuro died, he called me a monster. He paused. And now that I think about it, I believe he was right. His voice cracked. I really am a monster. Yuji's expression softened. No, Usopp. You're not a monster. Kuro was the real monster. But I killed him. Usopp choked out, turning to face Yuji, tears streaming down his face, his eyes red and raw. With my own hands. I watched the light leave his eyes. I felt his blood on my face. Seeing Usopp's broken expression, Yuji spoke again. You did what you had to do in that moment. His voice was gentle but firm. Remember what I told you? Life will give you one moment to become what you were always meant to be. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. It gave you that moment in the worst way possible. Life isn't fair, Usopp. It never is. It throws impossible challenges at poor, weak people and gives everything to the rich and greedy. That's how the world works. And if anyone tries to break that cycle... He shook his head. They get called outcasts. Rejected by everyone. Usopp's lips trembled. Yuji leaned closer. And if you still think you're a monster, then let me tell you what my grandfather once told me. His voice dropped to a whisper. It's okay to be a monster if it means protecting the people you care about, the ones you love. Even if they end up hating you, at least you can carry that hate on your shoulders, knowing they're safe, even if they see you as a monster. The words hung heavy in the stale air. Usopp's chest heaved. Do you think? His voice broke. Do you think my mom would hate me if she were here? Yuji gave a soft, warm, genuine smile and shook his head. No. She would never. His eyes glistened. She'd look into your eyes with pride and say something like, my brave boy. You've finally become a man. Usopp broke down. He covered his eyes with his left hand and wept, big, shaking sobs that rocked the hospital bed, pulled at his stitches, and tasted of salt, sadness, and something else. Something that might have been relief. Yuji didn't speak. He didn't need to. He simply reached out and patted Usopp's leg, firm and steady, like a heartbeat. Like a promise. That we're here, even if the whole world rejects you. We're here. Like the chapter, then please share your power stones with me. See you in next chapter. Chapter 24, Guilt. Sniff, I don't know what to even say. Sniff. The support you guys have shown in the previous chapter's comments, it really brings me to tears. And I am not being sarcastic. I am literally feeling emotional. So, here it is. You've motivated me. For that motivation, I wanna share this with you all. Mem. Attendance please. After recounting everything that had happened and staying by his side for support, Yuji left the hospital so Usopp could rest. Now he walked along the village's dirt path, hands in his pockets, taking a slow stroll. The dry earth crunched softly beneath his shoes. The afternoon sun hung heavy over Syrup village, casting short, sharp shadows that followed him like silent witnesses. Every so often, a villager would wave at him, and he would nod back. But their waves felt different now, no longer absent-minded greetings for a stranger. There was weight in their fingers, a slight tremble of gratitude that had not been there before. An old woman carrying a basket of bread paused mid-step to bow her head to him. A farmer wiped his brow and tipped his hat with the kind of respect usually reserved for the village elder. After Django spilled everything, the people of Syrup village began to look at him, Luffy, Zoro, and Nami with respect and gratitude for saving their home. And let's not forget Usopp. Previously, he was known as a troublesome boy who lied constantly. Now, he had become a hero of his village, finally earning the respect he truly deserved for helping to stop the Black Cat pirates, thwarting Kuro's plans, and protecting his village and its people until the very end. Yuji had even seen some children trying to imitate Usopp. Yuji hummed softly and glanced up at the mid-afternoon sun in the clear blue sky. The bright light stung his eyes, but he didn't look away. He let it burn, allowing the afterimage to drift across his vision like a question mark. He was contemplating how things had become so tangled in the first place. The Syrup Village arc, according to the manga, was supposed to be straightforward: defeat a few Black Cat pirates, then Luffy defeats Kuro, and that's it. However, in this case, the situation was far more complicated. First, 500 pirates united under one banner. That was way too crazy for the East Blue, except for Don Krieg, of course. Then Kuro tried to rape Kaya as a last-ditch effort. Yeah, that was really messed up. He stopped in his tracks and rubbed his chin. A beetle scurried past his foot, its green shell catching the light. For a moment, Yuji watched it, tiny, fragile, and completely unaware of how cruel the world could be. Lucky bug, he thought. Maybe me being here caused changes I wasn't ready for, he mumbled under his breath. Or maybe this is some alternate timeline, a completely different reality. That's possible. If that's true, then I need to be more careful and alert at all times. This world is very real. Even all the messed up things Oda-sensei hinted at about this world are now very real to me, and nothing is going to stay off-screen. He stood in the middle of the dirt path, contemplating the worst-case scenarios and all the horrors this world kept hidden when a pat on his leg snapped him out of his thoughts. He blinked and looked down. The kids who always followed Usopp stared up at him with wide, curious eyes. "Oh, it's you three, Carrot, Onion, and Pepper, right?" The kids nodded in unison. Then Onion pointed at him. "Mister, what are you doing standing in the middle of the road, mumbling?" "Hey!" Yuji blinked, looked around, and realized he was indeed standing in the middle of the road. Some passing villagers gave him strange looks, as if they thought he needed his head examined. "Oh, I really was doing that, hey." He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Sorry about that." The kids huffed in response to his expression. Then Pepper asked, "Mister, are you coming from the hospital? Is Captain okay? Is he awake now?" Both Carrot and Onion looked up at Yuji with hope. However, beneath their eagerness lay a deeper concern. They had heard the whispers. They knew their captain had done something terrible, something necessary, that would haunt him like a stray dog for the rest of his life. "Well, he's awake now," said Yuji. "But I wouldn't suggest seeing him yet. He's still processing everything that happened, so give him some time to pull himself together." "Ah," the kids groaned, their faces falling in disappointment. Seeing how downcast they looked, Yuji gently patted their heads. "Don't be sad. Usopp is a warrior. I believe he will get through this." "Yeah, you're right," said Pepper. Nodded Onion. "Our captain is a brave warrior of the sea," said Carrot, raising his hands in the air. "He'll overcome this challenge too. Just wait. Then the great Usopp pirates will set sail on their grand adventure once again." "Hell yeah! We're the Usopp pirates. The greatest in the world." Pepper and Onion joined in, cheering toward the sky. The passing villagers shook their heads in annoyance, while a few chuckled at the children's high spirits. Yuji grinned at their energy. "Well, you kids sure are full of spirit today. How are your injuries, by the way?" "Injuries?" Onion scoffed. "We just got knocked out, nothing more." "Yeah, you should have seen that bastard Django's face when Onion hit him in the nuts with that rock," Pepper said with a laugh. "That bastard deserved it after what he tried to do to Miss Kaya," said Carrot, clenching his small fist. A vein pulsed briefly in his temple. Then he looked up at Yuji, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Mister, may I ask you something?" What is it? Said Yuji. Did Captain really kill that fake butler? Kuro. At that, both Onion and Pepper stiffened slightly and looked up at Yuji with questioning eyes. The air around them seemed to grow heavier. Yuji was silent for a few seconds, then let out a heavy sigh. You boys don't need to worry about that. What's done is done. We should move past it and look to the future. Don't dwell on it too much. He ruffled their hair gently. The three nodded seriously. Yeah, you're right, muttered Carrot. It doesn't matter, said Pepper. Whatever the captain did, I believe he did it for a reason. Yeah, we never doubt Captain Usopp, said Onion. Yuji smiled. Well, it sounds like Usopp is one lucky guy to have such loyal crewmates. Carrot, Onion, and Pepper grinned. Yep, we're the best. Yuji chuckled softly. Now, can you tell me where I can find my captain? Oh, we saw him at Aunt Mia's restaurant, replied Onion. Uh-huh, and that grumpy swordsman of yours was with him too, said Carrot. Yuji raised an eyebrow. Zoro was with him. They nodded. Well then, I have to go have a nice talk with that green-haired brat, said Yuji, rubbing his hands together. The kids took a step back in fright, sensing the same aura their parents gave off when they had done something wrong. Yuji waved at the children and began walking toward Mia's restaurant. At Mia's restaurant. The chimes above the door rang as Yuji pushed it open, but the sound was different today, muted, as if even the bells were tired. He walked inside and looked around. Some tables were occupied, but most were empty. And there, at the corner table by the window, sat Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. Luffy was busy shoveling meat into his mouth, Zoro was drinking booze, and Nami was holding a glass of orange juice while telling them something. Yuji strolled over to the table and caught the last part of Nami's conversation. And she needs serious psychological therapy if it doesn't improve, Nami finished. Yuji reached the table and got their attention. Luffy looked up from his food and waved at him. Whoa, Wuji, he said between chews. Oh, big bro, you're here, said Nami with a smile. Yuji nodded at them and turned his attention to the swordsman, who was trying to avoid his gaze and sweating profusely. A bead of sweat rolled down Zoro's temple. Yuji stared at Zoro for a full minute. The silence around their table was deafening. Outside, a dog barked once, and a cartwheel squeaked. Inside, nothing moved except the dust particles floating in the afternoon light. Nami swallowed nervously, feeling the tension. Luffy was still busy eating, glancing back and forth between Yuji and Zoro. Then Zoro cracked under the pressure. Arg. Fine, damn it. I'm sorry, okay. He put his bottle of booze on the table and rubbed his forehead. It's just, hospitals aren't my kind of place. All those smells of medicine and antiseptics get inside my head. And the nurse there told me I was good to go. But Yuji kept staring at him with a blank expression. After a minute or so, he let out a tired sigh, pulled back a chair, and sat down. The wood creaked beneath him. You and Luffy really have no sense of self-preservation, you know that. Hearing that, both Zoro and Luffy looked away and began whistling innocently. Luffy's whistling was especially terrible, off-key, and tuneless, a desperate attempt to fill the silence with anything but guilt. Seeing this, Yuji simply shook his head. It was like dealing with stubborn children. Come on, big bro, why are you even worried about them? Nami spoke up. They're certified freaks. Thinking too much about them will only make you age faster. Yeah, what she said, Zoro said, picking up his drink again and taking a long sip. Yuji ignored Zoro and looked at Nami. So, what were you talking about before I arrived? Nami's expression shifted slightly, and she let out a sad sigh. It's about Kaya. She's having a hard time accepting everything that happened. Yuji hummed softly. What is it? Does she have PTSD? Nami shook her head. I wouldn't call it full PTSD, but she's very afraid to go near any man. Is it severe? Like a panic attack? He asked. No, it's subtle. Her body starts to shiver a little whenever she sees a man, she replied. Yesterday, Mr. Taro tried to check how bad her condition was, and when he barely touched her hand, she jumped away from him and hid behind my back like a scared child. Nami rubbed her tired eyes and took a deep breath. Her fingers trembled. Yuji noticed the dark circles under her eyes and how her nails were bitten down to the quick. I think the trauma from almost being raped has caused her to develop a subconscious shield in her mind to protect herself from breaking down. Silence fell over the table, broken only by the sound of Luffy eating more voraciously. Zoro clicked his tongue. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you eating like that? Luffy stopped mid-bite and muttered, I'm really angry right now. Yuji, Nami, and Zoro looked at Luffy. Seeing their stares, Luffy put down the meat and looked at them with a serious expression. Look, I know I still don't understand many things in this world. But whatever that bastard Kuro tried to do to Usopp's friend, I know it was wrong. That's why I'm angry. He clenched his fist tightly. I promised Usopp we would beat Kuro and protect his friend, that everything would be okay. But I failed. He slumped in his chair. I failed to beat Kuro. I failed to protect Usopp's friend. I failed, again. Slowly, tears began to roll down his cheeks, and his lips trembled, but he remained silent. Then he resumed eating without saying another word. Yuji, Nami, and Zoro stared silently at Luffy as he literally devoured his frustration and anger. Seeing him like that, they realized they had also failed to keep their word. Yes, they had protected the village from a raid by the Black Cat pirates. Yes, they had stopped Kuro from taking the money and inheritance. But they still weren't strong enough to prevent an innocent girl from nearly being raped. They hadn't been there for Usopp when he needed them most. And now, even in failure, Kuro had somehow left a terrible mark on two kind souls, a mark that would haunt both Usopp and Kaya for the rest of their lives. However, the person most affected by all of this was Yuji himself. He had to honor his grandfather's last words. If he couldn't protect a young girl's innocence, then what kind of man was he? He slowly tilted his head upward and looked at the restaurant ceiling. A single fly was trapped between two wooden beams, buzzing frantically against a spider web it couldn't see. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I have failed you. A single tear rolled down his cheek. Like the chapter, then share your power stones with me. See you in next chapter. Chapter 25, Apologies. Pow-ah-ah-ah-ah. Phoebe Chubby. Goo goo gaga. Dororo. Today, after watching Jack Buss's One More Whaling video, I thought, let's do some gambling. But it looks like my luck was way better than Jack. I pulled Red Rock Luffy in one go with only 50 RDS. Take that, King of Whaling. Anyways, morale of the story, don't do gambling, unless you have too much money on you. A cinema for my fellow Naruto fans. Ma'am. Attendance please. 3 days later. Morning light spills through the hospital windows, carrying the salty, fresh scent of the syruped village coast. Along with it comes the quiet realization that this is truly over. Usopp is finally going home. The doctor said his internal wounds have fully healed. The stitches have been removed. All that remains are faint, silvery scars and tiny marks where the thread once was. These will fade over time. Even now, this world amazes Yuji. He was born in the One Piece world and has lived here for over 20 years, yet he is still shocked by how its biology works. He has studied anatomy textbooks from 2 worlds and memorized how slow human healing is. But none of that matters here. Usopp's wounds were severe stab wounds from several broken blades, each already stained with someone else's blood. Additionally, the blades had punctured his stomach in multiple places. There is a significant risk of infection and internal bleeding. Even small fragments of the blade remain lodged inside his stomach, resembling dark seeds scattered in soil. That type of injury typically requires 4 to 6 weeks for the stomach and abdominal wall to heal sufficiently for normal daily activities. Following that, an additional 5 to 6 months of rehabilitation is needed to restore strength and stamina. How long did it take Usopp to heal? 5 fucking days. This defies every medical principle Yuji learned in his original world. If he were back home, relying on his old textbooks and his previous understanding of human fragility, Usopp would be drowning in his own infection right now. Sigh. But this is not his old world. This is an anime world where anime logic governs everything. Willpower carries weight. The boundary between the physical and spiritual realms is less a strict line and more of a flexible suggestion. If you break a bone, simply drink some milk, and bam, your bones will be fully healed, even stronger than before. Believe it or not, this actually works. Yuji remembers breaking his wrist while training under his grandfather. He expected a splint, a sling, or maybe a lecture about pushing too hard. Instead, his grandfather simply handed him a glass of milk and said, completely straight-faced, "Drink it. We don't have time to slack off." And it worked. The bone knit itself back together overnight. Yuji woke up the next morning, flexed his fingers, and felt nothing but the fading memory of pain. Things like this always remind him of what he read online back in his world, strange forums, and late-night rabbit holes. Many theories circulated about this absurd phenomenon. In the One Piece world, the food is far richer than usual. Common meats, from giant land animals to sea beasts like giant fish and sea kings, are so packed with protein that even top bodybuilders from his old world would blush upon seeing a 4-year-old consume more protein than they could in 10 lifetimes. And that's just one example. There are fiber-rich foods such as legumes, berries, avocados, broccoli, and whole grains like oats and quinoa, calcium-rich foods like milk, spinach, pickles, and kale, and probiotic foods that support gut health. Bottom line, with all that good food, even a kid from this world could take down a full-grown adult from his old world. That's all there is to it. Now, back to the story. Yes, Usopp is being discharged from the hospital. Right now, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and he are walking down the hospital hallway toward Usopp's room. Their footsteps sound different here, slower, heavier, as if each step requires a bit of courage. After the conversation at the restaurant and seeing how Luffy felt, they decided to go to Usopp and apologize. That was 3 days ago. None of them had the courage to face Usopp after what happened. How did they become such cowards? They didn't even notice it happening. It crept up on them like a tide, silent and sure, until one day they woke up and realized they had been avoiding their own friend as if he were a stranger. Even Yuji felt like a coward for running from his responsibilities. He should have apologized 3 days ago when Usopp woke up, but he hesitated. He saw Usopp's raw emotions and his suffering. There is a difference between giving someone space and abandoning them, and Yuji isn't sure which one he did anymore. But Luffy seemed to be hurting the most. Who would have thought he had insecurities, too? Luffy, who laughs in the face of danger, who punches first and asks questions never even he has a breaking point. It just looks different on him, quieter. Over the past 3 days, it seems his appetite has completely disappeared. He has barely eaten anything. And you know it's serious when Luffy stops eating. The shame in his eyes, for not being there when Usopp needed him most, is eating him alive. It is a parasite with teeth, and it has made a home in his gut. So here they are now, standing outside Usopp's hospital room. The door is ordinary wooden and painted a plain, dull beige. There is nothing special about it, yet it might as well be the gate to a fortress. Luffy places his hand on the doorknob, takes a deep breath, and exhales deeply in one smooth motion. He glances back at Zoro, Nami, and Yuji standing behind him. They nod in encouragement. He nods in return, opens the door, and steps inside. The room smells of antiseptic and something floral, a small vase of hydrangeas on the windowsill, their blue petals already browning at the edges. By the bedside, stood Usopp, fully patched up and dressed in new clothes, a simple shirt and trousers. He looks ready to leave. He pauses. His eyes move slowly across them, Luffy's determined gaze, Zoro's carefully blank expression, Nami's nervous look as her fingers play with the edge of her sleeve, and finally, Yuji's sad eyes. Usopp doesn't say anything at first, he simply looks at them with a blank expression. But seeing Luffy fidget, Usopp sighs and finally speaks up. What happened? Why are you all just standing there like that? Suddenly, Luffy drops to his knees and slams his head onto the hospital floor. The sound is sharp and solid against the floorboards. Usopp's eyes widen. Soon, Zoro, Nami, and Yuji also kneel and bow their heads to the floor. Zoro's swords clink softly against his back, while Nami's hair spreads across the floor like spilled copper. Usopp freaks out, his hands flailing. Hey, guys, what are you doing? Then Luffy speaks, his voice muffled against the floor yet still clear. I'm sorry, Usopp, for not being able to keep my promise. I'm sorry, says Zoro, his head still bowed, for not following the swordsman's code and for failing to protect someone's innocence. I'm sorry, says Nami, her voice trembling slightly, for not being there when you needed us most. I'm sorry, says Yuji, for having all this strength and still failing to accomplish anything. Usopp hears their words and looks at their bowed heads. He slowly sits back down on the hospital bed and covers his eyes with his right hand, as if trying to hold back tears. His mouth opens, closes, and opens again. After a few seconds, he looks at them again. His eyes are red but steady. Please, stand up, he says softly. Hearing him, they all slowly rise and look toward him. Usopp places his hands on the edge of the bed and lets out a weary sigh. You didn't have to do any of that. I was never angry with you, and none of this was your fault. No, Luffy says, and Usopp looks at him. Luffy shakes his head. It was my fault. If I hadn't lost my temper that day and hadn't punched Kuro, maybe we could have handled things differently. No, nothing would have changed, Usopp says quietly. The pirates would still have attacked the village, and Kuro would still have carried out his plan. Maybe yes, but Kaya wouldn't have suffered like this, says Nami. Who knows, mutters Usopp, the words hanging in the air like smoke. Silence stretches, thick and heavy. You know, Usopp finally speaks up, over the past 3 days, I've thought a lot about everything that happened. He looks at Yuji. And I've made a final decision. I don't regret killing Kuro, not one bit. I'd do it again if anyone tries to hurt the people I care about. He stands up from the bed. His movements are slow but steady, like a man learning to trust his own legs again. I'm ready to become a monster, as long as Kaya and the others remain safe. He looks down at his hands, the same hands that once trembled at the thought of a fight, now steady as stone. Maybe the old me would never have agreed with this, but I'm not that Usopp anymore. He clenched his fist. Now I'm Usopp, son of a famous pirate named Usopp and a kind woman named Bankina. I'm a brave warrior of the sea, and I will never back down from anything, even if it means going against the whole world. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and Yuji look at Usopp's firm, determined face. There is something different about him now, something that wasn't there when they first met. Then Luffy steps forward and places his hand on Usopp's shoulder. Usopp, you don't have to carry that burden alone. We're here for you. This time, I won't just make a promise. I'll make it real. I'll train harder and push myself beyond my limits to become so strong that something like this never happens again. Luffy's face is serious, more serious than Usopp has ever seen it. So please, don't try to be alone. Share it with us. After all, we're crewmates, that is, if you still want that. Usopp looks into Luffy's eyes and sees only honesty, no pity, no judgment, just a simple, steadfast belief that things can improve. He looks at Zoro, Nami, and Yuji, noting their hopeful faces. Zoro gives him a small nod, the kind that says, "I'll follow you anywhere." Nami offers a watery smile, and Yuji looks at him with that same big brother expression that says, "I've got your back." Usopp looks back at Luffy and gives him a gentle smile. "Thank you, Luffy. And thank you all for supporting me so much and never giving up on me, even after everything." He grips Luffy's hand firmly, the grip of someone who has made peace with his own darkness. "I'm already part of your crew, Luffy. We faced the Black Cat pirates not just as friends, but as a crew. Now I know my role in this crew, I'll be your sharpshooter, your eyes to see what lies beyond the vast sea." Luffy smiles back, a genuine smile, the first in 3 days. "No, Usopp. You're not just a sharpshooter, you're the best I've ever seen. And I know, deep in my gut, that you're going to be the best sharpshooter in the whole world. Mark my words." Usopp's eyes fill with tears at Luffy's words. He nods, then looks away, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. The hydrangeas on the windowsill seem to brighten just a little. "Let's go now," he says, his voice steadier than before. "We still need to find a suitable ship." Luffy's eyes widen. "You still remember that?" "Yeah, how could I forget? It's the thing that started all of this." "But the only one who can give us a ship is Kaya," says Zoro. "With how she's doing right now, I don't think it's possible anymore." "And we don't want to pressure her at all," says Yuji. Nami nods. "Yeah, she's finally starting to get better, but she's not completely stable yet." There is silence for a few seconds, and then a new voice speaks from the doorway. "You kids don't need to worry about that." All of them look toward the door and see Taro standing there with his arms crossed over his chest. Usopp's eyes widen. "Old man." "Brat," says Taro, then looks at Luffy and the others. "You kids were taking too long with your confessions, so I had to come here myself. I was surprised to hear the very thing I was worried about, Usopp joining your crew." He says this while staring at Luffy, or more specifically, at the old, worn straw hat on his head. A flicker of emotion crosses Taro's face. "Must be fate or something," he mutters under his breath. Usopp steps forward. "Old man, don't stop me." But Taro cuts him off by raising his hand. "I'm not here to stop you, brat. I can clearly see in your eyes that something has changed. Whether it's good or bad, you need to find that out for yourself. And it looks like you won't be alone in that search." He glances at the others. "I just wanted to know what you'd decide for your future after everything that happened, but it seems you've already made up your mind. So who am I to get in your way?" Usopp is shocked. Then his lips tremble. "Old man, you and Aunt Mia are the only ones who took care of me after my mom died. You don't know how grateful I am. So, thank you. For everything." Yeah, whatever," mutters Taro, looking away to hide his feelings. He lets out a sigh. "If you're done with your emotional speech, then come with me. I've got something for you." He looks at Luffy and the others. "You kids can come too." With that, he walks away, his heavy footsteps echoing down the hallway like a heartbeat. After leaving the hospital, Usopp, Luffy, Yuji, Zoro, and Nami follow Taro down the village's dirt path. The sun is high now, bleaching the road a pale gold, and the distant sound of the sea follows them like a second set of footsteps. As they walk, villagers wave at Usopp now and then. Some even bow to show their gratitude. A woman pauses mid-step to press her palms together in thanks. A man sharpening a scythe outside his shed lifts his blade in salute. Even the children, who once ran from Usopp's tall tales, peek out from behind fences with wide, curious eyes. Usopp simply smiles at them. He never expected to see such significant changes in people. Taro snorts at the sight. Now they're happy to see you two-faced bastards. Hearing that, Usopp looks at him, confused. Why are you angry at them, old man? Aren't you happy they're finally accepting me? Oh, I'm happy to see you finally getting recognized. But this isn't how I wanted it to happen. Taro's voice is quiet, almost dangerous. They're only showing gratitude because you saved them from those pirates. That's the true nature of humans. He looks at Usopp with his old eyes. We're selfish creatures, brat. We only do things if we get something in return. That's how greedy we humans are. Usopp and the others listen silently. Soon, they arrive at Taro's house. It is a modest building, weathered by the seasons, featuring a porch swing that creaks softly in the breeze and a wind chime made of seashells that sings in a minor key. Stay here. I'll be right back, Taro says and disappears inside. The group remains outside, waiting. What do you think he wants to give you? Luffy asks. Usopp shrugs. I don't know. Maybe a farewell gift or something, says Zoro. Who knows? After 10 minutes, Taro finally comes out of his house carrying a long object wrapped in cloth. The fabric is old and faded, embroidered with a pattern that may have once depicted flowers. He walks over to Usopp and stops in front of him. Here. He hands the wrapped object to Usopp. It was just sitting at my place, gathering dust. Maybe you can put it to good use. Usopp looks down at the wrapped object in his hands. It is heavier than he expected. He unwraps it carefully, the cloth falling away like skin from a secret. He gasps. Nestled in the folds are an old, worn-out rifle and 2 pistols. The wood of the stocks is dark with age, carved with swirling patterns that look like waves. The metal barrels are tarnished but intact. This. Usopp mutters, looking up at Taro. Don't look at me like that, Taro grumbles. Those are your stupid father's very first rifle and pistols. He used to practice with them all the time when he was your age. A pause. A shadow crosses his face. He gave them to me before he left with that red-haired bastard. At that, Luffy's eyes widen. Wait, red hair? You mean Shanks? You met him too? Taro grunts. Yet. He's the one who sweet-talked Usopp into leaving poor Bank-Hina and baby Usopp behind to chase some foolish dream. The words land like stones dropped into still water. Ripples spread outward. Usopp's grip tightens on the rifle. Taro looks at Usopp, and his voice softens. I don't understand how your mother even allowed this to happen. If she had just told your father not to go, I guarantee you Usopp would never have left. He takes a deep breath. There's something else. Your mother didn't get sick from some incurable disease. It was your father's fault. The air seems to be growing colder. He had promised Bank-Hina that he would return in a year and take her and you away with him to the Grand Line. But he never came back. He just vanished. The only things that returned were his bounty posters in the newspapers. Taro's voice is barely a whisper now. That broke your mother's heart, and she became sick. Usopp listens silently, his knuckles white as he grips the rifle and pistols. She never told me about this, he mutters. You were just a kid, Usopp. She would never want you to carry that burden. Taro's smile is sad, worn at the edges. Because even with a broken heart, she still loved your father until the end. Tears begin to roll down Usopp's cheeks. He sobs silently, finally understanding the burden and heartbreak his mother endured. Taro places a gentle hand on Usopp's shoulder. His palm is rough, calloused, and warm. This is why I'm giving you this rifle and these pistols. Even if they're old and worn, I know you can fix them and put them to good use. He steps forward and looks into Usopp's tear-filled eyes. And I want you to do something for me. When you find your father, and I know you will, shoot him in the nuts. Startled, Wet laugh escapes Usopp's lips. I want him to understand the pain your mother endured, the loneliness you experienced growing up. For every tear, for every instance of neglect he should pay for it all. Then, you can cry as much as you need. Usopp sniffs, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. I won't cry because brave men don't cry. Taro shakes his head slowly. No, my boy. Everyone cries. Crying is the very first thing every creature in this world does when it is born. So don't be ashamed of crying. For a moment, the two of them stand there, old man and young man, bound by love, loss, and the strange shape of found family. Then Usopp nods. Taro smiles. Good. Now, the ship part. He looks at Luffy. If you want, I can give you my old ship. It's a cargo ship I used in my younger days as a transport worker. It's not what you'd call a real pirate ship, but it can help you sail around until you find a better one. Luffy nods. I don't mind. We just need something sturdy enough to enter the Grand Line. After that, we can buy a new ship. Taro nods in understanding. Then, he looks back at Usopp, and his expression becomes serious once more. There's one more thing. Are you really going to leave without seeing Kaya at least once? Usopp's breath catches. I don't know if I can face her, or if she even wants to see me. Usopp, if you run away now, that guilt will eat at you for the rest of your life. So go. Face her. Say something to her. Even if she doesn't say anything back, at least you can live knowing she's safe now. Usopp looks down at the ground, deep in thought, wrestling with something unseen. He feels the weight of the rifle in his arms, the ghost of his mother's love and the echo of his father's absence. Then a firm hand lands on his shoulder, pulling him from his thoughts. He looks back and sees Luffy standing there, watching him. Behind Luffy, Yuji, Zoro, and Nami also watch, waiting patiently and attentively. We're here, Usopp, Luffy says, his tone as firm as iron. Seeing their faces, these strange, impossible people who have somehow become his own, Usopp finally nods. He looks back at Taro. I'll do it. Like the chapter, then share your power stones with me. See you in next chapter. Chapter 26, Confession. Pow. Domain expansion, Unhinged Mim Realm. Attendance please. Usopp walked down the dirt path to Mia's house. Kaya had been staying there for 5 days following the incident. The path felt longer than he remembered. Each step kicked up small clouds of dust that clung to his sandals. The wind carried the faint scent of wild mint from the garden Mia tended with stubborn care. He heard from Taro that Kaya was afraid to return to her mansion. There was no one left now, no maids, no servants, not even old Mary, who had worked for her family since before she was born. Now, they were all gone. That mansion was a constant reminder of everything she had lost. Old Man Taro and Luffy's group walked a few steps behind him. They didn't want to interrupt his conversation with Kaya, they were there simply for support. Nami stood with her arms crossed, watching the back of Usopp's head with a look softer than pity. Zoro walked silently, his hand resting on one of his swords out of habit. When Usopp finally reached Mia's house, he stopped and stared at the building for a while. The wooden beams of the veranda featured small carvings along the edges, tiny birds in flight, their wings frozen mid-flap. He clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling nervous and uncertain. His palms were sweaty, and his throat felt dry. He didn't know what to say or how to begin. Just then, Mia walked out. She stood in the doorway with her arms crossed, her grey hair pulled back into a tight bun, and looked at Usopp, who was standing there, fidgeting like a boy caught stealing plums. She already knew why he was here. She had talked with Taro about it, and they both agreed, if Kaya was going to get better, she had to face Usopp, and Usopp had to face her. Are you just going to stand there all day? Mia asked sharply. Her voice was stern. but her eyes were not unkind. If you really want to do this, then go face her like a true warrior. She pointed to the back of the house. She's sitting on the back veranda. I already told her you were coming. Go. Talk to her. Usopp took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then he walked around the house and went into the backyard. And there, under the back veranda near the window, sat Kaya. She was on a wooden chair with her hands folded in her lap, her eyes distant as if she were looking at something no one else could see. A small cup of tea sat beside her, untouched for so long that a thin skin had formed on its surface. A single plum petal rested on her shoulder, and she hadn't brushed it off. He stood there, simply looking at her. She appeared different from how he remembered, more fragile, more distant, more tired. The sunlight fell on her face in a way that made her seem older, as if the past 5 days had etched something into her that time would not easily erase. Silence settled between them, louder than any words. Finally, Usopp spoke. Hey Kaya, it's me, Usopp. He paused, thinking. I don't know what to say. I won't claim to understand your pain or your suffering, because the truth is, I don't. I don't know what you're going through. I don't know the pain you feel or what it's like to be betrayed by someone you trusted. He paused, and his lips began to quiver. But that doesn't mean you have to suffer alone. There are people who still care about you, the villagers, Aunt Mia, Old Man Taro, and me. I care about you, Kaya. After my mom died, I felt alone. Even with Aunt Mia and Old Man Taro looking after me, that loneliness never went away. So I started lying to get attention with my made-up stories. Even if everyone yelled at me and chased me off, at least it made me feel noticed. But then I met you, someone who didn't chase me away. Someone who listened to my lies without making fun of me. Someone who liked having me around. Someone I could truly call my best friend, my family. I like this village, Kaya. I care about its people, even if they ignore me. But the one I care about the most is you. You have a special place in my heart that only one other person holds, my mom. I care about your friendship. I care about the way you always smile at me when I tell my lies. I care about the way you wait for me every day. These memories mean more to me than any treasure or dream. He clenched his fist. That's why I did what I had to do. Even if I let my anger take over, I don't regret killing Kuro. I would go down to hell and fight the gods themselves if it meant protecting you. Even if you hate me, despise me, or see me as some kind of monster, I can live with that, as long as you're safe. Because you matter to me. He paused, then continued. There's one more thing. I'm going to leave soon with Luffy and the others. After everything that's happened, I don't think I can stay here anymore. All my life, I've felt like I've been living in my dad's shadow, like I've been lying to myself. He looked up at the sky. The clouds drifted slowly in the wind, indifferent to the troubles below. Something out there, at sea, something is calling to me, Kaya, something I don't understand yet. I want to feel what it's like to go looking for that thing. I want to see the world, the good and the bad, the light and the dark. I want to see all of it. Not for the adventure or the dream, but because I want to experience it before I die. He looked back at her. I hope you can understand me, Kaya. And I truly hope that someday you can forgive me. He turned around. Thank you for listening. He started to walk away, but just as he was about to leave the backyard, he heard something that made him stop. So, you're leaving me too, came Kaya's small, soft voice. Usopp turned quickly and saw her looking at him with empty, hollow eyes. However, there was something stirring beneath the surface now, something that hadn't been there before. Just like my mom and dad, Mary, and all the others, you're abandoning me too. Usopp didn't say anything, he just listened. Slowly, Kaya stood up from the chair and began walking toward him. Her body trembled, a reflex, a lingering trace of fear trying to keep her away from any man again, but she pushed through it. Her bare feet made soft sounds on the wooden floor, then on the grass. Step by step, each one a small act of defiance against the darkness that had tried to consume her. She approached Usopp and stood directly in front of him. He looked at her and waited. Then she slapped him hard on the cheek. The sound cracked through the quiet backyard like a breaking branch. But Usopp didn't look away, he didn't flinch. Then another slap followed by yet another. He didn't resist. He simply allowed her to release all her anger, pain, and fear, everything, onto him. Each strike felt less like punishment and more like a prayer, a desperate attempt to feel something other than coldness. Soon, Kaya's hands trembled from all the slaps, and she stopped. Tears filled her eyes and rolled down her cheeks as she looked at him with emotions he couldn't name. Then she threw herself toward him. She buried her face in his chest, even as her mind screamed at her to run. She didn't listen, she simply held on to Usopp and cried. Usopp stood frozen as Kaya hugged him, crying against his chest. He wanted to comfort her and wrap his arms around her, but he feared it might frighten her away. So he just stood there, letting her cry out her pain, sadness, and hurt, all of it. He took it all without saying a word. After a long time, Kaya remained there, still holding him tightly, unwilling to let go as if she feared that releasing him would make him disappear. Then she pulled her head back and looked up at him with red, swollen eyes. Do you really mean it? Her voice broke. The things you said to me, all of that. Usopp looked down at her. Every word. You mean something to me that I can't even understand. This feeling inside me whenever I'm near you and you smile at me, my heart starts beating really fast. I don't even know what to call this feeling. Kaya looked into his eyes, searching for something, a lie, a doubt, or a flaw in his honesty. But she found only truth, only care, and only something that resembled love. She hadn't understood it before, but now she did. The way her heart fluttered when Usopp was near, the way she listened to his lies and made him feel seen, the way he made her smile even though he lived alone. Yes, she understood now. She liked him. She had fallen for him. Slowly, she took his hands and wrapped them around herself. Then, she hugged him back and buried her face in his chest once more. After everything that had happened, the fear and pain she had endured, she knew her life would never be the same. Whether for better or worse, she didn't know. None of that mattered right now. She stood there in the arms of someone who truly cared for her, someone she truly cared for. Pressed against his chest, feeling his warmth, she was reminded of her late parents and their love for her. In that moment, she knew, this boy who lied, who told tall tales, the boy she had fallen for, he would always keep her safe. Because that's who he is. That's who Usopp really is. They stayed like that for a long time, wrapped in each other. Nothing outside that moment mattered. Then a light cough broke the silence. They both jumped and saw Old Man Taro standing at the yard's entrance with a gentle smile. Aunt Mia stood beside him, looking proud. Behind them were Luffy, Yuji, Zoro, and Nami, all smiling. Usopp and Kaya both blushed, as if caught doing something wrong. Kaya buried her face in Usopp's chest, her cheeks burning, but a relieved smile played on her lips. Looks like things went well, Taro said, looking at them like a father would. That they did, Mia replied. Usopp rubbed the back of his head, too embarrassed to look at them. Old man, Aunt Mia, what are you doing here? I thought this was private. Well, we gave you some space to talk. But when we heard little Kaya crying, we thought something had gone wrong and hurried over. It seems you two worked it out on your own, Taro said. Kids really grow up fast, don't they, Taro? Mia said with a distant look in her eyes. Yeah, they do, Taro replied. Kaya pulled back and looked at them with grateful eyes. Thank you all for everything you've done for me, and for Usopp. She then turned to Luffy and the others. Thank you for accepting Usopp as he is and for standing by his side. And for protecting the village and me from the pirates' end. Kuro. She said the last name quietly. Usopp heard it and held her a little tighter. Nami wiped her eyes. No, Kaya, you don't have to thank us. We just did what was right. You're our friend too. Even though our start was a little rocky, I think we can move past it. Yet, what Nami said. Luffy said with a big smile. I'm really glad to see you smiling again. Being sad isn't good. Smile and laugh more. We only have one life, who knows when it will end. Everyone fell silent. They all stared at Luffy. Luffy looked around, confused. Hey? What's wrong? Is there something on my face? A soft laugh escaped Kaya's lips. No, Luffy-san, there's nothing wrong with your face. I'll try to follow your advice. She paused, biting her lip. Are you really taking Usopp with you? Luffy frowned. No, I'm not taking anyone away. I asked him to join my crew, and he's coming on his own. But if you don't want him to go, I'll just beat him up so he stays. Hey, don't throw me under the ship like that. Usopp yelled. But Kaya held his hand tightly and looked at him. Usopp, the truth is, I want to be selfish right now. I really don't want you to leave. If that's what you want, then I won't. Kaya cut him off. No. Don't force yourself for me. I know how much you want to go, how much your heart longs for the sea, for the freedom to chase something impossible. So I won't hold you back. Usopp hesitated. Are you sure? Kaya nodded. Yes. But I want you to remember something, I want you to come back to me after your journey. After you've done what you want to do, you will come back to me, so we can live the rest of our lives together. Usopp blushed but nodded. I promise you, Kaya, that after my journey, I will come back to you and live the rest of my life with you. No, Kaya said softly. I don't want a promise. Promises can be broken. I want something that will be just ours, something that will always remind you of me. I don't know anything about that. But she abruptly cut him off by kissing him on the lips. Usopp's eyes widened. He felt her soft lips against his, and the world seemed to stop. Taro and Mia both raised their eyebrows. Zoro looked away, scratching his head. He wasn't accustomed to dealing with all this emotional stuff. Nami made a soft sound as she watched the heartfelt scene. Yuji smiled warmly, relieved to see them finally leave their pain behind. And Luffy? Well, Wah! She's eating him. That immediately ruined the mood. Nami punched him on the head, knocking him flat onto the ground. You idiot! You ruined everything. Taro and Mia looked down at Luffy with expressions of deep disappointment. Kaya buried her face in Usopp's chest, her ears flushed red. Usopp, meanwhile, was in a daze from his first kiss. A goofy, silly smile spread across his lips, and his eyes were slightly unfocused. Then Kaya pulled back just enough to look at Luffy and the others. If you don't mind me asking, when you first came to see me, were you looking to buy a ship? Everyone looked at her. Hey! Yuji stepped forward. Well, yeah, that's why we wanted to meet you. But you don't have to give us anything. Kaya shook her head. No, please. You all have done so much for us. This is the least I can do. Luffy shot up from the ground. Hey? Really? Kaya nodded. Yes, and I think I have something just right for you. Luffy's smile grew wide. Yosh! Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Taro's eye twitched. As if I weren't ready to give you my own ship. You broke my heart, Straw Hat Brat. Hey? What did I do? Luffy asked, genuinely confused. Mia started laughing, a deep, wheezy, joyful sound, at Luffy's utterly genuine expression. Hey, stop laughing, you old witch. You're making it worse. Taro said, but Mia only laughed harder. Zoro and Yuji started chuckling as well. Nami rubbed her forehead at Luffy's foolishness but couldn't hide her smile. Kaya looked at them all and smiled softly. Then she hugged Usopp again, not out of fear this time, but out of certainty. Usopp hugged her back and looked up at the sky. The clouds continued to drift, and the wind kept blowing. Yet, something felt different now, lighter. I'm not just going to be a brave warrior, he thought. I'm going to be a better person. Like the chapter, then please share your power stones with me. See you in next chapter. Chapter 27, Departure. Pow-ah-ah-ah. Thought of the day. Life is hard, so is my some random ass man. By the Council of Who, it is said that spreading agendas are beneficial for your health. Agendas. Attendance please. After confessing his feelings to Kaya, Usopp returned home to pack his belongings and prepare to leave with Luffy and the others. Yuji and Nami also returned to retrieve their belongings. Yuji packed his backpack and slung his guitar over his shoulder. Nami gathered her carefully rolled maps and her single bag of treasure, the one she had stolen from the buggy pirates. We'll wait for you outside, Yuji said, patting Usopp on the shoulder. Take your time. Usopp simply nodded and watched them walk away. The wooden door clicked shut, and suddenly the house felt both larger and smaller than before. He looked around the main room and took a deep breath, inhaling all the memories. The scent of aged wood, dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, and the faint trace of his mother's cooking still clung to the walls after all these years. He walked to the room that had once belonged to his mother. He stepped inside slowly and looked around. Everything was neat and tidy, as always because he always kept it clean to remember her. The curtains were open just the way she liked them. The bed was made with the same quilt she had sewn, now soft with age. Dust floated in the afternoon light like tiny golden specks. He walked slowly to the nightstand and looked at the two photographs there. The first depicted his mother and father standing together, embracing him as a toddler between them. Both were smiling down at him. His father's arm was around his mother's waist, while her hand rested gently on young Usopp's head. It was a perfect moment, frozen in time. The second photo was taken when he was 6 years old. He sat on his mother's lap as she hugged him from behind, resting her chin on top of his head and smiling. In that photo, Usopp was laughing a big, toothy, innocent laugh he hardly recognized as his own anymore. Usopp looked at the photo and smiled, remembering that day. He could almost feel her arms around him again and almost hear her voice calling him her brave little soldier. He brought his right hand to his lips, kissed it, and then pressed it against the photo. His fingers lingered on the glass longer than necessary. I'm leaving, Mom, he said softly. I'm finally ready to face the world. He paused, his throat tight. But I promise I'll come back one day. And when I do, I'll have so many stories to tell you. Wait for me, okay? With those final words, he left the room and closed the door behind him. The latch clicked, producing a sound of finality. He packed only a few clothes, his sniper goggles, and his trusty slingshot. Although Old Man Taro had given him his father's old rifle and pistols, they still needed repairs and the parts weren't available in Syrup Village. He would need to visit another island and hope they had a weapons or hardware store with the right components. He stopped at the doorway, his hand resting on the frame. He wondered, when his father left through this very door years ago, had he looked back as well? Had he hesitated? Had he felt the same mixture of fear and excitement? Usopp stepped outside. He turned and looked behind him one last time at the house, the small flower fields he had tended, and the little farm that had sustained him through the lonely years. He sighed. Then he gave a two-finger salute, turned, and walked away. Soon, he joined Luffy and the others who were waiting near the tree line. He nodded to them. They nodded in return. As they walked, they took a different route to the beach. Usopp didn't want the whole village to know he was leaving. It was better to slip away quietly than to face tearful goodbyes and awkward questions. But it seemed that someone had heard after all. Usopp's little followers, Carrot, Onion, and Pepper, stood in their path, staring at him with wide eyes. The group stopped and looked at the three boys. "So, it's true," Pepper said, seeing the backpack over Usopp's shoulder. His lip was already trembling. "You really are leaving?" Usopp sighed and looked at Luffy, Yuji, Zoro, and Nami. "You guys go ahead, I'll catch up." They nodded without a word and walked past the three boys. As he passed, Luffy squeezed Usopp's shoulder. Yuji gave him a small, encouraging smile. Zoro just grunted, which, coming from him, was almost like a hug. Then Usopp was alone with the three boys who had accompanied him on every childhood adventure. He looked at them and took a deep breath. "Carrot, Onion, Pepper, this is it. Time for us to part ways." He straightened up. 5 years ago, when you were 4, we formed our pirate brotherhood. Those were our best days, and I'll never forget them. You boys fought bravely and protected Kaya to the end. You've made the Usopp pirates proud." His voice cracked a little, but he kept going. "As your captain, I'm very proud of you." He then walked past the trembling boys and stopped a few meters behind them, his back turned. "Thanks for everything, my brave men." He stared ahead, refusing to let the tears fall just yet. "I'm not going to say goodbye to the villagers. Just, give them my best." Tears streamed down the cheeks of the three boys as they listened. Carrot sobbed openly, Onion clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and Pepper kept wiping his nose with his sleeve. Usopp bit his lip as tears welled up in his eyes. "Don't cry. Captains don't cry in front of their men. Don't cry. Always remember," he said softly, "to follow your dreams. But never leave behind the people who care for you, because in the end, they'll be the only ones standing by your side. Always." He paused, the next words pressing against his chest. Then he finally said it. "I hereby declare." He closed his eyes. The Usopp pirate crew disbanded. For a moment, no one moved. A bird called out somewhere in the trees, and the wind rustled the leaves. Then Usopp walked away, leaving behind the 3 children who had been his companions for 5 years. He did not look back. He couldn't look back because if he did, he would see their small, tear-streaked faces and he would break. Behind him, he heard Pepper whisper, "Goodbye, Captain." He continued walking. Now it was time for them to walk their own paths. And for him to walk his path. He reached the beach where everyone was waiting. He saw Luffy and the others standing with Kaya, Old Man Taro, and Aunt Mia. "Took your sweet time, hey, brat," Taro said, then noticed Usopp's wet eyes. His rough voice softened just a little. "What happened? Got a tearful goodbye with those boys?" Usopp looked away quickly. "No, I just got something in my eye." "Sure, kid," Taro said. Then Kaya stepped forward and gently took his hands, rubbing her thumbs over his knuckles. Usopp smiled at her. She looked back at Luffy and the others. "Come, let me show you your new ship." She led them toward the shore, where a sizable ship with a large sheep's head carved at the bow floated on the water. Sunlight gleamed on its hull. The sails were furled but ready, and the ropes looked new. "Wow!" Luffy's eyes sparkled at the sight. He was practically shaking. "A caravel," Nami said with a big smile. "Looks great," Zoro said, nodding with approval. "Yeah, it does," Yuji replied with a soft smile. Kaya stepped forward and showed them the ship. "Look. She's not the newest model, but Mary himself designed her," she said with a sad smile. "She's a caravel with a jib and a central stern rudder." She spread her arms. "I give you, the Going Mary." "Woohoo!" Luffy cheered, throwing his hands up. "You're really giving us this ship?" Yes, please take it, Kaya replied with a smile. I've also stocked it with everything you might need at sea, Taro said to Luffy. Food, water, spare ropes, medical supplies, nothing cheap, either. Oh, thank you. You're really adding insult to injury, old man. Luffy replied with a wide grin. It's adding icing to the cake, idiot, Zoro said flatly. Taro's eye twitched at Luffy's words. Kaya chuckled at their silliness. Then, she walked over to Usopp and handed him a small box wrapped in plain cloth. Hey! Usopp looked at the box, then at Kaya with a raised eyebrow. What's this, Kaya? Kaya just smiled. Why don't you open it and see for yourself? Usopp took the small box, unwrapped it, and opened the lid. His breath caught in surprise. Inside was a ring, featuring a skull and crossbones etched into the metal reminiscent of a pirate flag, but smaller and more intimate. The band was silver, polished to a shine like moonlight. The skull's grin appeared almost friendly. It's a small gift from me, Kaya said softly, her cheeks flushing pink. A reminder that even if we're far apart, we'll always be close. Usopp took out the ring with trembling fingers. He was about to place it on his middle finger when Kaya stopped him. No. Her voice was barely a whisper. Let me do it. She took the ring from his hand. Her fingers were warm and slightly sweaty against his calloused palm. Slowly and carefully, she slid the ring onto the ring finger of his left hand. The metal was cool at first, then it warmed against his skin. Usopp blushed so deeply that his face turned as red as a tomato. He looked away in embarrassment, suddenly very interested in the horizon. The others watched with smiles and amusement. Luffy tilted his head in confusion, glancing between Usopp's flushed face and Kaya's shy smile. Fortunately, Nami kept him quiet by pressing her hand firmly over his lips. Well, Mia said with a sharp smirk. Looks like we have an engagement going on here, Taro. Taro smirked. Young love. It reminds me of my younger days when you used to chase after me. Hey! Mia looked at Taro with a twitching eye. What did you say, you old fart? Who would chase after you? Well then, why aren't you married yet, you old hag? Taro shot back. Oh, I could say the same about you, you old bachelor. Mia fired back. They glared at each other, their noses nearly touching, then looked away with matching huffs. Everyone burst out laughing. Soon, Luffy, Yuji, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp boarded their new ship and unfurled the sails. The canvas caught the wind like a living creature, and the Going Merry seemed to come alive beneath their feet. They stood by the railing and waved to Kaya, Taro, and Mia. Kaya waved back, tears streaming down her cheeks as she looked at Usopp one last time. The afternoon sun caught the moisture on her face, transforming it into sparkling diamonds. Come back safely, Usopp, she whispered as the ship finally disappeared over the horizon. The wind carried her words away before they could reach anyone. Taro and Mia each patted her on the shoulder, one on either side. So, what will you do now, sweetie? Mia asked gently. Kaya kept her eyes on the distant sea where the Going Merry had disappeared. The last trace was a white speck, and then nothing. Finally, she spoke. I'm going to become a doctor. Taro's eyebrows rose, and a smile spread across his weathered face. Splendid, he said. A very good goal. On the Going Merry. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks Brew. Sea wind blows. To where? Who knows? The waves will be our guide. O'er across the ocean's tide. Rays of sunshine far and wide. Birds they sing of cheerful things, in circles passing by. Luffy and Usopp, with their arms around each other's shoulders, were dancing and singing, each holding a glass of orange juice. They spun in clumsy circles, nearly tripping over ropes and each other's feet, laughing every time they stumbled. Bid farewell to Weaver's Town. Say so long to port renowned. Sing a song, it won't be long, before we're casting off. Cross the gold and silver seas. The salty spray puts us at ease. Day and night to our delight. The voyage never ends. Zoro sat on a barrel, drinking his booze and watching the two idiots fool around. His swords leaned against the mast behind him, within easy reach. Old habits die hard. He was glad to see Usopp back to his cheerful self. The sniper's earlier tears had disappeared, replaced by a flush of joy and camaraderie. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks Brew. Pirates we, eternally are challenging the sea. With the waves to rest our heads. Ship beneath us as our beds. Hoisted high upon the mast our Jolly Roger flies. Nami walked over to Zoro, smiling as she watched Luffy and Usopp. The afternoon light bathed everything in a golden glow. So, where's Big Bro? She asked. Zoro hummed and took a long sip of his drink. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He's inside, doing something I don't know. Nami nodded and left the main deck. She descended the short stairs and entered the dining hall, where she found Yuji sitting at the table, scribbling in what appeared to be a diary. His guitar leaned against the bench beside him, and his backpack sat on the floor near his feet. Yet, all his focus was on the pages, his brow furrowed in concentration. She walked over and gently tapped him on the shoulder. Yuji looked up from the diary and blinked at her. Oh, Nami. Do you need something? Nami shook her head. No, I'm just curious. She peeked at the diary and saw something written in it, but she couldn't understand the language. The characters were unlike anything she had ever seen, curving, elegant, almost musical in shape. What are you doing? Oh, I'm writing a log. Yuji said with sudden excitement. I want to write everything down in a journal, our whole adventure, the journey, the meetings, everything, and create a record for when our journey is over. He held up the diary for her to see. This diary will be like a treasure, containing every single story of our adventure. So that when we're all gone someday, we'll leave something behind for future generations. Nami's eyes widened. That's really thoughtful of you. She looked at the diary again, observing how the light danced over the strange characters. There was something almost hypnotic about them, loops, lines, and dots arranged in patterns that felt both meaningful and ancient. But I don't understand one thing, she said. What language are you writing in? At that, Yuji grinned. This is Sanskrit. He turned the diary toward her, pointing to a line of text. It's an ancient, sacred language of my religion. It's really hard to understand, but once you start reading it, you'll see its true beauty. Nami raised an eyebrow and looked at him in surprise. You're religious? Well, yeah, I am, he said with a shrug. You see, my religion is very vast, with many parts and traditions, making it difficult to describe in just words. But the main principle we follow is the way of life, karma, samsara, and moksha. It explains the cycle of life, death, and liberation. He spoke slowly, choosing his words carefully. Karma is the law of cause and effect for actions. Samsara is the cycle of birth and rebirth. And moksha is the ultimate freedom from that cycle. Nami remained completely silent, listening intently. The creak of the ship's timbers sounded louder in the stillness. That's really profound, she finally said. Yuji chuckled. Oh no. Believe me when I say this, Nami, this isn't even the tip of the iceberg. He stood up from the chair and closed the diary. Well, let's not dwell too much on my religion, he said, patting her shoulder. Or it'll literally fry your brain. Nami just nodded absent-mindedly. They left the dining hall and stepped onto the main deck. Usopp was busy painting something on a large black cloth, while Luffy directed him with animated hand gestures and excited shouts. Yeah, that, yes, yes, make it bigger. Luffy was practically bouncing on his heels. Hmm, the grin should be wide so everyone can see it. And the straw hat? Yuji and Nami walked over and saw what Usopp was creating. He was creating the Jolly Roger for Luffy. A grinning, quirky skull with crossed bones behind it, topped by a giant straw hat resembling a crown made of woven grass. It's done, Usopp said as he stood up, proudly displaying the Jolly Roger. Paint stained his fingers, and there was a smudge on his cheek. Luffy immediately began clapping and cheering. His grin was so wide it looked as if it might split his face. Zoro looked at the flag with a raised eyebrow but nodded in approval. Then Usopp climbed up to the crow's nest, holding the flag in his teeth, and tied the Jolly Roger to the top of the mast. The wind immediately caught it, snapping it open like a challenge to the world. When he climbed back down, he stood beside the others and looked up at the Jolly Roger waving against the blue sky. The black flag stood out sharply and proudly against the clouds. Now we're officially a pirate crew, Luffy said with a big grin. Yeah, Yuji said with a smile. That means other pirates and the Navy will be targeting us now, Zoro said, staring at the Jolly Roger. His hand instinctively drifted toward his swords. So, who cares? Usopp replied with a big grin, crossing his arms. We can take them. Together. But Nami remained silent. She stood apart from the others, watching the Jolly Roger fly. Her right hand moved to her left bicep and gripped it tightly, her fingers pressing into the skin beneath her sleeve, where something was hidden. Where something always ached. One day, she thought, one day I'll be free. Yosh. Luffy's cheerful voice broke Nami out of her thoughts. Let's celebrate finally becoming an official pirate crew. She smiled awkwardly. They returned to partying, dancing, and singing as the Going Merry cut smoothly through the waves. The afternoon sun warmed their faces, and the wind carried their laughter across the open sea. None of them noticed a dark speck on the horizon that was slowly growing larger. A Navy ship with a dog-shaped figurehead, its sails full and its course true, sailed steadily toward them through the golden afternoon light. Like the chapter, then please share your power stones with me. See you in next chapter. Chapter 28, Grandpa's Love. Pow. We hit 2K in collections, yay. Thanks a lot for supporting me like this, you amazing, beautiful readers. Thought of the day. Happiness is a flex, homie, so don't shy away from showing it off. Attendance please. Everyone was celebrating. Luffy and Usopp were dancing and singing Bink's sake, striking goofy poses that would make any serious musician cringe. Yuji sat on the railing of their new ship, the Going Merry, sipping orange juice. It tasted sharp and sweet. Beside him, Zoro stood lazily, one arm draped over the railing, a bottle of booze dangling from his fingers. Nami sat on the steps of the upper deck, trying to distract herself from her thoughts. The glass of orange juice in her hands was still full, its contents having warmed against her palm. Droplets of condensation slid down the side in crooked lines. Everyone was busy with their own things. 1 kilometer away, a large marine ship with a dog-shaped figurehead cut through the waves. The carved dog head appeared to snarl with each crest, and the brass fittings gleamed like teeth. It was heading straight toward them, rapidly. On the marine ship, dozens of soldiers were performing their duties. Some worked the sails, the canvas snapping loudly like gunfire. Others tied ropes into knots that could hold fast during a storm. A few cleaned the side cannons, wiping oil along the barrels, preparing for anything. 2 boys mopped the main deck, one small, with pink hair like cotton candy, the other taller, sporting a strange blonde haircut that looked cheap. They watched the other soldiers prepare for what might be a fight. A tall man with short brown hair stepped onto the stairs leading to the upper deck. A marine coat hung loosely over his shoulders, the kind of look someone earns when they can wear it however they please. Beneath it, he wore a beige suit with 2 rows of buttons, a dark brown tie, and a light green collared shirt. A beige hat rested on his head, shading his eyes. On his left hip, a katana hung from a brown strap, its handle grey, cross-shaped guard gold, and sheath dark green. He stopped in front of an old man who stood with his back turned, gazing at the horizon where a tiny speck had been floating for several minutes. The old man was tall, tan, broad-chested, and strong-built like a cliff shaped into a person. A short grey beard framed his chin and mouth, and a scar encircled his left eye. He wore a light grey suit, a dark blue dress shirt, a light blue tie, and white shoes. A white marine coat hung over his shoulders, matching the one behind him. But his shirt still smelled a little like donuts. The tall man spoke. "Vice Admiral, we're approaching quickly. Are you sure you want to proceed?" The old man laughed a rough, rolling sound. "Wahahahaha, you don't need to worry about anything, Bogard. That kid has been a handful since he was this tall." He held his hand flat at knee level. "And I know exactly how to knock some sense into a stubborn fool like him." He grinned broadly, his eyes never leaving the ship in the distance. This was Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp Garp the Fist, the hero of the Marines. At this moment, he was in the East Blue of all places, determined to beat some sense into his foolish, pirate-loving grandson. "Bring me the transponder," he said. Bogard nodded and walked toward the captain's room. His footsteps made no sound on the wooden floor. On the Going Merry, the party continued their journey. Luffy stretched his rubbery face into silly shapes, pulling his cheeks until they flapped and blowing up his nose until he looked like a startled anteater. Usopp doubled over laughing, then tried to copy him and nearly dislocated his jaw. Yuji sat on the railing, savoring a quiet moment alone. Then his ears twitched. With his keen hearing, he heard, in the distance, a sharp shrieking, the sound of something tearing through the air at an incredibly high speed. He turned toward the noise. Boom! Something struck the water near their ship, sending a huge wave crashing over the Going Merry like a waterfall. The ship rocked violently. "What the?" Usopp grabbed the railing just in time, his eyes widening in shock. Luffy, mid-pose, landed face first on the deck with a wet smack. Zoro's hand immediately went to his swords. "Marines!" Nami yelled from the upper deck. She was already on her feet. The untouched glass of orange juice tumbled down the steps, leaving a wet trail behind. "Hey? Marines? How did they get this close without us noticing?" Usopp fumbled for his bag. "You were too busy celebrating," Zoro said, narrowing his eyes at the incoming ship. "I saw them 10 minutes ago. And you didn't say anything. You didn't ask." Nami's eye twitched. Usopp finally pulled out his spyglass, extended it with a click, and raised it to his eye. The marine ship came into view, the gleaming brass, the marching soldiers, and an old man who was somehow staring directly at him, grinning. Usopp felt his blood run cold. It's a really big marine ship with a dog-shaped figurehead, and some old man is standing on it, grinning at me. No way that old man could see him from that far away. But the grin grew wider. Usopp lowered the spyglass, then raised it again. The grin remained, still directed at his face. At Usopp's words, both Luffy and Yuji froze simultaneously. Their eyes widened as if they had both just witnessed the same nightmare. Because only one man in the entire navy sailed on a ship with a dog-shaped figurehead. Only one man would chase his own grandson across half the sea just for fun. Fuck! What is he doing here? Luffy and Yuji shouted together. The deck fell silent. Everyone turned to Luffy. This was the first time any of them had heard him curse. The word hung in the air like an unfamiliar bird. Usopp's jaw moved, but no sound came out. Zoro raised an eyebrow. Nami's mouth formed a small, surprised "oh." Then Luffy turned to Yuji, confused. "Hey? You know him too?" Yuji shook off his shock. "Not personally, but everyone knows who he is." "You know that scary old man?" Usopp's voice cracked. "We can talk about that later." Nami's head snapped toward the marine ship, which was closer now, close enough to see people moving on deck. What do we do? Nami's question was interrupted before anyone could respond. Boom! Another shot. Another huge splash of seawater, closer this time. The Going Merry groaned beneath them. Luffy gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Screw this! I'm not running from that old man anymore. He looked at Usopp. Usopp, aim the cannon at them. Hey! I said, aim the cannon at them. Usopp stared at him, confused. Then, seeing how serious Luffy was, he nodded. He ran toward the back cannon, nearly tripping over a rope, and began turning the heavy barrel toward the incoming ship. On Garp's ship, Bogard returned with the transponder snail, a strange, spotted creature with a receiver protruding from its shell. He handed it to Garp, who took it and flipped the switch. The snail's eyes rolled forward, and its mouth formed a perfect circle. Pirate vessel, by order of the Marines, lower your sails and surrender. Garp's voice boomed across the water. Seagulls took flight from a nearby rock, and fish scattered below. He watched as a small figure jumped onto the railing of the Going Merry's upper deck, rubbery limbs wobbling, red vest bright as a warning flag, and yelled back. Never. The sound carried, it always did when Luffy was involved. Garp's eye twitched, and a vein pulsed at his temple, the same vein that had been bothering him since the boy learned to walk. All right, you brat. Have it your way. He handed the transponder back to Bogard, who took it without a word. Then Garp shrugged off his marine coat. The white fabric fluttered once before settling in a pile at his feet. He walked to the cabinet filled with cannonballs, racks of them, black and heavy, smelling of metal and salt. He picked one up with his bare hands. The nearby soldiers went very still. He looked at the pirate ship, that tiny speck on the water, that stubborn little boat carrying his foolish yet beloved grandson, and threw the cannonball with his bare hand as if it were a toy. On the Going Merry, Luffy watched as the speck grew larger. The cannonball was coming straight toward them, whistling through the air. Usopp, fire! Usopp's hand jerked the fuse. The cannon roared loudly. The two cannonballs met in the middle of the sky, a perfect, impossible collision. Metal screamed against metal as sparks rained down toward the waves like angry fireflies. And then something strange happened. The cannonball Usopp fired twisted through the air, deflecting Garp's cannonball. Garp's cannonball curved downward toward the sea, struck the water, and exploded in a burst of foam and light. But Usopp's cannonball kept flying. Straight toward Garp's ship. Straight toward the main mast. The crash was deafening. Wood splintered, and ropes snapped like guitar strings. The mast broke in half and fell onto the deck, sending Marines scattering in all directions. On the Going Merry, silence prevailed. Complete, utter silence. Usopp stared at the cannon, then at his hands, then at the distant Marine ship with its broken mast, and finally back at his hands. How did I do that? His voice was small and lost, like that of a child who had just discovered he could lift a wagon. Yuji, Zoro, and Nami looked at Usopp as if he was some kind of god. Luffy threw his hands in the air. Woohoo! Hell yeah! Take that, old man! On Garp's side, everything was in chaos. Marines shouted conflicting orders. A lieutenant ran in 3 different directions simultaneously. Garp leaned on the railing, his knuckles white and his jaw clenched so tightly that his teeth might break. The roar echoed across the water as seagulls took flight once more. Then, slowly, the anger shifted. Garp's shoulders began to shake. A grunt escaped, followed by a chuckle. Then, Wahahahahaha. Oh, not bad, boy. Not bad. He grinned widely, watching his grandson's ship sail away toward the horizon. The Going Merry was already shrinking, a toy boat on a blue tablecloth. Bogard cleared his throat. What now, Vice Admiral? Should we continue the pursuit? Garp shook his head. Nah. Let them go. He turned and looked at the broken mast, the splintered wood, the tangled ropes, and the Marines still picking splinters out of their clothes. They earned it. He was quiet for a moment, then said, change course. Head to Syrup Village. I heard a pirate raid occurred there a few days ago. Yes, sir. Bogart's tone remained steady, sounding as unyielding as stone. We received reports from a nearby base. 5 days ago, the Black Cat pirates raided Syrup Village. It appears your grandson and his new friends single-handedly stopped the entire raid. Garp's laugh was louder this time, warm and genuine. Wahahaha. Looks like my teaching paid off after all. He looked at his right-hand man, and for just a moment, he was not the hero of the Marines. He was simply an old man, proud of a boy who had never once done what he was told. Let's go see what kind of mess my foolish grandson left in that village. On the Going Merry. After finally escaping the Marines, the dog-shaped ship had become a tiny dot in the opposite direction. Everyone turned to look at Usopp. Usopp looked back, one eyebrow raised. What? Dude, Nami's voice was still high and shaky, how did you do that? Yet. Zoro crossed his arms. You just knocked a cannonball out of the air. That's impossible. I don't know. Usopp rubbed the back of his neck, his fingers still shaking. It just happened. Shishi, who cares? Luffy grinned. We got away from the old man. You don't know what would have happened if he had caught us. Nami turned to Luffy, her expression shifting from awe to curiosity. And who is that old man? The one who made you, she pointed at his face, actually curse. Luffy shivered, a subtle movement, barely noticeable, yet his crew saw it. He's my grandpa, he said, his voice barely a mumble. Everyone heard it. Silence. Then Nami's eyes went wide. Wait, your grandpa is a Marine. And not just any Marine, Yuji finally said. He's the one who captured the Pirate King, the hero of the Marines, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. Nami, Usopp, and Zoro's eyes all widened simultaneously. They all looked at Luffy. Luffy's eyes widened in surprise. What? My grandpa caught the Pirate King? Yuji nodded. Yet. Not only did he catch him, but he also walked him to the execution platform. Stood there and watched as Gold Roger started the Great Pirate Era with his last words. The crew's mouths dropped open in surprise. But then Nami noticed something. Wait, Gold Roger? I thought his name was Gold Roger. Yuji's expression flickered. That's what the world government calls him, to hide the truth. Gold Roger, Usopp muttered under his breath, trying it out. Monkey D. Luffy. Monkey D. Garp. He looked up. Hey, what's with all the DS in their names? Does it mean something? Are they all related? Yuji shrugged. Who knows? But his eyes told a different story. All I know, he went on, is that anyone with a D in their name is bound to cause trouble, one way or another. The sun had reached its highest point and was now slowly descending toward the west. The Going Merry sailed steadily onward toward an unknown destination, her rudder creaking a gentle rhythm, her sails full of wind. Like the chapter, then please share your power stones with me. See you in next chapter. Chapter 29, Baratie. I know I was kinda late into this, but I just finished watching Michael. And what a movie it was. And one amazing fact, I share the same birthday as him, crazy that I found about it this late. Long live the king. You will always be alive in the hearts of countless. Thought of the day. Life is short, make it great. I was writing this chapter and I found this panel. It made me realize that Oda did it way before Gege did. Attendance please. 4:30 p.m. The Going Merry sailed north, cutting through the water with ease. Her hull creaked in a low, steady rhythm, as if the ship itself were humming a sea shanty. The sails were full, and Luffy's newly made Jolly Roger flew high from the crow's nest. The Skull's grin seemed to grow wider with every gust of wind. Down on the main deck, Nami sat beneath the shade of an umbrella, keeping herself occupied by studying maps. Luffy sat on Mary's figurehead, enjoying the view. The wind rushed past him, nearly blowing his straw hat away, but he caught it just in time and pressed it firmly onto his head, wearing a childlike grin. Usopp was in the crow's nest, disassembling the old sniper rifle that old man Taro had given him. The metal parts clicked and clattered in his lap. He squinted through a broken scope and muttered to himself as he wrote down a list of things he needed. Meanwhile, Zoro was doing push-ups with Yuji sitting cross-legged on his back. 956, 957, 958. Sweat poured down Zoro's face, forming a small puddle beneath him. His muscles twitched. "Come on, Zoro, we're almost at 1,000. I know you can do it," Yuji said, patting Zoro's back, each pat landing like a small hammer strike. Zoro gritted his teeth and pressed on. After 5 more minutes, he finally finished and collapsed onto the deck. His arms gave out first, followed by his chest hitting the wood with a dull thump. Seeing this, Yuji jumped off his back and stood nearby. Zoro took a deep breath, filling his lungs with much-needed oxygen. The air tasted of salt and his own sweat. He slowly stood up and exhaled in one explosive breath, like a bellows clearing out ash. His hands and biceps were trembling from the effort. He looked at Yuji. "How much do you weigh?" "Oh, I'm 80 kilos, replied Yuji with a cheerful grin, causing Zoro's eyebrows to shoot up. "Then why the hell are you so heavy?" Zoro's voice cracked with genuine shock. "I've done push-ups with a damn boulder on my back that was 5 times heavier than you." Yuji tilted his head. Well, to answer your question, I used the life return technique." Zoro blinked. "Hey? One of the 6 powers you mentioned to us?" Yuji nodded. "Right. So, do you remember what I told you about the life return technique?" Zoro hummed and rubbed his chin, trying to recall the lesson. Something like, controlling your body parts." "Bingo!" Yuji said with a snap of his fingers. "That's exactly what I did. By controlling my body parts, I shifted the weight of all my internal organs to one spot, so the area pressing down on you is much smaller than the boulder you used. The pressure you feel is far greater than that of any boulder on your back. Also," Yuji thought, rubbing the back of his neck, "I made my blood heavier and denser and concentrated it all into one area. But he doesn't need to know that yet. Now." Yuji spoke up again, his grin turning a bit mischievous. "Let's do sit-ups next, with me sitting over your head." Zoro shivered at those words and took a step back. "Oh, hell no. Come on, Zoro, don't be like that," Yuji said, pouting. "Fuck off," Zoro said, raising his middle finger. Just then, Usopp shouted from the crow's nest, "Ship ahead!" The word cut through the deck like a blade, snapping everyone's attention upward. Yuji, Zoro, and Nami walked to the front upper deck, stood by the railing, and gazed at the distant shape on the sea. The ship appeared as just a blur on the water. "Who do you think it could be? Another marine ship? Or maybe pirates?" asked Nami, squinting. "Whatever it is, it's not moving," replied Zoro as he wiped the sweat from his brow and flicked it away. Usopp climbed down from the crow's nest and jogged over, his spyglass in hand. He raised it and focused on the distant shape. Interesting," Usopp muttered. "What is it, Usopp?" Luffy asked, sounding impatient. "It's a strange-looking ship, shaped like a giant fish." "Hey, a ship shaped like a giant fish?" Yuji muttered under his breath. Then it clicked. "Oh, I know exactly what it is." Zoro and Nami raised their eyebrows. You do? Yuji nodded. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the floating restaurant, Baratai. Nami blinked. Wait, really? That's the most famous restaurant in all of East Blue. Hearing that, Luffy grinned so widely it looked like his face might split. Nice. Then let's go eat there. Oh no, 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 you idiot. That place is expensive. We'll go broke if we eat there. Nami shot back. Ah, but I'm hungry. Luffy said, deflating as his shoulders slumped like a popped balloon. TCH. Zoro clicked his tongue. Don't you have any money on you? So what? Nami barked at Zoro, baring her shark-like teeth. That's my money, you brute. She huffed and looked away. Everyone was quiet. The waves lapped gently against Mary's hull. A seabird cried somewhere in the distance. Then Yuji spoke up. Looks like we're going to eat and run, then. Luffy perked up instantly. Wait, really? Shishi. It's been so long since I've done that. Nice, let's do it. Zoro also smirked. Well, at the end of the day, we're pirates. Yup. Let's go in there, eat whatever we want, and make a run for it. And if anyone tries to stop us... Yuji cracked his fingers one by one. Just beat them up. Usopp gulped as he looked between the trio. Hey, I don't think we should do that. What? Don't tell me you're backing out, said Zoro with a raised eyebrow. We're an official pirate crew now, so let's do some pirating. Usopp stammered, not realizing that Yuji and Zoro were actually trying to trick Nami into paying for the food. And sure enough, it worked. Nami gritted her teeth, her eye twitching. Arg! She grabbed her hair and pulled. Why are you guys like this? She pointed an accusing finger at Yuji. Even you, big bro. I thought you were the only responsible one here. But I was wrong. You're just like them. Yuji looked away and scratched his cheek, feeling embarrassed. Hey! Don't yell at Yuji. He didn't say anything wrong, retorted Luffy with a pout. We're pirates, so why should we follow rules? We'll eat and run. That's final. Nami immediately climbed onto Mary's head and punched Luffy squarely on the skull, nearly knocking him off the ship. Her fist was smoking as she looked down at Luffy, who was rubbing a fresh bump on his head. No. We will not eat and run. Do you hear me? She then looked at Yuji and Zoro. And you two, we're not beating anyone up there. We're going to eat like normal, civilized people. But what about the payment? Asked Zoro with a perfectly straight face. Nami closed her eyes and took a shaky breath. Slowly, she forced out, I will pay for the food. Happy. Yuji and Zoro looked at each other and exchanged a fist bump. Got her. Both thought the same thing, then glanced at the fallen Luffy and gave a mental salute. Luffy, your sacrifice will never be forgotten. Slowly and steadily, the Going Merry approached the floating restaurant, giving everyone on board a perfect view of the Baratai. It was enormous, a massive, multi-level structure constructed from old pirate ships. A giant fish head stood at the front, its mouth frozen open. Inside that mouth was a bar, with customers visible through the teeth. The bottom was rounded, and the hull bore scars from years of waves and weather. A small row of cannons lined the sides. The restaurant had 5 floors. A neon sign displaying the name Baratia glowed faintly on the 4th floor. Several wooden docks extended from the front entrance, where dozens of ships were already tied up, and people flowed in and out like water. Whoa! Look at that! Luffy muttered, staring upward. Then he sniffed the air like a hunting dog, and his eyes went wide. What a good smell! His stomach growled low and demanding. Oh man, now I'm really hungry. He grinned and looked at his crew. Come on. Let's go eat. They docked at one of the free docks and went inside. The dining area was constructed on 2 levels. The upper level featured a balcony overlooking the lower floor, where round tables and private booths were arranged throughout. The space was illuminated by soft yellow lanterns. The floorboards creaked underfoot, but it was a pleasant creak, the kind that promised good food and fine drinks. The group walked in and was immediately struck by the grandeur of everything. Gold trim, polished wood, and the aroma, roasting meat, fresh bread, and herbs, that made Nami's stomach growl despite her earlier resolve. Then a man wearing a white suit and a black bow tie walked toward them, a smile firmly fixed on his face. "Welcome to the Baratai. How may I assist you?" Luffy stepped forward and said, "Hi. Where can we eat?" The man's smile did not waver. "Do you have a reservation, sir?" Luffy tilted his head. "Do we need one? We're very full today. I can put you on the waiting list, but the wait is about 3 weeks. Then Usopp stepped forward with his swagger, chin up, chest out. He looked the man dead in the eye. "Maybe you should check your book again. You wouldn't want to turn away the future king of the pirates, would you?" The man raised an eyebrow. "And who might that be, sir?" Usopp pointed at Luffy. "Monkey D. Luffy. Perhaps you've heard of him." He added a wink for emphasis. Luffy grinned and looked at the man with hopeful eyes, practically buzzing with excitement. The man gasped dramatically aloud, exaggerated sound that echoed off the high ceiling. "Well, in that case, we'll find a table." "Yeah, I knew it," exclaimed Luffy, patting Usopp on the back. The sniper gave a half bow, already savoring his imagined glory. The man continued, "In 3 weeks." The smile never left his lips. Both Luffy and Usopp froze. "Hey!" Behind them, Yuji sighed and stepped forward. "You'll have to excuse them, they're idiots." He pulled out his wallet, took out a few hundred berries, and handed the money to the man. The money vanished into the man's pocket so quickly, it was like a magic trick. "Of course. Right this way, sir," the man said, leading them to an empty private booth. Zoro looked at Yuji with a raised eyebrow. "What?" asked Yuji. "You just bribed that man." "Yeah, so?" "Nothing." They sat down in the private booth, leather seats that sighed softly beneath them. A window looked out over the sea, the evening light shimmering on the waves. Luffy immediately grabbed the menu. "Oh, look at all these meat dishes." He began to drool, and a real drop fell onto the paper. "I hope they have strong alcohol here," Zoro muttered, adjusting his swords and laying them across his lap. "Oh, please, for the love of God, order something cheap," Nami said, already feeling the dent in her treasure stash. She could almost hear her berries screaming. Just then, shouting came from a table near the kitchen door. "I'm saying, this here is my table close to the kitchen so I can smell the food." A man wearing a pirate hat slammed his fist down for emphasis. "Maybe you ought to try a table outside. Because right now, the only thing I smell is you." The speaker was a man in a white pinstripe suit, his pink hair neatly combed back, a scar beneath his right eye, and bolts attached to his knuckles. His voice was sharp, the kind of voice accustomed to getting what it wanted. The man wearing a pirate hat yelled and shoved the food off the table. Dishes shattered, and soup splattered across the floor. Now, gentlemen." A new voice spoke up, smooth and almost bored. Both men looked toward a blond man with swirled eyebrows and bangs covering his left eye. He stood with his hands in his pockets, appearing relaxed. "You know the rules here, we don't waste food." He stepped forward as the light flickered across his handsome face, illuminating his one visible right eye. "Now, get the hell out of this restaurant." "What?" said the pink-haired man. "Do you know who I am, waiter?" The blonde tilted his head. "Why? Can't you tell me yourself?" The pink-haired man slammed his fist onto the table, the wood cracked. "I am Double Iron Fist Full Body." I am a Marine lieutenant, and you will show me some respect, waiter. The blonde stared at Full Body with a blank expression. The silence lingered. First of all, he took a slow, deliberate step forward. I am not a waiter. And second of all, his foot moved. Go fuck yourself. The kick struck Full Body's face so swiftly it was merely a blur. The Marine lieutenant was propelled backward, crashing into an empty table before collapsing in a heap unconscious before he even hit the ground. Then a pistol was aimed at the blonde's head. He turned slowly, deliberately, toward the man wearing the pirate hat. Their eyes locked. You shouldn't have done that. He ducked under the pistol, the bullet passed through the spot where his head had been a second earlier and kicked the man under the chin. Crack. The pirate folded like wet paper. Idiots. The blonde dusted himself off, straightened his tie, and walked toward the private booth where Luffy and the others were seated. He stopped at their table, adjusted his tie once more, and smiled though the smile never reached his eyes. Hi. Welcome to our crappy restaurant, where the only thing worse than the atmosphere is the food. My name is Sanji. I'm the sous chef, but for now, I'm your waiter. He pulled out a notepad. Now, what can I get for you? Luffy's hand shot up. One of everything, please. Sanji nodded, jotting it down without hesitation. Then he looked at the others. Any drinks? Perhaps one of our signature cocktails to help you choke down your meal. Giving us the hard sell, hey. Nami muttered. Sanji heard her and looked in her direction. His entire demeanor changed in an instant. His posture softened, and his voice shifted from flat to dreamy. Apologies, madam. I didn't see you there. He leaned slightly forward, as if pulled by a string. Would you care for a drink to start? We have several rare Miquiot wines in stock. Or perhaps you'd like a glass of Omeshu. You know, something sweet for someone sweet. Yuji, Zoro, and Usopp stared at Sanji with mixed emotions. Luffy simply tilted his head, looking confused. Something wrong with your eye, said Nami, her expression completely flat. Sanji's right eye somehow grew brighter. I'm just blinded by your beauty. Yuji's hand came down on the table with a thump. Everyone looked at him. She is 17, Yuji said, staring directly into Sanji's visible right eye. The air around the table seemed to grow colder. So, she won't be drinking any of that. Okay. Sanji flinched. It was small, almost invisible, but Yuji caught it. The intensity of Yuji's stare felt like a physical weight. Now, Yuji leaned back slightly. Bring whatever Luffy ordered. A beer for him, he said, pointing at Zoro, and orange juice for the rest of us. Why yet? Sure. Right away. Sanji was gone, hurrying back to the kitchen without any of his earlier confidence. The table remained silent for several seconds. Then, everyone looked at Yuji. What? He asked. Zoro smirked and leaned back in his seat. You're certainly protective of Nami. Yet, Usopp jumped in. Did you see that Sanji guy? He was like, Madam this, Madam that. He was literally sweet-talking Nami, and with every word, Yuji's eyes twitched in annoyance. Shishi. Luffy grinned, arms crossed behind his head. Yuji's like a big brother to our crew. Isn't that right, Nami? Nami blushed, a deep red spreading across her cheeks like a wave. She covered her face with her hands. Oh, shut up, you idiots. But she couldn't conceal her smile. At Syrup Village, Garp's ship had docked at the back of the island, at Kaya's shipyard, to repair the mast. The yard smelled of freshly cut wood and salt. Workers moved quietly and respectfully, stealing glances at the marine ship. Here, Miss Kaya. For the repairs. Bogart handed her a box filled with cash. The weight of it surprised her. Oh, no, mister, please. Kaya tried to push the box away. I just did what was right. Helping a respected marine like Sir Garp is already an honor for me. I don't want anything else. Bogart's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes softened. No, Miss Kaya. It is our failure as Marines that we didn't see the true face of a corrupt Marine like Morgan, which allowed Kuro to fool everyone and caused everything you went through. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice carried genuine guilt. If we had done even a little investigation 3 years ago, maybe none of this would have happened. He bowed a full, formal bow. For that, I am truly sorry. Kaya's eyes widened. She began waving her hands frantically. Please. You don't need to do any of that. Her voice softened, growing quieter. I've already made peace with it. I just want to forget all of that. Bogart straightened. I understand, but please at least accept this payment. Kaya looked at the box, then at his honest face. She sighed and took the box. Fine. Bogart smiled briefly, just a faint expression, then his face returned to its usual blank look. We'll talk to headquarters and request a permit to build a marine base here, so that nothing like this ever happens again. I hope you don't mind. Kaya shook her head. No, I don't. Now then, we should leave. He pulled a card from his suit pocket, a Den Mushi number neatly printed on the front. Here. This is our number. If you ever have any questions, please contact us. He turned and headed back to the ship, his footsteps echoing across the wooden dock. Kaya watched him leave, then looked down at the box in her hands. A marine base, she thought. Maybe that's for the best. Baratai. The food has arrived. Dishes covered the table like a treasure trove. Steaming plates of meat. Bowls of rice glistening with butter. A whole fish, its eyes still glassy, surrounded by lemon slices. Sauces in small ceramic pots. Bread that cracked when touched. Luffy and the others dug in. 10 minutes passed, and half of the food was gone. Usopp leaned back in his seat and rubbed his stomach. I can't eat another bite, he groaned. But it's so good. Oh man, you said it, said Zoro, taking a long swig from his beer bottle. Foam clung to his upper lip, but he didn't wipe it off. Nami groaned and plopped her head onto the table. I won't be hungry for a week. Yuji wiped his mouth with a cloth napkin and looked at them with a raised eyebrow. Seriously? We're only halfway through, and you're already full. Usopp looked at Yuji, then at Luffy who was still eating like a machine. What are you two made of? Do you have stomachs or black holes? Luffy looked up, his cheeks bulging. Hey, guys, should we order dessert? Nah, I already got mine here, Zoro said, raising his beer bottle. Then Luffy's eyes went wide. His grin returned, bigger than before. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's do a toast. Come on, grab your glasses. Yuji, Nami, and Usopp each grabbed a glass of orange juice, while Zoro raised his beer bottle. Luffy raised his glass of orange juice, condensation dripping down his fingers. To the best crew sailing the seas. Here's to our victory. Yet. They clinked their glasses together. The sound rang out clear and bright, like a bell signaling the start of something significant. Luffy grinned widely as he watched them and downed the entire glass of orange juice in one long gulp. Then Sanji appeared with the bill. He placed it on the table near Luffy. It was, as it turned out, the greatest mistake of his professional life. Nami leaned forward to grab the bill, but before she could reach it, Luffy snatched it up. He took the pen that came with the bill and began writing on the paper. The group froze as time seemed to slow. Luffy handed the bill back to Sanji with a grin. Thank you, my good man. Sanji raised an eyebrow and glanced down at the bill. His lips curled upward. No, sir. Thank you. He walked away. Yuji, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp remained frozen in their seats. What? Usopp muttered. Luffy, Zoro's voice was dangerously calm. Did you just give back the bill like that? Hey? Oh, no, Luffy said, tilting his head. I just helped Nami a bit. With this, she won't have to pay for everything. Captain, Yuji's voice was flat. Please tell me you didn't write on my tab. Luffy's eyes widened. Hey? How did you know that? Yuji, Zoro, and Usopp groaned in unison, pressing their foreheads into their palms. Nami's eyes were obscured by her bangs. A frightening aura emanated from her as she opened her mouth to scream at him. Who the fuck is Monkey D. Luffy? But someone had beaten her to it. Zeph's voice cut through the restaurant like a knife. The old chef stood near the kitchen entrance, his peg leg planted firmly, arms crossed, mustache bristling. And Luffy, having never learned to keep his mouth shut, immediately answered, "Here." Zeph limped toward them. Tap, 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 his peg leg striking the wooden floor like a countdown to disaster. You seem confused about the house rules. He stopped in front of their booth, looming. But Baratie doesn't offer credit. You eat, you pay. Luffy looked at Yuji and the others, who were shaking their heads frantically, silently begging him to be quiet. Luffy shrugged. I think you're confused, he said, looking up at Zeph with a grin. The meal has already been paid for, I just haven't given you the money yet. Zeph's eyes narrowed. Yet? And how's that? Luffy pointed at the bill. You can add it to my treasure tab. Yuji and the others immediately closed their eyes and looked away, overwhelmed by second-hand embarrassment. And what, pray tell, is that? Luffy's grin widened. I may not look like much yet, but you're talking to the future king of the pirates. As soon as I find the One Piece, I'll come back here and pay this bill in full with interest. Zeph stared at him intently. Then he looked at Yuji, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp, all of whom had averted their gazes, suddenly very interested in the ceiling, the floor, the window, anything except the old chef's stare. Zeph nodded slowly, his mustache twitching. You know what? I have a better idea. He grabbed Luffy by his red vest and dragged him toward the kitchen. Luffy's sandals scraped against the wooden floorboards. Luffy, Usopp whispered, watching his captain disappear through the swinging kitchen door. The door swung back and forth, once, twice, then stopped. The table was very quiet. So. Zoro took a long drink from his beer bottle, draining the last drop. Should we still pay the bill and just leave this place? Oh, I'm not giving anything now, Nami stated sharply. She finished her orange juice in one angry gulp. I was ready to pay, but he had to mess this up. Then what should we do now? Asked Usopp, wringing his hands nervously. Yuji picked up his fork, speared a piece of meat, and popped it into his mouth. He said, chewing. He'll be fine. Then he reached for another dish. Like the chapter, then please share your power stones with me. See you on Monday. Chapter 30, Strange Encounters. Yo, I'm back baby. God damn it. This heat. The temperature and humidity are off the charts that the government officials have to message the public to not go outside because of the heat wave. I can't even charge my phone properly without the risk of overheating it. I am sleeping full on in my birthday suit and still sweating buckets. Fucking my AC is also not cooling properly. I am getting roasted alive right here. The sun is showing us some special love. Anyways, I did a little bit foreshadowing in this one. If you can find it, then comment on that part about what you understand from it. Thought of the day. My mom says I'm special, so fuck you. Attendance please. Baratie inside the kitchen. Give me a break, old man. I'll only work for 1 week, said Luffy, poking Zeph in the chest. The head chef didn't move. He simply stood there with his arms crossed, tapping his peg leg on the floor as a warning. Zeph huffed. Don't insult me, boy. You tried to cheat my restaurant with that fake treasure bill of yours. He poked Luffy in return, missing his nose by an inch. 1 week of work won't cut it. He grabbed more dishes from the counter and tossed them into the sink. The pile grew into a small mountain, wobbling precariously. You'll work for me for a whole year. Zeph's voice boomed through the kitchen. Got it? Now clean these. I want to see my goddamn face in them. Luffy puffed out his chest so much that he nearly fell backward. I won't do it. I was just trying to help my friends, and this is what I get for my hospital. A chef near the spice rack raised his hand cautiously. It's hospitality. The kitchen fell silent. Zeph slowly turned his head toward the chef. The chef immediately regretted his entire life. He hid behind a pot. Yet, whatever it is. Luffy kept going, not noticing the silent death stare nearby. The thing is, I've already waited 10 years to become a pirate. I won't wait another year doing stupid cleaning when I could be chasing my dream. He put his hands on his hips. So, here's my final offer, let me work it off in 1 week. How's that? Luffy grinned and extended his hand toward Zeph. Zeph looked at the hand, then at Luffy's foolish grin. His eye twitched. You don't get to decide, eggplant head. Chef's special peg leg kick. His leg shot up and struck Luffy's rubbery neck with a loud thwack. Every chef in the kitchen winced. They clutched their own necks, vividly recalling Zeph's infamous kicks. I'm the one who decides. Zeph roared as Luffy crumpled to the floor, his neck stretching and wobbling like a broken spring. Man, did you really have to do that? Luffy grabbed his head and snapped it back into place with a pop. Shut up. Zeph took a deep breath, held it for a moment, and then exhaled. He looked at Luffy and nodded. You know what, kid? His voice lowered. Since your time is so precious, I'll give you a quick way out. Luffy's eyes lit up. Oh, really? Now you're talking. Zeph reached behind him and slowly pulled out a meat cleaver. The blade gleamed in the light. Give me one of your legs. He tapped his peg leg with the flat of his blade. Clink. Clink. I kind of miss my real leg. He grinned wider. So, I'll take yours instead. Hope you don't mind. Luffy stared at the cleaver, then at Zeph's grin, and back at the cleaver again. I think cleaning is fine. The words came out fast and high-pitched. What you want doesn't matter anymore, boy. Zeph shouted and charged toward Luffy. Kai-a-a-ah! Luffy screamed like a child. Take this. Chef drop. The entire kitchen descended into chaos. And through it all, Sanji stood by the counter. One hand in his pocket, one eyebrow raised. His cigarette burned at the corner of his mouth, the ash growing longer as he watched the grown man in a tall hat chase the rubber boy around the kitchen like a frantic chicken. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Why am I even working here? This is so childish. A flying ladle nearly hit him in the head. He didn't even blink. 7 p.m. with Yuji, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp. The sea had turned a deep purple by the time they settled in. The outdoor bar underneath the large fish head structure extended over the water like a wooden dock, its surface worn smooth by years of use. Lanterns swayed overhead, casting a warm glow on the tables. Gentle waves lapped against the restaurant below. Zoro had taken the chair with the best view of the horizon. He sat with his legs stretched out and arms crossed, gazing at the dark sky filled with stars and a half moon. A waiter appeared and placed 2 glasses of juice on the table. Then, carefully, he set down a bottle of fine sake. The label was old and handwritten, with the paper yellowed at the edges. Zoro grabbed the bottle before it had completely stopped moving. Pop! The cork came out with a soft sigh. He poured slowly, watching the liquid catch the light clear as spring water. He raised the small cup, held it for a moment, then drank it down. Gulp. A pause. Then, ah. His shoulders dropped, and his jaw relaxed. For the first time all day, Roronoa looked almost peaceful. This is good sake, he said, turning the bottle in his hands. It reminds me of my old dojo. Nami sipped her juice silently, her eyes fixed on him. Usopp held his own drink, a chilled apple soda. Zoro poured again but didn't drink immediately. He simply held the cup, watching the liquid settle. Before I left the dojo, my teacher asked to see me one last time. He took a small sip. We have a little ceremony. When a student is ready to leave and face the world, they share their first drink with their master. The lantern's flame flickered gently. My teacher, Kojiro, Zoro's voice softened. He's a very calm and refined man. The way he teaches swordsmanship is gentle. Yuji leaned forward. Nami set down her glass, and Usopp didn't look away. They were all listening attentively. Zoro swirled the sake in his cup thoughtfully. He once told me, the best swordsmanship isn't about destroying everything. It's about having the control to cut only what you intend to. He paused. Or, in simpler terms, the power to cut nothing. Usopp frowned. Cut nothing? How does that work? I didn't get it either at first. Zoro smiled a little. But now, as I chase my dream to become the world's greatest swordsman, I realize something. He set the cup down. He looked at his hands, calloused, scarred and steady. To truly be called a swordsman, I must become one with my blades. I have to see them as part of my own body. His voice dropped. Then, and only then, can I call myself worthy. He poured another cup and drank it in one gulp. No sigh this time, just quiet satisfaction. Usopp took a sip of his soda. He sounds like a wise man. He is, said Zoro, looking up at the stars. A peaceful silence settled between them. Then Yuji tilted his head. Is something else on your mind, Zoro? Zoro's eyes flickered, but then he shook his head. Nah. Sometimes, it's better to leave some things unsaid. He turned to Yuji and studied him for a moment. What about you, Yuji? Do you have something to share? Nami's gaze shifted, and so did Usopp's. Yuji leaned back in his chair, the wood creaking beneath him. He gazed up at the stars, though his eyes seemed to look beyond them. He hummed. Well, the only memories I have are of my grandpa. Other than that, just the local people I grew up around. What about your parents? Nami asked softly. Yuji shrugged. I never knew them. My grandpa has raised me since I was a toddler. He tapped his finger on the chair. So it doesn't matter to me whether my parents are dead, alive somewhere with another kid, or whatever. That's really sad, Usopp murmured. Yuji looked at him intently. Ha! Don't be, he smiled. Because I never was. Usopp nodded quietly. He wanted to say more, but the words wouldn't come. So, he simply nodded again and took another sip of his soda. Yuji stood up. You know, I think I really need a drink after all this emotional talk. Zoro raised an eyebrow. I thought you said you didn't drink. Dude, I said I don't get drunk, Yuji said, stretching his arms above his head. That doesn't mean I don't like the taste. Zoro's other eyebrow raised. You drink, for the taste. Not all drinks taste like cheap, fermented products. Some contain sweeteners. Zoro shuddered. No thanks. I don't want my alcohol to taste like sugary syrup. Yuji shrugged. Everyone has their own taste. He nodded toward the bar counter, a long stretch of polished wood at the far end. I'll be at the bar. If you need me, just call. He walked away. Zoro watched him leave. You know. Zoro's voice was low. Sometimes, I think he's hiding something we're not ready for. Nami followed his gaze and watched Yuji's back disappear into the warm light of the bar. Everyone has secrets, Zoro, she said, her fingers tracing the rim of her glass. Maybe he does too. Zoro hummed thoughtfully, then looked at her. What about you? Do you have a secret? Nami's hand came to a stop. She looked down at her juice. Maybe. The words hung heavily in the air between them. At the bar counter. Yuji tapped the counter twice. Knock. Knock. The bartender glided over smoothly. Yes, sir. What can I get you? He smiled automatically. Yuji leaned on the counter. Tell me, mate, what do you have? The bartender's smile widened, he loved this question. Well, we have plenty of drinks. Non-alcoholic options include virgin wine spritzer, Roy Rogers, ginger and juice, simple syrup and soda, fizzy fruit juice, Shirley Temple, kombucha, virgin margarita, and gin-free Tom Collins, he said, pointing to the bottles as he named them. And we also offer alcoholic cocktails like Aperol Spritz, Bellini, Martini, Pina Colada, Whiskey Sour, and Daiquiri from all around the Four Blues. He paused for effect. We even have some vintage wine from the Grand Line itself. Yuji raised his eyebrows. The bartender bent down and pulled out a bottle that seemed to glow in the lantern-light dark glass, a wax seal, and a fancy label. This is premium, top-quality wine, imported directly from Figarland Square, Logue Town, he said, holding it up. The family is renowned for producing fine aged wines and strong spirits. His voice dropped to a whisper. Unfortunately, we have only this one bottle. It alone is worth over 200 million berries. Yuji let out a low whistle. That's expensive. I thought a top bottle of wine cost 10 or 20 million, maybe 50 at most. Well, yeah, that's how it is for other brands, the bartender said, setting the bottle down carefully. But this company is run by a noble family. He leaned closer. You won't believe this, but their most expensive wine once sold at auction for almost 1 billion berries. Damn! Right, the bartender exclaimed, throwing his hands up. I can't believe people spend billions on just one bottle of wine. Yuji chuckled. Well, what can I say? They're rich. They can spend their money however they want. We common folks have nothing to do with them. Yeah, the bartender nodded, then straightened up. Yeah, you're right. His professional smile returned. So, have you decided what you'd like to drink? Yuji hummed softly as his eyes scanned the shelves. It's hard to choose among all these fine drinks. The bartender waited. Then Yuji snapped his fingers. You know what? I know exactly what I want. The bartender's smile broadened as his hand hovered over a crystal decanter. Please give me a glass of strawberry milkshake. The smile froze in place. What? Yuji's grin was innocent, bright, and sincere. Strawberry milkshake. The bartender blinked, his mouth opening and closing in surprise. But, don't you want any drinks? Yeah, of course I want a drink, Yuji said, tilting his head. That's why I'm asking for a strawberry milkshake. But... Strawberry, Yuji said, enunciating each syllable clearly. Milkshake. The bartender's eye twitched. Suddenly, a sweet laugh came from beside Yuji. Yuji turned around. A woman sat on the bar stool right next to him. Black hair cascaded over her shoulders. She wore a revealing cowgirl outfit, a purple corset, a matching miniskirt adorned with white dangling ornaments, a white fur-lined coat, and a white cowboy hat tilted on her head. Her white high-heeled boots tapped against the rail. She was grinning. Phew 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 phew, her laughter softened into something warmer. Sorry if this is rude, but, the way you asked for a strawberry milkshake after hearing all those drink options. I can't help but laugh. Yuji's grin didn't fade. Oh, Don't apologize, he said, waving a hand. I was just testing whether my man here could handle an unpredictable customer like me. Unpredictable, hey? The woman propped her elbow on the counter and rested her cheek in her hand. Her eyes studied him closely. You know, I like unpredictable people. There's something exciting about them, not knowing what they'll do next. Yuji slid onto the stool next to her. The wood was still warm from her touch. Well then, he said, I hope you won't get bored with my unpredictability. The woman's smile became playful as she leaned slightly toward him. I'll be the judge of that. The bartender looked between them, confused. Ahem. He cleared his throat. Sir, should I bring you your strawberry milkshake? The woman didn't look away from Yuji. I don't think you'll need to. Her smile sharpened. He's just messing with you. The bartender blinked. WH what? Yuji's grin widened. Well, you got me. He finally looked at the bartender with an apologetic expression. Sorry, man. I was just messing around. Oh. The bartender let out a nervous laugh. Really? Yeah, Yuji nodded. Don't worry about it. He paused. Now, do you have any strong alcohol? Something sharp. Relief washed over the bartender's face. He reached under the counter and pulled out a bottle. This here is Spiritus Rectificawani, he said, setting it down with a thunk. 96% alcohol, very strong rectified spirit, mostly used for infusions. Yuji picked it up, turned it over, and read the label. Rectified spirit, he said, handing it back. Give me a neat shot. The bartender froze. The woman froze. Yuji looked between them. What? Is there something on my face? Sir, the bartender said cautiously, I'm sorry, but I can't recommend drinking that neat. It's very strong and will burn your throat and stomach badly. Yuji smiled. Good. The word hung in the air like a challenge. The bartender stammered, looked at the woman, then back at Yuji, and saw that cheerful, steady grin. Fuck it, he thought. This guy has been messing with me all night. If he wants to embarrass himself in front of this woman, that's his problem. He opened the bottle. The woman watched Yuji with a strange expression, half worried, half curious. You know it's really dangerous to drink it straight, right? Yuji shrugged. Meh, it won't work on me anyway. She blinked. What? Alcohol and poison don't affect me, he said as if it were no big deal. I naturally have a very high tolerance. The woman formed a small O shape with her lips. The bartender poured the shot, the liquid clear as water. Yuji took it, drank it, and swallowed. A moment of silence. He set the glass down with a click. Light work. He grinned at the bartender, who was staring at him as if he had just witnessed a man drink fire. Give me another one. The woman laughed again, this time warmer and more genuine. Phew 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 phew, she shook her head, her black hair swaying. You really are unpredictable. She held out her right hand, her long, elegant fingers adorned with a silver ring that gleamed on her middle finger. I forgot to introduce myself. Her smile softened. I'm Olivia. Yuji took her hand, and her grip was firm. Nice to meet you, Olivia. He shook her hand once. I'm Yuji Itadori. Their hands remained clasped a moment longer than necessary. Then, they parted. And there it was. Usopp's voice dropped to a low growl. He stood on his chair, one foot on the seat, the other on the armrest, with his arms spread wide. A crowd had gathered around him, diners, sailors, and a few chefs on break. All leaned in, eyes wide, drinks forgotten. The being, with its single eye staring down at us as if we were ants. Usopp's eyes widened for effect. Horns protruding from its skull. A crown of blood floating above its head. He paused. Let the silence linger. It was none other than the Red Emperor, a being of pure darkness, evil, and malice. A woman in the crowd gasped. Usopp leaned forward. The lantern light shone on his face from below, making him appear older and more defined. When it spoke, it sounded like millions of voices screaming all at once. He clenched his fists. It pointed at our friend Yuji and demanded that we hand him over. He looked around at the crowd, meeting their eyes one by one. But could we just give up on our friend like that? He straightened up. No. His voice cracked sharply like a whip. We looked into that single eye and said only one word, no. His hands curled into fists. It screamed at us and revealed its true horror by covering the whole world in darkness. Someone's glass tipped over, but no one noticed. It looked like everything was over, like we were all going to die. Usopp's voice softened. But then, he stepped forward. He pointed toward the sky. Our captain, Monkey D. Luffy, the man who brings eternal light, a warrior who laughs in the face of death. Usopp raised both hands above his head. He grabbed the sun from the sky, plucked it right out of heaven, and, with one mighty gum-gum punch, he defeated the Red Emperor once and for all. The crowd gasped. He protected our friend and started a new era across the world. Usopp spread his arms wide open. So always remember, whenever darkness tries to swallow you, look up at the sky, spread your arms wide, and say these words, "Praise the Sunday." He paused. Now, everyone together. The crowd roared along with him. Praise the sun. Arms shot up, fists clenched, as dozens of voices shouted together. Usopp nodded, satisfied. Thank you all for listening. Have a nice evening. The crowd slowly dispersed, with some patting Usopp on the shoulder and others whispering among themselves about the Red Emperor and the man who punched the sun. That was quite a story you told. Usopp turned around. The man stood behind him, tall and lean, wearing a black trench coat over his bare chest, which showcased his strong build. His eyes were yellow and sharp. Usopp's confidence disappeared. Thanks, man. I try my best. The man nodded without looking away. Say, would you mind if I met this Monkey D. Luffy? Well, Usopp swallowed. He's busy right now, but you can meet the others in my crew. Fine by me. Usopp led the man toward the table where Zoro and Nami were still seated. His legs felt shaky, and his heart pounded. Hey, guys, he forced cheer into his voice. Someone wants to meet you. Nami looked up at the unfamiliar man cautiously. Zoro's hand moved to his sword before his mind could even catch up. Dracula Hawkeye, my hawk. The name fell from Zoro's lips like a death sentence. He stood up slowly and carefully, his eyes never leaving the man's face. My hawk looked back at him with calm, piercing yellow eyes. Do you know me? Every swordsman in the world knows you, Zoro said steadily, though his hand trembled slightly on his sword. I've followed your journey since I was a kid. My hawk's gaze shifted to Zoro's 3 swords as he studied them intently. I see. The silence between them was heavy, breathing and waiting. Then Zoro spoke. Dracula, my hawk. He straightened his shoulders and lifted his chin. I, Roronoa Zoro, challenge you to a duel for your title as the world's greatest swordsman. Nami's juice glass slipped from her fingers. It hit the deck and shattered. My hawk stared at Zoro for a long, tense moment. And why should I accept? His voice was soft, dismissive. You're not even a warm-up for me. I could kill you right here, and you couldn't do a thing. Nami's face turned pale. Usopp stopped breathing. But Zoro didn't flinch, blink, or break eye contact. I know, his voice was quiet. But I'm not just challenging you to a fight. I'm challenging you to a proper sword duel. And you, as the master swordsman, have a reputation to uphold. My hawk's eyes narrowed sharply. You're sharp, Roronoa, my hawk said, his lips curving slightly. Fine, then. I accept your challenge. Tomorrow at dawn, we'll have our duel. He turned and walked away. Then, he paused. He looked back over his shoulder. His yellow eyes caught the lantern light and glowed like gold. I hope you're ready, Roronoa. His voice was soft, gentle, and terrifying. And I hope you won't run away, because if you do, I will hunt you down myself. Zoro's grip tightened on his sword. I would never run away. Good. And just like that, Dracula Hawkeye my hawk vanished, melting into the shadows as if he had never been there at all. Nami stared at the empty space where he had stood. Her hands were trembling. Zoro. Her voice cracked. You really challenged the world's greatest swordsman, just like that. Zoro did not answer. Usopp grabbed his arm. Zoro, are you sure you want to do this? It's really dangerous, man. Zoro looked at Usopp. Right in the eyes. With no anger, fear, or doubt. Just the quiet, absolute certainty of a man who had found his moment and would not let it go. This is what I've waited for my whole life, Usopp. His voice was soft, almost gentle. This is my moment, so don't try to stop me. With that, he walked away. Usopp stared at Zoro's back. The lantern light caught the three swords hanging at his hip. Nami started mumbling in panic. Idiot! He's going to get himself killed. She grabbed Usopp's sleeve. Usopp, we need to stop him. Only two people can, Big Bro and Luffy. We need to tell them right now. But Usopp just kept staring at Zoro's back, at the way he walked, steady and unafraid, toward a dawn that might be his last. He shook his head. No, Nami. Nami's mouth fell open. What? What are you saying? Usopp looked at her. This is Zoro's moment, his voice quiet and final. We can't take it away from him. Nami stared at him intently. Then, in the empty space where Zoro had been. Then back to Usopp. Somewhere in the back of her mind, she made a decision. She turned around and walked toward the bar counter. Like the chapter, then please share your power stones with me. See you in next chapter. Chapter 31, Dreams. Hey readers, I'll be taking break for few days as I am not feeling well. My whole body feels sore and tired, and my brain is not braining properly. I was not able to write any chapter in past 3 days, so give me some time to write at least 2 or 3 chapters. I'll be back by Monday, and release schedule will be back to normal as it was a week ago. Thank you for understanding me. Thought of the day. Nothing is that serious, choose peace. Attendance please. Inside the kitchen. The doors burst open. Luffy rolled in like a storm. The cart rattled beneath his hands, piled high with plates and bowls that clattered with every push. He moved past the other cooks without hesitation, ignoring their grumbles, and came to a sudden stop by the sink with a loud thunk. He began unloading, plate after plate, bowl after bowl. But his hands slowed when he picked up a dish still wet with bits of half-eaten rice. A few strands of meat clung to the edge like forgotten promises. His frown deepened. Another plate. More leftovers. Another. More. Sanji pulled a stool across the floor and sat at an empty counter, watching the boy work. He tilted his head, raising one eyebrow beneath his blonde hair. Why the long face, choreboy? He tapped the counter. Did something taste bad? Luffy didn't look up. His voice was quiet. I don't understand. Understand what? He held up a plate, a pretty one, painted with blue fish around the rim. Half a piece of fish sat cold and alone in the middle, grease shining under the lights. Why don't people finish their food? Sanji's finger stopped mid-tap. Aren't they hungry? Luffy's jaw tightened. Or do they just want to show off that they can buy expensive food? Don't they know how many people go nights without eating anything for days? Sanji let out a long, slow breath. He pulled a cigarette from behind his ear but didn't light it yet. Instead, he tapped it repeatedly against the counter, as if counting seconds that had already passed. "Me too, my friend," he said at last. "Me too." He looked at the ceiling, where the chimney pipes curled like brass snakes, their joints sweating tiny drops of water that caught the light and fell like slow rain. "Sometimes I wonder why we even serve people like that, the ones who don't understand what food truly means." He spun the cigarette between his fingers. "But then, old man Zeph's words come back to me every single time, we're cooks. It's our job to feed anyone who's hungry." He finally placed the cigarette in his mouth and reached for his lighter. "That old man is too stubborn for his own good." Luffy scraped at a burnt spot on the pan. The sound was harsh and genuine. "Yeah, that's what he seems like to me too." A peaceful silence settled between them, just the squeak of cloth against plates and the distant hum of conversation from the dining room beyond the swinging doors. Then Sanji flicked the lighter. "Hey, choreboy." He lit his cigarette, took a slow drag, and let the smoke curl toward the pipes above. "Why did you become a pirate? So young, too." Luffy hummed thoughtfully, the sound resembling a gentle tune. He set down the clean plate and looked at Sanji with eyes free of doubt, only the clear, calm water of absolute certainty. "For my dream, I want to be the king of the pirates." A grin spread slowly and contagiously across his face. "The freest man in the world. That way, when I achieve it, no one can stop me." Sanji's smoke caught in his throat. He coughed once, a surprised, genuine sound. "King of the pirates, hey? That's an impossible goal, mate. In this era, everyone wants to find Gold Roger's treasure. Everyone wants his title." He squinted through the haze. "So, what's so special about you?" "Nothing." The word landed like a stone dropped into still water. Luffy's grin didn't fade. "You don't have to be special to reach your dream. You just need the right mindset and a strong will to stick with it. So, when someone tries to push you back or make you fall, you just keep getting up and moving forward." He turned back to the sink and resumed scrubbing. "Don't listen to those who try to stop you, the ones who want you to give up. They are just empty people, dead inside. People who never even tried to pursue their own dreams. People who just sit on their butts and complain about how unfair the world is." His hands stopped moving. "Yeah, the world is unfair. It is unkind. I know that too." He looked down at the dirty water, his face wavering in the ripples. "But I didn't let that unfairness break me. I didn't let it stop me from moving forward. Because the moment you let doubt latch onto your mind..." He raised his head, and his eyes met Sanji's. "You're already dead. Then you're nothing but a living shell, just waiting for death to finally release you from your own pain." Sanji sat in silence. The cigarette burned low between his fingers, forgotten. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he recalled those starving days on that rock, the old man's missing leg, and a debt that could never be repaid. He brought the cigarette back to his lips, took a deep drag, and let the smoke fill his lungs like a confession. Then he let it out. "You know," he said, his voice softer now, almost wondering, "I didn't know you could be so profound with your words." Shishi. Luffy's laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep, warm, and genuine. "Well, I try my best." He scraped another plate. "So, Sanji, tell me, do you have a dream of your own? Something you truly want to achieve?" The silence returned, but this time it was different, heavier, filled with unspoken words. Sanji leaned back on the stool until its front legs lifted off the floor. He balanced there, staring at the coiled pipes and watching smoke rise and scatter among the brass. "Yeah," he said at last, softly. "I do." His voice dropped to a tone almost like a prayer. There's this place that everyone only talks about in stories, the All Blue. The words came out like a wish. They say water from all four seas, north, east, west, and south, comes together in that one place. Rare fish, spices, ingredients you could never find anywhere else. He smiled, a small, private gesture. It's every cook's paradise. Luffy beamed at him, water dripping from his fingers. Then you should just go and find the All Blue. Sanji's smile faltered. The front legs of the stool landed with a soft thump. It's not that easy, mate. I owe the old man, I can't just leave. Hey? What do you owe? Bang. 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 The back door shook under 4 heavy knocks that rattled the wood in its frame. Luffy's words died in his throat. Sanji's hand went to the counter, his fingers brushing a nearby ladle. Then a voice came through, hoarse and worn down to the bone. Anyone there? A wet, rattling breath whispered, Please, help me. Sanji and Luffy exchanged glances. Then, they moved. Sanji reached the door first, his hand steady as he lifted the latch. The door swung open to reveal the back of the restaurant. A man stood there, or rather, crouched there, leaning against the wall with his shoulder, supported only by stubbornness and the last remnants of his will. His clothes hung off him like burial shrouds. His cheeks were hollow. His eyes, dark, sunken orbs, that seemed to gaze from somewhere far away, almost lost. Help me. He fell forward. Sanji caught him before he hit the floor. The man weighed almost nothing, just bones wrapped in skin, a skeleton still masquerading as a person. There, my friend, Sanji said gently. He patted the man's back and guided him inside, seating him in the chair. Easy now. Easy. Food. The man's lips barely moved. Please. I haven't eaten anything in 2 weeks. Luffy's eyes widened. 2 weeks. But Sanji was already in motion. He crossed to the pantry in 4 long strides, his hands flying over the ingredients: leftover vegetables, a scrap of meat, cold rice. He worked with the focus of a surgeon, but faster, because every second mattered when a man was this far gone. The wok hissed, and the spatula clattered. Within minutes, the kitchen was filled with the aroma of garlic and soy sauce. Sanji slid the plate in front of the man. Fried rice, simple and humble, made from scraps that would have been discarded by morning. Here, eat this. He stepped back and sat on the stool, watching intently. The man lifted his head. His eyes, hollow and distant, locked onto the plate like a drowning man spotting shore. Food. He grabbed the spoon. His hands shook so badly that half of the first bite fell back onto the plate. But he didn't stop. He scooped again, brought it to his lips, and chewed. And then, the first tear fell. Then another, and another. He ate through his tears, sniffling and wiping his nose with the back of his hand, his shoulders shaking with each sob. I never, ever, tasted anything so delicious. He looked up at Sanji with eyes that had seen too much yet still held gratitude. I thought I was done for. A dead man for sure. Sanji took a slow drag of his cigarette, the smoke curling around his face like a veil. Good, Luffy grinned. Shishi, you were really lucky that Sanji was here. He gently clapped the man on the back, gentle for Luffy, and nodded toward the plate. That food saved your life. The man nodded slowly, his eyes still wet. Why yet? He turned to Sanji. Thank you, Mr. Cook, for saving my life. I won't forget this kindness. Sanji waved his hand, the cigarette trailing smoke. No big deal. Just eat. And if you're still hungry, I can give you more. Shishi. Luffy's laugh echoed off the copper pots. You really are a kind man, Sanji. He tilted his head, his straw hat casting shadows over his eyes. You know what? Why don't you join my crew? If you do, I promise I'll help you find the All Blue. Sanji's hand stopped mid-wave. He looked up at Luffy, raising one eyebrow. Nat, I'll have to refuse. No. I refuse. What? Luffy crossed his arms in an X. I said, I refuse your refusal. Now hold on. Sanji raised his hands, palms out, as if stopping a charging bull. Why should I listen to you? Because I just said so. The man looked between them with the expression of someone who had walked into a conversation that was both silly and somehow important. He raised a trembling hand. Sorry to interrupt, but... Both heads turned. What? The man cleared his throat, a dry, painful sound. I'm Jin, he said, swallowing nervously. One of Krieg's pirates. Sanji's eyes narrowed, but Luffy's grin remained unchanged. Are you a pirate too? Jin asked Luffy. Yup. Luffy puffed out his chest. I'm a pirate too. I even have my own crew. Is that so? Jin's gaze flickered with a hint of something. Then you must have a dream you're chasing. Yet. I'm after the One Piece. I'm heading to the Grand Line. The change was immediate. Jin's face turned grey. His eyes darkened, filled with a look of ancient terror awakening from a shallow grave. So, he whispered, you're after the One Piece, too. Yup. Jin sighed. He looked at Luffy with eyes filled with pity, a warning, or perhaps both. You don't seem like a bad sort, his voice dropped. So I'll give you a word of warning. A pause. Whatever you do, don't go to the Grand Line. The kitchen grew cold. Luffy's grin flickered, while Sanji's cigarette burned, forgotten between his fingers. Hey, they said together, a single confused note. Jin stared at the half-eaten plate of fried rice. His reflection wavered in the leftover soy sauce. We were 5,000 men in the Krieg pirates, with dozens of ships in our fleet. His voice had gone flat. Our captain, Don Krieg, thought that with so many of us, it would be easy to take over the Grand Line. His lips began to tremble. But we were mistaken. He pressed a hand over his eyes, trying to hide, but there was nowhere to escape the thing inside his head. One man, Jin's voice cracked. He was just one man. And yet, he destroyed all of us so easily, like he was just out for a walk. His hand fell away, revealing red-rimmed eyes. Everyone, including Captain Krieg, was killed by that man. Our dozens of ships were split in half as if they were made of paper. A single tear slid down his gaunt cheek. I'm the only survivor of that slaughter. And now? His voice dropped to a whisper. There's nothing left for me in this world. Nothing. He sobbed, a horrible, muffled sound, and covered his face again. Luffy stood perfectly still. Sanji looked up at the ceiling, observing the coiled pipes and the smoke that had nowhere to escape. Neither of them spoke. Some silences, they knew, were too heavy to be expressed in words. At the bar, the clink of glasses, the low hum of conversation, and the occasional burst of laughter from a corner table where sailors shared stories too tall to be true. Yuji and Olivia sat at the bar, elbows close and shoulders turned toward each other in that unconscious way people do when they find something interesting in an unexpected place. Yuji was mid-laugh when Nami hurried toward him. She was at his side in seconds, her hand gripping his sleeve with desperate fingers. Big brother. Her voice was low, urgent, almost a whisper. It's an emergency. You need to come with me right now. Yuji's smile faded. He turned on his stool, noticing the paleness of her face, the slight tremor in her hands, and the way her pupils had dilated wide with what looked like fear. Nami, he said, keeping his voice steady on purpose. What happened? Is something wrong? It's Zoro. Her grip tightened. You need to stop him before he gets himself killed. The background noise of the bar seemed to fade away. Yuji felt a cold sensation settle in his chest. Zoro. He didn't ask for more. Instead, he turned to Olivia, who had been watching the exchange with quiet, attentive eyes. Miss Olivia, Yuji said with a brief but genuine apologetic smile. I'm really sorry, but I have to go. Olivia's smile in return was small. Oh, it's okay. I don't mind. It does seem important. Yuji nodded once, then he and Nami left. Olivia lifted her glass, a dark rum, untouched since Yuji had ordered it for her, and slowly turned it in her fingers, watching the liquid catch the light. Her eyes followed the spot where Yuji had left. A smile played on her lips. Yuji Itadori, she murmured, tasting the name. What a unique person you are. She set the glass down without drinking. 10 minutes later. Aboard the Going Merry. The dining hall had never seemed so small. Luffy sat at the head of the table, his usual energy restrained like a fire smothered by ash. Yuji stood by the porthole, arms crossed, watching the harbor lights flicker on the water. Zoro sat in a chair in the corner. Usopp fidgeted in his seat. Nami stood near the door, her hand resting on the frame as if she might run at any moment. The air between them was so thick it felt suffocating. Luffy and Yuji had heard everything on the way here, as Nami breathlessly explained how Zoro had challenged Mihawk to a duel. They both looked at Zoro. He sat with his eyes closed, his face perfectly still. However, his hands, resting on his thighs, were clenched into fists, the knuckles white. So, Yuji broke the silence. His voice was calm but carried weight, a careful, measured tone. You're really doing it, hey? Zoro only hummed in response, a low sound of acknowledgement and nothing more. Luffy didn't say anything either. He watched Zoro with dark, unreadable eyes. Nami couldn't bear it. She stepped forward, her voice rising with frustration and fear. Luffy, big bro, she said, looking between them. You need to talk him out of this. Zoro's eyes snapped open, his gaze cutting to Nami like a blade. What's gotten into you? His voice was sharp, sharper than he intended, but he didn't take it back. You're not even really part of this crew. You're just here for the money. He paused. So why are you so worried about me? The words hung in the air, harsh and exposed. Nami looked down at the floor. Her hands, hanging at her sides, curled into fists, then slowly and slowly, uncurled. She didn't answer. Yet, she muttered softly. You're right. And that quiet admission, was somehow worse than any argument. Don't say that, Zoro. Yuji pushed off from the porthole without raising his voice. She's worried because she cares about you, just like all of us care about her. He walked slowly around the table, his footsteps deliberate on the wooden floor. This isn't just a crew, this is a family. We're embarking on this impossible journey together, to face all the challenges and overcome all the odds. He stopped at the head of the table, opposite Luffy, and placed his hands on the back of the empty chair. Looking after each other is our main job. That's what this is. Nami lifted her head. Her wide, surprised eyes met Yuji's. Zoro was silent for a long moment. Then he slowly unclenched his hands, his fingers aching from the tension. He looked at Yuji and nodded once. I understand that too. His voice had lost its edge. It's just. He paused, searching for words that didn't sound like excuses. This is really important to me. This isn't just a dream, it's a promise. His jaw tightened. A promise to someone. I carry it with me everywhere, and I can't back down from it. I won't. He turned toward Luffy. Luffy, I joined your crew on one condition, he said, his voice steady now. That you wouldn't stop me from chasing my dream, even if it kills me. Luffy met his gaze without flinching. His expression was serious in a way it rarely was, the face of a captain who fully understood what was being asked of him. I know, Zoro. His voice was quiet but sure. And I won't stop you. I promised you that. He leaned forward, his straw hat casting a shadow over his eyes. But you're part of my crew now, a family, like Yuji said. His voice hardened. And I won't sail forward without you. He pointed at Zoro, his finger jabbing the air between them. You're the left-hand man of the future king of the pirates. His grin broke through. The man who will one day be the greatest swordsman in the world. Zoro stared at him intently. At those eyes, those impossible, believing, certain eyes. Eyes that saw a version of him he was still striving to become. Eyes that did not flinch from the blade, the blood, or the long, lonely road ahead. Something stirred in Zoro's chest. Warm and painful. He closed his eyes. Luffy. His voice was rough. Yuji. Usopp. He paused. Nami. He opened his eyes. Thank you. For everything. He looked around the room, at each face, each pair of eyes watching him with fear, hope, and something that looked terrifyingly like faith. These past days, sailing with all of you. I've never felt such freedom in my whole life. He straightened up in his chair. Now I know what I have to do. His hand drifted to the white-knuckled grip around Watto's hilt. I'll give my all in tomorrow's duel. And even if I lose. He looked at them, all of them. I promise I'll live, so we can continue our journey. Together. Luffy's grin returned in full force, unstoppable, like the sun emerging from behind the clouds. I believe in you, Zoro. Me too, said Yuji. You can do it, Zoro, Usopp said, giving him a thumbs up. All eyes turned toward Nami. She stood in the doorway, arms crossed and lips pressed into a thin line. For a long moment, she remained silent. Then. Just. Her voice cracked slightly. She cleared her throat and tried again. Just don't die on us, okay? Zoro's smirk was slow and familiar, edged with just enough arrogance to be comforting. Don't worry, witch. We still have the One Piece to find. A teary chuckle escaped Nami before she could stop it. She quickly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, as if hoping no one had noticed. Stupid brute. And around the table, around the small, improbable, and seemingly impossible family that had somehow found each other in the midst of a world that sought to swallow them whole, they smiled. Tomorrow will come. Tomorrow, the blade will fall. But tonight, they had one another. And for now, that was enough. Like the chapter, then please share your power stones with me. See you on Monday. Chapter 32, Zoro vs Mihawk. Pow. Yeah, I don't have anything today on me to yap about. So, just post any random thing here. Here. Attendance please. Everyone felt tense that night, no one could sleep well. But Yuji insisted that Zoro get some proper rest. He really needed it for what was coming the next day. To be at his best, he couldn't afford to have a sleepless night. The rest of them stayed awake the entire time. Nami sat in the dining hall, tracing invisible maps on the wooden table with her finger, a nervous habit she couldn't break. Usopp was up in the crow's nest, staring out at the sea. Luffy sat quietly on Mary's head, while Yuji stood on the upper rear deck, watching the moon slowly sink toward the horizon. Gradually, a reddish-gold light began to fill the world as the new day crept over the edge of the sea. Zoro woke up early. He did some light stretches, washed up, and prepared for the most important moment of his life. He strapped his 3 swords to his right hip and walked onto the main deck. The morning air felt cold against his skin. He saw that his crew was already there, waiting for him. Did you sleep well? Yuji asked. Zoro hummed as he gazed at the half-risen sun on the horizon. Knowing I had to give my all in this fight, I slept like a damn koala and gave my body a proper rest. And now, he cracked his neck, I'm going to give 120% of everything I've got. They all nodded and patted him on the back to encourage him. Luffy's hand lingered on his shoulder a moment longer than the others. Then they disembarked and walked toward the empty dock near the front entrance of the Baratai. It was 6:15 in the morning. The sun had fully risen but still glowed with a reddish-orange hue. Mihawk was already at the empty dock, waiting calmly. He turned his head toward the group, his eyes immediately focusing on Luffy, particularly the straw hat he wore. I see. You must be Monkey D. Luffy, Mihawk said, looking Luffy up and down. You're pretty small for all the big stories I've heard about you. Though I do like that hat. Then his eyes shifted to Yuji, and his gaze sharpened unintentionally. And you, boy, you look just like him. Same sharp eyes, same posture, his blood truly runs through you. Yuji blinked, confused for a moment. Then it clicked. Are you talking about my grandpa, Wasuka Tadari? That I am. Your grandfather is the only man in the entire navy I truly respect. He's a man of his word, Mihawk said. I hope he is doing well. He passed away a week ago, Yuji said plainly. There was a moment of silence. Mihawk closed his eyes briefly. I see, Mihawk said. Then he opened his eyes again and looked at Yuji. My condolences. He was a great man. Yuji nodded slowly. Thank you. Then Mihawk looked at Zoro. Roronoa Zoro, I hope you're ready for this fight. Zoro stepped forward, his hands already on his swords. I am. Good. It would be a real shame if you died right at the start. Mihawk then removed the cross-shaped pendant from around his neck, detached the longer section from the top, and revealed a small blade concealed inside. He pointed the tiny blade at Zoro with a bored expression. Shall we begin? Zoro stared at the small blade in Mihawk's hand. What's that for? I came here for a real sword fight. I'm not the kind of fool who hunts rabbits with a cannon. You may have a reputation, but you're still just a bunny. Mihawk's voice remained calm. The Red Line and the Grand Line divide the seas into 4 parts. Of those 4, the East Blue is the weakest. So, I really am sorry, but this is the smallest blade I have on me. You don't mind, do you, Roronoa? Zoro gritted his teeth, drew his 2 unnamed swords, and charged at Mihawk with great speed. He swung his swords in an X shape, aiming for Mihawk's chest, but Mihawk easily blocked the attack with his small blade. Zoro tried to push forward, but it was futile. Mihawk watched him struggle. Do you think pushing harder will move me, Roronoa? Then Mihawk flicked his small blade slightly, sending Zoro flying backward. Zoro executed a flip and landed on one knee. The wooden dock splintered beneath his foot. Mihawk tilted his head slightly. You're not going all out, are you? You think you're strong, but you're not. You're just a little frog croaking in a small puddle. Zoro charged again, swinging his left sword. Mihawk easily deflected the strike. Then Zoro swung his right sword, but Mihawk deflected that as well. Croak. Deflect. Croak. Deflect. Croak. And deflect once again. Mihawk continued taunting Zoro, which made him angry and easier to read. It's time you learned how vast the world truly is. With that, Mihawk spun around Zoro and used Zoro's own momentum to shove him away. Zoro stumbled forward and fell face first onto the wooden dock. Arg! He groaned and slowly pushed himself back up. Am I really just a little frog? Zoro thought as he looked at Mihawk's bored expression. The pressure I feel from him is even greater than when I spar with Yuji. So this is what being at the top feels like. He saw Mihawk curl his index finger, beckoning him to come here. He's taunting me, trying to make me mad. I can't get angry right now. I need to stay calm and let my body relax, just like Yuji taught me. He took a deep breath, held it, and then slowly exhaled all at once. His body stopped shaking, and his mind went blank. He untied the black bandana from his left forearm and wrapped it around his head. Finally, he took out Wado Ikemonji and held it between his teeth. Zoro stood up and looked at Mihawk with a renewed sense of focus. Mihawk stared at him, feeling something shift within. Interesting, he muttered. Zoro rushed at Mihawk again, but this time with greater control. With all three swords working in unison, Zoro began circling Mihawk, growing faster with each swing. His feet barely touched the dock. He moved like a water. Even though Mihawk was still easily blocking and deflecting each swing, he could feel that something deep within Zoro's very soul was about to erupt. The lid that had been in place for years, blocking Zoro's true potential, was finally cracking. And once something cracks, it can never be put back together. Flashback. A 6-year-old Zoro was out of breath after another training session. His small hands were blistered, and his lungs burned. Yet, he had never been happier. He looked at his teacher. "Sensei, I have a question." "Hey? What is it, Zoro?" Kojiro asked, looking at his student with gentle eyes. "I heard there are men who can cut through anything, even steel. Is that true?" Kojiro chuckled. "Yes, that's true." He took a sheet of paper and showed it to Zoro. "Watch this paper closely, Zoro." Then he threw it into the air and placed his hand on his sword. Zoro stared intently at the paper as it floated slowly downward. And then, swish! Kojiro drew his sword, slashed at the paper, and sheathed it in a single breath. Zoro waited, expecting the paper to be sliced in two. To his disappointment, it remained completely intact. "Hey? It's still in one piece," Zoro said. Kojiro smiled at him. "That's exactly the point, Zoro. There are swordsmen in this world who can choose not to cut something, and those same swordsmen can cut through steel." He ruffled Zoro's hair. "The highest level of swordsmanship is the ability to protect what you want to protect and to cut what you want to cut. A blade that harms everything it touches isn't truly a sword." Zoro's eyes widened as he listened. The ability to not cut anything. End of flashback. Mihawk pushed Zoro back once more, then looked at him with genuine interest. "You're about to reach something, aren't you, Roronoa?" Mihawk felt a rare surge of excitement. It was only the second time he had witnessed someone grow stronger in the midst of a battle. "The last person who shocked me like this was that man. And now, here in the weakest sea, I've found another with that same extraordinary talent." A grin spread across Mihawk's face as he watched Zoro standing there, looking dazed. "Ba bump. Ba bump. What is this?" Zoro thought as he stood there, his two unnamed swords hanging loosely in his hands, Wado Ikemonji held loosely between his teeth, as if it might fall out at any moment. "Ba bump. Ba bump. Is this my heartbeat? Why does it sound so loud?" Without realizing it, drool began to drip from his mouth. His eyes grew glassy, and his focus was solely on Mihawk. Everything else vanished into complete silence. Except for his own heartbeat, he could hear nothing else. Is this the observation Haki Yuji talked about? No, this isn't it. I still can't predict that man's next move. I can't sense anything, no. I can sense something. I can sense, my swords, that small blade in that man's hand, and the immense presence of his sword, the stringiest blade in the world. And then he heard a voice belonging to someone he still holds dear. "Listen closely, Zoro. To the breath of the world." Zoro slowly tilted his head, as if he were hearing something no one else could. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp looked at Zoro, confused. What's he doing? Why is he just standing there? Usopp asked. I don't know, but something about Zoro has changed, Luffy said. I can almost feel it. Meanwhile, Yuji's eyes widened as he looked at Zoro. He got it, Yuji said softly, catching the other's attention. Got what? Nami asked. He can hear it now, the breath of all things. Mihawk, who had been staring at the dazed Zoro, reached the same conclusion. I thought this would be just another boring challenge, but I was wrong. You truly are a worthy swordsman, Roronoa. In this short time, you have grasped something that most swordsmen in the world can't even imagine. And here you did the impossible. He then put the small blade back into the pendant and hung it around his neck once again. Then he grabbed the hilt of the sword on his back and drew it out. The moment Yoru left its sheath, the world seemed to change. It was the largest blade any of them had ever seen, a black sword as tall as a man, curved like a crescent moon. There are too many people in this world who call themselves swordsmen but are nothing more than fakes, Mihawk said. Weaklings with no drive and no real understanding of what swordsmanship truly means. He paused and smiled at Zoro. But you're different. A hidden gem the world doesn't know about. There must be a reason you walk this path. Whether it's for yourself or for someone else's dream, whatever it is, it drives you to fight against all odds and keeps you going. That's the one thing every swordsman needs. And you, Roronoa, have that. So, I will honor a worthy swordsman like you by sending you off with the strongest blade in the world, Yoru. Zoro, even in his dazed state, grinned at Mihawk's words. He bent down slightly, brought his two unnamed swords forward, and began spinning them in a circle. Faster and faster, the swords became a blur. 3-sword style secret move. He moved at blinding speed toward Mihawk, who gripped Yoru firmly with both hands. 3,000 worlds. Zoro passed Mihawk, and they stood back to back. The two unnamed swords in Zoro's hands shattered and fell onto the wooden dock. I see. Even with this new ability, I still lost. Zoro slowly sheathed Wado Ichimonji. He truly is the greatest swordsman in the world. What Zoro didn't notice was the small cut in Mihawk's trench coat. Mihawk glanced down at the small cut, a slight smile curling his lips. Then he turned his gaze to Zoro, who faced him with his arms spread wide open. What are you doing? Wounds on the back are a swordsman's greatest shame, Zoro said with a grin. Mihawk's eyes widened, and a huge smile spread across his face. Magnificent! He slashed Zoro across the chest, leaving a large diagonal cut from his left shoulder down to his right hip. Blood gushed from Zoro's chest as he fell backward onto the wooden dock. Zoro! Luffy yelled, tears filling his eyes as he rushed to Zoro's side. Yuji, Nami, and Usopp also ran over to them. Yuji immediately took off his t-shirt and pressed it against Zoro's chest to stop excessive bleeding. The fabric turned red within seconds. Nami cried silently as she held Zoro's hand. Zoro, please don't die. Usopp's lips trembled as he struggled to hold back his tears. You promised us you wouldn't die, Zoro. Hang on, we still have a long journey ahead. Why yet? Luffy mumbled, tears and mucus running down his face. Mihawk watched the scene and finally spoke. Don't worry. He won't die. The wound I gave him will leave a scar, yes, but it will remind him of the many challenges ahead. He then looked down at Zoro. Roronoa Zoro, I know you can hear me. It's too soon for you to die. So find yourself. See the world. And grow strong. However long it takes, I'll be waiting for you at the top. Give everything you have to try to beat my blade. Try to surpass me, young swordsman. Zoro slowly opened his eyes as he heard Mihawk's words. The world was blurry, and the sky was too bright. Yet, he could see Mihawk's face clearly and sharply, as if it were burned into his memory forever. Mihawk then looked at Luffy. Tell me, Monkey D. Luffy, what is your goal? To be the king of the pirates, Luffy replied, his red, puffy eyes fixed on Mihawk without a hint of fear. King of the pirates, hey? That's a dangerous path, even more dangerous than trying to surpass me, Mihawk said. I don't care. That's what I'm going to be, Luffy said. Then Zoro, with his trembling hand, drew Wado Ichimonji and raised it high. Lu Luffy. Yuji. Nami. Usopp. I'm sorry for making you all worry like that, Zoro whispered weakly, tears slowly rolling down his face. Becoming the world's greatest swordsman, that's my dream. But if I fail, you'd all be really disappointed in me, wouldn't you? No, Zoro. We would never be disappointed in you. Never, Luffy said. Zoro's lips trembled. Luffy, the day we met, you believed in my dream. No matter how impossible it sounded, you never questioned it. So, from now until the day I defeat him and become the greatest swordsman, I will never lose again. Do you hear me, future king of the pirates? Luffy grinned through his tears and nodded. Yup, loud and clear, future greatest swordsman. Mihawk smirked upon hearing those words. He slowly turned away and began walking off, a satisfied look on his face. He hummed softly to himself. Should I tell him about that man, he thought as he boarded his coffin-shaped boat. No. He should find out on his own. After all, that man is the true greatest swordsman in the world. As his boat drifted away from the dock, Mihawk looked back one last time. Then, he was gone. Yuji stared at Mihawk as he slowly and gently sailed away. Then he looked down at Zoro, who had finally lost consciousness, his hand still gripping Wado Ichimonji even in sleep. Like the chapter, then please share your power stones with me. See you in next chapter. Chapter 33, Heart to Heart. Pow-ah-ah-ah. Dear readers. I'm back K. Show me your motivation. Here. Attendance please. After Mihawk left, Yuji lifted Zoro in one smooth motion, careful not to disturb the blood-soaked cloth pressed against his chest. Zoro's head lolled slightly, a low groan escaping through clenched teeth, but his eyes remained half open, stubborn as ever. He and the others boarded the ship. The gangplank creaked beneath their hurried footsteps. Inside the living quarters, Yuji laid Zoro down on the bed as gently as he could. Nami was panicking. Her eyes remained fixed on the t-shirt Yuji had pressed against Zoro's wound. It had changed from pink to deep red, then to a dark, ominous crimson in just minutes. Blood dripped onto the sheets below, spreading like a slow, hungry flower. The blood, it's not stopping. Nami's voice cracked, her usual sharp composure gone. At this rate, he could die from blood loss. What? Luffy's shout rattled the lantern hanging from the ceiling. He was at Zoro's side in an instant, gripping Zoro's calloused hand with both of his. No, no, Zoro, you can't die, do you hear me? You can't die. Usopp stood frozen in the doorway. Yuji took a deep breath. The tension in the room was palpable. But he kept himself calm. That was the first lesson he had learned as a medical student in his previous world. Seeing the others so distraught, he decided that he had to take charge. It's okay, Yuji said, his voice low and steady. Nothing is going to happen to Zoro. You know why? Because I'm here. He let a confident smile spread across his face and looked at each of them in turn, Nami, Luffy, and Usopp. Really? Luffy asked, his voice breaking. Tears and mucus streamed freely down his face. Of course, Captain, Yuji said, holding his gaze. Do you trust me? Luffy didn't hesitate. Yet. Yuji's smile widened slightly. That's the confidence I want to see. He turned to Nami, his tone shifting to something brisk and practical. Nami, get me a clean cloth, some water, and whatever we have in our medical supplies. Nami blinked once, twice, then nodded through her tears, wiping her face with the back of her wrist. She moved forward. Usopp, go help her carry all of that. Usopp nodded immediately and scrambled after Nami, his sandals slapping against the wooden floor. Then Yuji looked at Luffy. The captain had not moved from Zoro's side, his hand remained wrapped around Zoro's. Captain, I need you to go to the restaurant and inform Old Man Zeph about Zoro's wounds. Tell him we need medical help immediately. I'm certain he'll know what to do. Luffy wiped his tears with the back of his sleeve and nodded. Then, he rushed out of the quarters. Yuji stayed with Zoro. He kept pressure on the wound with the blood-soaked shirt, feeling fresh blood seep warmly between his fingers. Zoro groaned, a deep, rough sound that vibrated through the mattress. Hey, buddy, are you with me? Arg! Zoro grunted. His jaw was clenched so tightly that Yuji could see the muscles straining in his neck. Fuck, motherfucker. Is this what dying feels like? Yuji chuckled. You know, you remind me of a bald guy with an eye patch. He curses a lot, too. I bet we'd get along great. Zoro managed a pained smirk, though his face was as pale as a winter moon. Ha ha ha. Oh, I'd really like to see that with my own eyes. Then Nami and Usopp returned. Nami carried a bowl of water and a roll of clean cloth, while Usopp clutched their small medical satchel as if it were made of glass. Yuji nodded. Good. He gestured to Usopp. Come here. Keep pressure on the wound. Usopp's hands trembled as he pressed down, his eyes wide with fear. Yuji took the clean cloth from Nami, dipped it in water, and held the dripping cloth above Zoro's wound. He squeezed it gently, allowing water to trickle onto the blood-soaked shirt in soft, steady drops. Pleb. 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 See this, Yuji said, keeping his voice calm and instructive. What I'm doing is softening the skin around the cut. That way, when we pull my blood-soaked shirt away from the wound, it won't tear his skin. It will come off more easily. Slowly and carefully, Yuji squeezed more water onto the shirt. Then, with a slow and steady motion, he peeled the fabric away. Zoro hissed through his teeth. The gash underneath was ugly, deep, and angry red at the edges. However, the bleeding had slowed. Using the same clean cloth, freshly dipped, Yuji began to gently clean the wound. Zoro flinched each time the wet cloth touched the deepest part of the cut, his fingers curling into the sheets. Now, cleaning the wound is very important, Yuji said as he worked. It lowers the risk of infection. He didn't look up. His hands moved with quiet precision, wiping away the dried blood to reveal the raw tissue beneath. Nami and Usopp watched in tense silence. Nami covered her mouth with her hand, while Usopp kept swallowing repeatedly. Yuji examined the now clean wound. The bleeding had stopped, not entirely, but sufficiently. The edges were already beginning to darken with the initial stages of clotting. He nodded, then took the only bottle of spirits from the medical supplies. The glass felt warm in his hand. Zoro, this is going to sting. A lot, Yuji said, uncorking the bottle. The sharp smell of alcohol filled the small room. Zoro bit down on his lip. Just, do it. Yuji poured the liquid carefully. Zoro's back arched off the bed. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. His teeth ground together with an audible creak. Nami turned away. Usopp flinched as if he were the one who had been burned. And then the door burst open. Luffy rushed back inside, followed by Zeph, his wooden leg thudding against the floor, and Sanji, who carried a large wooden box in both arms. The cook's brow was furrowed with concern, though he said nothing. Zeph took one look at Zoro's chest and nodded once in approval. Good. You have cleaned and sanitized the wound. He turned to Sanji. Drag that table over here. Put the box on it. Sanji nodded and did exactly as he was told, moving the small table to the center of the room and setting the box down with a heavy thud. Zeph stared at Zoro, at the wound, and at the boy's pale but still conscious face. What was the boy thinking? Facing Dracula Mihawk of all people is like inviting death to come and take you personally. Zoro's eyes snapped open. Even pale and bleeding, with his chest torn open, there was fire in his gaze. Shut up, you geezer. But Zeph ignored him. He opened the wooden box, and Yuji saw what was inside. A fish, half filleted with scales still glistening, laid out on a bed of clean cloth. Yuji's eyes widened, then narrowed with understanding. So, you want to do it the old-fashioned way, hey, old man? Zeph grunted. I don't have proper medical supplies on hand, no sutures, no antiseptic cream, nothing a real doctor would use. So this is the only way we've got. He looked at the others still crowding the room, Luffy, Nami, and Usopp, hovering like anxious ghosts. What are you eggplants staring at? This is an operating room. Now get the hell out of here. The pink-haired boy and I can handle this. But, Luffy started. Yuji placed a hand on his captain's shoulder. Captain, leave the rest to us, okay? Luffy's lips trembled. For a moment, he seemed as if he might argue, might plant his feet and refuse to leave Zoro's side. But then he looked at Yuji's face, noting the steady calm there, and nodded. Okay. He and the others walked out, and the door clicked shut behind them. Zeph watched them leave, then turned to Yuji. His expression changed. You've done this before. Yuji met his gaze. A few times. Good. Now help me with this, boy. Hold the wound open while I prepare the sutures. All right. Luffy walked to Mary's head and sat down heavily, his legs dangling over the side. He said nothing, simply staring at the horizon with his hands resting limply in his lap. Nami and Usopp followed him and stopped at the front upper deck. They leaned side by side on the railing. Sanji stood by the main mast, his hands in his pockets. They were all silent, waiting. The only sound was the gentle slap of waves against the hull. Sanji watched the three of them, a strange feeling twisting in his chest. Why would he do that? Sanji asked quietly. But in the silence, his voice carried like a stone skipping across still water. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp heard him clearly. Why would he challenge Mihawk? Sanji continued, knowing he might not walk away alive. Silence hung in the air, heavy and sharp with unspoken words. Then Luffy spoke. It's his dream. The captain didn't turn around. His voice was flat but certain. His dream is to be the greatest swordsman in the world. Sanji's mouth opened, closed, and then opened again. But is some dream more important than his own life? His voice rose slightly. Doesn't he care about how you all feel? Doesn't he realize how impossible his dream is? He knows, Luffy said, his tone unchanged. Then why would he still chase after a pointless dream? At that moment, Luffy turned his head. His eyes met Sanji's, dark and serious. What would you say, Luffy said slowly, if I told you the same thing about your dream? That this all blue place isn't real? That it's just a children's story? That you should just give up on it? Sanji snapped his mouth shut. Feeling the tension rise, Usopp stepped in, his voice lighter. Look, Sanji, what Luffy means is it's our dream. He scratched the back of his head. Whether it sounds impossible, whether people laugh at us or mock us for chasing something pointless, it's still our dream. We've got one life to live. With every passing second, we're getting closer to the end. Nobody knows when their time's up. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice dropped to something quieter, more honest. So instead of just sitting around waiting for death, it's better to chase that impossible thing. Even if it kills you. At least you can die with a smile, knowing you gave everything for your stupid, impossible dream. Sanji looked into Usopp's eyes. He saw no hesitation there, no doubt, just a quiet, burning certainty. Sanji looked away. The door to the quarters opened. Yuji and Zeph walked out together. Yuji had changed into a clean shirt. Zeph wiped his hands on a rag, his expression unreadable. That boy is really something, Zeph said. Anyone else would have died from the pain alone. Yuji smiled. That's Zoro for you. Luffy was already in motion, scrambling down from Mary's head and crossing the deck in 3 quick strides. Nami and Usopp followed closely behind, their faces a mixture of hope and fear. Yuji. Old man. Luffy's voice cracked. How is Zoro? Is he okay now? Zeph scoffed. Okay? Give that boy enough food and alcohol, and he'll be fully recovered in 2 days. The tension in Luffy's body melted away like sugar in hot tea. His shoulders relaxed, and he exhaled slowly and shakily. Beside him, Nami slumped against the railing, while Usopp let out a high, relieved laugh. Zeph patted Yuji's shoulder and walked away, with Sanji trailing behind him. The cook glanced back once, his eyes lingering on the crew before he disappeared through the Baratai's door. Luffy turned to Yuji, his eyes bright. Can we see him? Yeah, you can see him, but he's resting now, so don't wake him. They nodded and slipped inside the quarters as quietly as possible. Zoro lay on the bed, his chest rising and falling in a slow, steady rhythm. A fresh bandage was wrapped around his torso, clean and white, with only the faintest blush of pink seeping through. His face, still pale, had softened in sleep. None of them spoke. Yuji leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed and allowed himself a small smile. Like old man Zeph said, he said quietly, with enough food, Zoro will be back to full strength in 2 days. You don't need to worry about anything. He pushed off from the doorframe. Now, I'm going to take a bath. I've got blood drying on my chest, and it's starting to itch. He walked away. Slowly, the morning bled into the afternoon. None of them had left the ship. Luffy, Yuji, Nami, and Usopp all stayed by Zoro's side, taking turns watching over him, changing the cloth on his forehead when his fever spiked, and giving him sips of water when he woke. Seeing their efforts, even Zeph showed some generosity by sending food for all of them through one of his chefs. When Nami stammered that they didn't have enough money to pay, the chef just shrugged. The boss said to tell you he'll deduct it from Luffy's salary. Luffy, who had been reaching for a piece of fish, froze mid-reach. I'm getting paid. Everyone laughed. The sound filled the small quarters, warm and bright, chasing away the last shadows of the morning's fear. Now, Yuji sat at Zoro's bedside with a bowl of rice and gravy. He scooped up a spoonful, held it to Zoro's lips, and smiled warmly. Say ah. Zoro's frown was so intense it could curdle milk. Not even as a kid was I ever spoon-fed, he muttered, his voice rough with sleep and embarrassment. This is so humiliating. Say ah. Fuck you. Yuji's grin widened into a mischievous smile. Oh my. It looks like this child has a potty mouth. Zoro's eye twitched. From the doorway, Luffy, Nami, and Usopp watched and snickered. Luffy had his hand clamped over his mouth, Nami was shaking with silent laughter, and Usopp had turned away, his shoulders trembling. What are you idiots laughing at? Zoro's face flushed red beneath his pale complexion. You have no idea how embarrassing this is. That only made them laugh even harder. Yuji raised the spoon again. Just one more bite. Zoro glared at him for a long moment. Then, with a sigh that seemed to come from the depths of his soul, he finally opened his mouth. Ah, Yuji said. Don't push it. While the mood aboard the Going Merry had improved, inside the Baratai, someone was facing a different kind of crisis. Sanji stood at his station, knife in hand, with a half-chopped carrot in front of him. He hadn't moved for 30 seconds. The carrot sat there, sliced unevenly, a sign of his wandering mind. His usual precision had completely deserted him. Patty watched from across the kitchen, his brow furrowed. Karn paused mid-stir, the bubbling sauce forgotten. Sanji's eyes were distant, fixed on something none of them could see. Zeph, watching from the pass, set down his tasting spoon with a quiet click. Sanji. No answer. Sanji. The young cook blinked, as if surfacing from deep water. What? Zeph studied him for a moment, then said, "You're dismissed. Get out of my kitchen." The other chefs tensed, waiting for an outburst, for Sanji to snap back, defend his focus, or do something. Instead, Sanji set down his knife and walked out of the kitchen without saying a word. The silence he left behind was deafening. But Sanji didn't notice. He walked through the back door and stepped onto the rear deck, where the afternoon light streamed in pale golden bars across the wooden planks. He pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and lit it with hands that trembled, just slightly. He took a long, slow drag, held the smoke in his lungs, and exhaled it in a thin, grey stream. The water lapped against the hull, slow, steady, indifferent. "What would you say if I told you the same thing about your dream?" Luffy's words swirled in his mind like circling sharks. "That this all blue place isn't real. That it's just a children's story. You're thinking too loudly, brat." Zeph's gruff voice came from behind him. Sanji did not turn around. He took another drag from his cigarette and remained silent. Zeph limped over to stand beside him, his wooden leg thumping against the deck. He leaned on the railing with his arms crossed and stared out at the same water Sanji had been watching. "Patty told me everything about yesterday," Zeph said after a long pause. Sanji's jaw tightened. "Of course he did. You should go with them," Zeph said. Sanji's head turned, just a fraction. "What? Those Straw Hat kids? You should go with them." Zeph didn't look at him, his eyes remained fixed on the horizon. "Maybe you'll do something important out there instead of just staying here and doing nothing." "I can't." "Of course you can," Zeph's voice hardened. "You're the one holding yourself back. Not me. Not the Baratai. You." Sanji's fingers tightened around his cigarette. "I still owe you a debt." "There is no debt, you stupid boy," Zeph's voice rose, cracking across the quiet deck like a whip. "I saved your life that day not because I wanted you to owe me. I saved you because I saw fire in your eyes, a passion for something impossible." His voice dropped, softening at the edges. "Something that reminded me of myself." Silence settled between them. Then Zeph spoke again, and his voice had changed. "Have I ever told you that I once met the Pirate King himself?" Sanji's head snapped toward him. "You met Gold Roger?" Zeph scoffed, but there was no bite in it. "That's not his real name. His real name was Gold Roger." A memory flickered across Zeph's weathered face. What a man he was, Sanji. He had this charm about him. People just gravitated toward him. And he never shied away from speaking his mind. He once told me something that's been burned into my skull ever since. Zeph turned to look at Sanji directly. A man can die, but his dream lives on. Sanji's cigarette had burned down to the filter, but he didn't notice. Zeph continued, "It means that even if you die someday without fulfilling your dream, someone else will come along, someone crazier than you. They will carry that same dream forward, perhaps without even realizing it, but they will carry it." He reached out and gripped Sanji's shoulder firmly. "When I first met you on that ship, I saw a spark of madness in your eyes. And I realized, maybe you're the one I've been waiting for, the one to carry my dream forward." Sanji's throat tightened. "And I know," Zeph said, his voice dropping to something fierce and tender all at once, "that somewhere deep inside you, that same craziness still burns, that same passion. And I want you to reignite that fire. If not for me, then for your mother." The words struck like a physical blow. Sanji's eyes burned, and his vision blurred. "She would have been so sad," Zeph continued, "relentless now, if she saw you wasting your life away instead of chasing what you truly wanted. I'm sad, Sanji, watching you try so hard to repay something that never had a price to begin with." Zeph paused, his jaw working as if chewing on the next words, tasting them, ensuring they were right. "Sanji, you're like a son to me," his voice cracked. "No, you are my son. And as a father, I can't just sit and watch my child drown in something he's doing to himself. He squeezed Sanji's shoulder gently. So go. Chase your dream. See the world. Experience it with your own eyes. And when you finally achieve it, you can always come back. Zeph's voice softened to a barely audible whisper. This is your home, Sanji. We'll all be here, ready to welcome you with open arms. Sanji's lips quivered. The cigarette slipped from his fingers, forgotten. And then, without quite knowing how he had gotten there, Sanji was hugging Zeph, his face buried in the old man's shoulder, his body trembling with sobs he could not hold back. Zeph's arms wrapped around him tightly. Go, my boy, Zeph murmured into Sanji's hair, his voice thick and wet. Show the world what you're made of. Like the chapter, then throw some stones at me. I am bricked. See you in next chapter. Chapter 34, A Haunting Past 1. Pow AAA. I need the pow AAA of money to pay the child support. Thought of the day. People want to win without losing, but even heaven demands death. Attendance please. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After Zeph's heartfelt talk with Sanji, the young cook finally decided to do what he had always wanted, to chase his dream by joining Luffy and the others on their journey. Zeph and Sanji visited the Straw Hats during their free time and told them everything. Luffy was the most delighted by the news. They now had a cook on their crew, one who really knew how to kick ass. As usual, Luffy organized a welcoming party for Sanji, where Sanji ended up cooking for his own celebration. Yet, there was a genuine smile on his face, soft and unguarded, as if he had finally found a place where he truly belonged. Every flick of his wrist, every careful seasoning, every plate he sent out carried something that had been missing from his cooking for years: joy. Zeph watched from the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, looking as gruff as ever. Yet his eyes were soft and relieved. Seeing Sanji smile again and enjoy himself with the Straw Hats was enough. Now, here they all were, sitting in a private booth inside the Baratai. Zoro was also there, which was something of a miracle considering he had spent most of the past 48 hours in bed. True to Zeph and Yuji's words, it took only 2 days for Zoro's slash wound to heal completely. All that remained was a scar, a thin, silver line running diagonally across his chest, just shy of his heart. It was a permanent reminder of the real gap between him and the world's strongest swordsman. During those 2 days, Zeph also experienced significant financial strain. Why is that? Well, he could only blame Luffy and Yuji for that. Who would have thought that the captain and his first mate would have such enormous appetites that, in their joy over Sanji joining and Zoro recovering, they would consume nearly a month's worth of the restaurant's supplies. 2 men, Zeph muttered to himself, staring at the empty pantries. 2 men. A month's worth of food in 2 days. The math was mathing properly. Fortunately for the chefs, Sanji handled all the cooking, which meant the food was excellent. The kitchen staff had even started placing bets on how many plates Luffy could eat before his stomach gave out. The count was already at 47 and still climbing. Zeph rubbed the bridge of his nose in frustration, overwhelmed by the creeping fear of going bankrupt. But he didn't say anything because one look at Sanji's happy, eager expression was enough to put his mind at ease. Truly, Zeph thought again, watching Sanji spin a bottle of olive oil like a baton, being a father is not easy. Even when the child is adopted. Ah, now this is what I call living. Zoro said, taking a long sip from a beer bottle and letting out a satisfied sigh that seemed to come from deep within his bones. I really missed this. Bro, it was only 2 days. Usopp said with exaggerated disbelief. What was 2 days for you was 2 lifetimes without a drink for me. Zoro shot back, already reaching for another sip. You'll understand when you start drinking yourself. Usopp waved his hand dismissively. No thanks, mate. I'm a sharpshooter, and a sharpshooter needs to be in top form at all times. Drinking will only make my aim clumsy. Well, Too bad you'll miss out on the best part of life, Zoro said, giving Usopp a pitying look. Usopp just stared at him, deadpan. Shishi. Zoro reminds me of how Shanks loves his alcohol too. Luffy said with a laugh, already reaching for his fifth plate of something that had once been fish. It's like they can't live without it. Zoro smirked, genuine camaraderie lighting up his face. You're damn right. Sounds like Shanks is a man of culture. Now I really want to meet him one day and have a drink together. Nami just shook her head, her voice tinged with fond exasperation. I can't believe the first thing he did after getting out of bed was ask for alcohol. Yuji chuckled and leaned back, stretching his arms along the backrest. Well, I'd say Zoro loves alcohol as much as you love tangerines. How do you know about that? Nami asked, her eyes widening with genuine shock. She had been careful. She had never mentioned her love for tangerines. Never. How could he? Come on, it's pretty obvious, Yuji shrugged, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Whenever drinks are an option, you always look for tangerine juice first. And when you can't find any, you grudgingly order orange juice. Every single time. Nami's mouth fell open. She pointed a finger at him, her cheeks flushing pink. Creepy big brother spying on his little sister. What can I say? Yuji grinned. My little sister is just that cute. He reached over and gently pinched her cheek. Hentai, she exclaimed, swatting at his hand, though she wasn't really trying to stop him. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp laughed at the sibling-like banter between them. Then Sanji stepped forward with a plate and placed it in front of Luffy. Here's your special order, Captain Meat on the Bone. And there's a little surprise inside. Luffy's eyes shone like twin suns as he gazed at the dish. It was exactly as he had requested, perfectly cooked meat wrapped around a large bone, its surface glistening with juices and an aroma rising in waves that suddenly made everyone else in the booth acutely aware of their own hunger. He took a huge bite right from the middle immediately. His eyes widened in surprise as he chewed, savoring the layers of flavor unfolding on his tongue, the richness of the meat, the subtle smokiness from the secret spice blend Sanji had used, and then... Whoa! This is so good! Luffy said, already taking another bite, his voice muffled by the meat. Is that an egg inside? Sanji smirked and gave a half-theatrical bow, one hand behind his back, the other gesturing to his creation like a magician showcasing a trick. Well, I aim to please. And yes, I put a soft-boiled egg inside and cooked the meat at just the right temperature so that when you take a bite, the yolk stays runny instead of overcooking. It's a small detail, but small details matter. Hum. Luffy hummed, his cheeks bulging and his eyes practically sparkling. You really are the best cook in the world, Sanji. Sanji smiled and rubbed the back of his neck, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. He. And then, because the universe had a sense of humor, and because peace was never the option, Sanji's mood sank like a stone into still water. Hey, cook, bring me another bottle of beer. Zoro. Of course, it was Zoro. Sanji looked at him with a bored expression, the warmth draining from his face like a tide pulling away from the shore. No. Hey. What? Do you have a hearing problem or something? I said no. Zoro slammed his hand on the table, rattling the plates. Now listen here, you curly brows, I need my sustenance, and this here he pointed at the empty beer bottle with the gravity of a man declaring war, is what I need the most. No, Sanji replied again. Zoro's eye twitched, and his jaw tightened. He leaned toward Sanji. You wanna fight, curly brows? Sanji stepped forward, closing the distance. He looked directly into Zoro's eyes. I may be a cook, but I don't shy away from a fight. So bring it on, Mosshead. What did you just call me? Sanji smirked, his expression sharp enough to cut. Looks like you really do have a hearing problem, Hamas head. Zoro gritted his teeth, a vein pulsing at his temple. Why you? His hand moved toward his sword. Sanji raised his right leg slightly, shifting his weight and preparing to move. But then... bang! The sound was like a cannon blast in the dining room. Wood splintered, glass shattered, and the waiter who had been standing at the entrance was sent flying through the air. He crashed into a nearby table where a family of 4 was eating. The table collapsed, and plates shattered as the family screamed. What the? Zoro and Sanji muttered, turning toward the sudden commotion. As the dust from the shattered door settled, a figure emerged from the haze. He was tall, impossibly tall. Easily 8 feet, with a body that seemed carved from granite and storm clouds. His skin was bluish-gray. He wore a martial artist's gi, white and spotless despite the destruction he had caused. In one hand, he carried a brown sack that squirmed slightly, as if something inside were alive. He surveyed the restaurant slowly and deliberately, his gaze sweeping from table to table over the terrified customers, the frozen chefs, and the shattered wood and broken glass. Searching for someone. Nami, meanwhile, had turned pale. Her right hand immediately went to her left bicep, clutching the fabric tightly, her knuckles white. Her breath came in short, shallow gasps. She could almost feel the burn beneath the cloth, the mark, the brand, the proof of her cage. Then the fishman's eyes landed on the private booth where Nami was seated. And he smiled. So the clown was right. You really are here, the fishman said in a deep voice that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. Of course I'm right, you Aquaman. Now pull me out of this sack. A muffled voice came from inside the brown sack, high-pitched, nasally, and annoyingly familiar. The fishman lifted the sack, opened it with one hand, and reached inside. What he pulled out caused several customers to scream. It was a head. Just a head, severed at the neck, with blue hair hanging in limp strands and a red clown nose gleaming in the light. Yet the eyes were alive, and the mouth was moving. The head was talking. Ha ha ha, fresh air. Even though my lungs aren't here, I still needed to live, said the severed head, inhaling dramatically as if it had been drowning in that sack. Then the head turned toward the group and grinned widely, its lips painted a garish red. Well, hello there, Twinkles. Long time no see. Luffy, who had somehow continued eating throughout all of this, finally paused. He tilted his head and squinted. Then his eyes widened. Bunny. It's Buggy, you stupid straw hat boy, the head, Buggy, shrieked, his face turning red with rage. How many times do I have to tell you? Zoro stood up, followed by Yuji and Usopp. The 3 of them formed a loose line between the fishman and the booth, creating an unspoken wall of protection. How the hell did you find us? Zoro asked, his hand resting on the only sword he had with him, Wado Ikimonji. Oh, you know, same old, Buggy said with a wide, smug smile. I've got ears everywhere. And then, Luffy's straw hat twitched. A small, fleshy ear detached from the red ribbon on the hat, flew through the air, and reattached itself to the side of Buggy's head. See? Buggy's grin widened. Amazing, right? The fishman lifted Buggy's head higher, holding it by the blue hair like a grotesque lantern. He glanced at the clown with a look that was somewhere between contempt and exhaustion. Your part is done, clown. I have no further use for you. With that, he tossed Buggy's head aside like a piece of garbage. Buggy's head sailed through the air, tumbled twice, and landed squarely on one of the busier tables, right in the middle of a group of merchants. God damn it! That was not the deal. Buggy shouted at the fishman, his face flushed purple with fury. Then he noticed the merchants staring at his head with the frozen expressions of people who weren't entirely sure they were awake. Oh, howdy, Buggy said, his rage instantly shifting to theatrical charm. I'm Buggy the Clown. You know me, right? Of course you do after all, I'm a famous celebrity pirate. He winked. Now, would you be kind enough to take me back to my fish friend over there? I really need to have a serious talk with him. Right then, the merchants screamed. One of them fainted on the spot, his head hitting the table with a solid thunk. Panic spread like wildfire. Customers scrambled over one another, knocking over chairs and tables, screaming about talking heads, fishmen, and pirates. Within seconds, the dining room was nearly empty. Buggy sighed dramatically, watching the chaos with a hint of disappointment. People these days, he muttered, can't even appreciate kindness. The fishman ignored everything. His yellow eyes were fixed on Nami. So, he said, his voice low and rumbling, you've joined another pirate crew, hey, Nami? Arlong will be really sad to see how you've betrayed him. He took a step forward, and the floor groaned beneath his weight. Have you forgotten about your deal, or have you finally given up on it? Nami's breath caught in her throat, and her hand tightened on her arm. No, she said, her voice cracking. I haven't given up on it. I've just been busy collecting the money. Yeah, I've just been busy. The fishman stared at her for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly, as if confirming something he had already known. I see, he said. Then we should go now. Come with me. He reached out his hand toward her, and Nami felt her legs begin to move. But before she could take a single step. And who the hell do you think you are, leaving just like that? The voice cracked sharply like a whip. Everyone turned around. Zeph stood in the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, wooden leg firmly planted on the ground, his chef's hat somehow still perfectly straight despite everything. His eyes were fixed on the fishman with an intensity that seemed to lower the temperature in the room. You barged into my restaurant, broke my door, hurt one of my waiters, and made all my customers leave. Zeph walked forward, his peg leg thumping against the floor in a slow, steady rhythm. He stopped directly in front of the fishman, looked up, and met those yellow eyes without a trace of fear. Now tell me, fishman, who's going to pay for all this? You? Or your boss, Arlong? The fishman looked down at the old man. His gills fluttered once, then twice. This is none of your business, human, he said. Step aside. Oh, this is my business, Zeph said without moving. That girl right there is my VIP customer, so she's not going anywhere. The fishman took another step forward. The floorboards groaned in protest beneath his weight. He towered over Zeph, casting a shadow that should have been terrifying, one that should have made the old man flinch. You shouldn't stick your nose into something you can't get out of, he warned. Zeph looked up at the fishman and scoffed. Oh yeah, Zeph said, a dangerous smile curling his lips. And what are you going to do? Kill me? The tension between them was so thick it could be cut with a knife. Then Nami spoke up, her voice small and trembling. Mr. Zeph, please, it's okay. You don't need to do this. She looked at the fishman, her eyes wet but her chin lifted with a defiance that cost her everything. And Kurubi, please, don't do anything. I'll come with you. No, girlie. You're not going anywhere, Zeph said, his voice final. I don't know what these fishmen are forcing you to do, but I know one thing, you're suffering. And I can't stand to see an innocent girl suffer like that. The fishman, Kurubi's face darkened with anger. His gills flared, and his hands clenched into fists. I've listened to enough of your nonsense, he growled. He grabbed Zeph by the front of his collar and lifted him off the ground as if he weighed nothing. Zeph's wooden leg dangled uselessly. If you really want to die so badly, Kurubi said, his voice barely above a whisper, I'll gladly send you to your death. And then he threw Zeph. The old chef flew through the air like a rag doll, arms and legs flailing, his chef's hat finally coming loose and spinning away. He crashed into one of the heavy wooden tables, which shattered upon impact. Zeph lay in the wreckage, coughing as blood trickled from a cut on his forehead. "Old man!" Both Sanji and Luffy shouted simultaneously. Nami's hands flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. She had seen this before, what Arlong's crew did to those who stood up to them. She had seen bodies floating in the harbor, faces frozen in final screams. Not again, she thought. Please, not again. Zoro's grip tightened on Wado Ichimonji. But Sanji moved first. "How dare you touch my father?" Sanji shot forward, his foot connecting with Kurubi's face with a sickening crunch. Kurubi staggered back a step, clutching his now broken nose, but Sanji didn't stop. He kicked again and again, each strike landing with precision, each blow driving the fishman further back. However, Kurubi was a fishman, and fishmen were significantly stronger than humans. He caught Sanji's next kick. The impact froze mid-air, Sanji's leg locked in Kurubi's grip, the fishman's fingers digging into his ankle hard enough to bruise the bone. Kurubi looked at him with blood streaming from his nose and fury burning in his yellow eyes. "Impressive," Kurubi said, his voice thick with blood and rage. "For a human." He pulled his right arm back, palm open and fingers splayed, the signature stance of fishman karate. And then, he struck. The palm struck Sanji's chest with the force of a battering ram. Sanji felt his ribs scream in pain. The air burst from his lungs as his body lifted off the ground and flew backward. He hit the wall. Sanji slumped to the floor, gasping, his vision swimming and blood staining his lips. "Sanji!" Luffy shouted, his voice now different. He turned to Kurubi, his expression serious. Luffy pulled his arm back, stretching it until the muscles tightened. "Gum pistol!" His fist shot forward like a cannonball, striking Kurubi square in the chest with a sound like a drum being struck by a god. Kurubi was thrown backward and looked down at Luffy's outstretched arm, genuine shock evident in his yellow eyes. "A devil fruit user?" In the East Blue. Then Luffy was on top of him. Punch after punch after punch, each one landing, each one driving the fishman further back, each one making the walls shake and the floorboards splinter. Luffy's fists were blurs, leaving after images in the air. Kurubi gritted his teeth against Luffy's assault, enduring the storm, allowing the punches to land and hurt, all while waiting for his moment. "There," he thought, as Luffy's left fist overextended by a fraction of an inch. Kurubi's hand shot out and grabbed Luffy's stretched arm. Before the rubber boy could react, the fishman yanked him forward, off balance, straight into the path of his open palm. The palm struck Luffy's chin. The rubber boy's head snapped back, and his body followed. He flew upward, crashed through the railing on the second floor, and landed somewhere in the shadows amid the crash of breaking furniture. Silence fell. Zoro stepped forward, Wado half-drawn. But before he could attack, Yuji's hand landed on his shoulder. "Zoro," Yuji said quietly, "I know that with enough time, you and Luffy could take him down. But it would cause too much damage to the restaurant, and I don't think Old Man Zeph would appreciate that." Zoro's jaw tightened. He wanted to argue. He wanted to draw his sword and cut this fishman bastard into pieces for hurting his captain. But Yuji was right. "Fine," Zoro growled, stepping back. Yuji nodded and took a step forward, then Nami grabbed his arm. Her fingers trembled. Her whole body shook. "Big bro, please, you don't have to do this. Just let me go with him." Yuji cut her off. He placed his hand on her head and ruffled her hair, just as an older brother might. "It's okay, Nami," Yuji said softly, his voice warmer than she had ever heard it. "You don't have to be afraid anymore. Stay by Zoro and Usopp's side and watch closely." He turned toward Kurubi. The fishman was breathing heavily now, his chest heaving and his hands shaking from the punishment he had taken from Luffy. Blood dripped from his broken nose onto his pristine white gi. He looked tired. Yuji began walking toward him. Slowly and quietly, his steps made no sound on the wooden floor. His hands hung at his sides, open and relaxed. His face was expressionless. And yet, as Yuji approached, Kurubi felt something he had not experienced in years. Fear. This was something deeper, something primal. The kind of fear small animals feel when a shadow passes over the sun, when the wind shifts, when they realize, too late, that they are not the hunter. They are the prey. Kurubi's animal instincts went haywire. Every nerve in his body screamed at him to run, to flee, to dive into the ocean and never look back. Even with the height difference, it felt as if he were the one being looked down upon, by an apex predator. No, Kurubi told himself. No, I am a fishman. I am stronger. I am faster. I have killed men twice his size. But his hands were trembling. When Yuji stopped in front of him, Kurubi's fight or flight instinct immediately made the decision for him. He attacked. His palm strike was flawless, form perfect, power devastating, and technique honed over decades of training. It would have killed any normal man. It would have shattered stone. Yuji caught it. Just caught it. His hand closed around Kurubi's wrist like a steel trap, stopping the fishman's forward momentum dead in its tracks. And then Yuji twisted. The sound of bones breaking echoed loudly in the silent restaurant. Kurubi's forearm bent at an unnatural angle, and a shard of white bone pierced through the bluish-gray skin, gleaming in the light. Ah! Kurubi screamed in pain. He fell to his knees, clutching his injured arm, his face pale beneath its natural color. Sweat beaded on his brow, and tears leaked from his yellow eyes. Yuji, still clutching his broken hand, raised his other arm. He curled his fingers into a fist and brought it down forcefully. The punch drove Kurubi's head straight through the floorboards, piercing the wood and the support beams beneath, until the fishman's face was buried below the restaurant. His body twitched once. Then it went still. Yuji pulled his fist out of the head-sized hole. Blood dripped from his knuckles, pattering onto the floor. He stood up straight. Turned around. Looked at Nami. She had fallen to her knees. Her eyes were wide, and her mouth was open in a silent scream that never came. She looked at him as if he were a force of nature. Yuji walked back toward her, his footsteps soft on the ruined floor. He knelt down in front of her, lowering himself to her level. I hope, Yuji said quietly, that you can trust us more now, Nami, and share your burden with us. He reached out and gently wiped a tear from her cheek, a tear she hadn't even realized was falling. After all, he said, his smile gentle, we're a family now. And family always stands with each other, in any and every situation. Like the chapter, then please share your power stones with me. See you in next chapter.